Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning to you. Hello and welcome. My name is Kismet, and it's a nice Wednesday morning, and my hands are freezing. It is so freezing. Why is it so cold? Why did I move to a cold place, everybody? What was I thinking? I think that every single year for the last 16 years, every time it starts getting cold here in Tennessee, I think, what am I thinking? Oh man, it is way too cold. I hope you are staying warm wherever you are. I am in my office. I have all the doors closed. I have a heater running. I have all these computers which act as heaters, and I have my Twitch jacket on today. Whatever side is on this side. My Twitch jacket, very expensive jacket, by the way. This jacket cost me like $60 from the Twitch store. I actually have a purple one that they gave me. The purple, the official purple Twitch partner jacket. My wife wandered off with it. She does wander off with some of my Twitch stuff as well. She wanders off with my Apple stuff, my Twitch stuff, all my cool stuff, headphones and things like that. But you know what? She's my special someone, so she can have it. It's okay. But she doesn't get my partner shirt. That she doesn't get. Gotta draw the line, everybody. Gotta draw the line. So happy Wednesday to you. Now, I'm super excited about getting into some Satisfactory. I've been sitting here letting it run and backlog a lot of the resources. And then I'm just like, I should probably make the commitment to switching all this stuff today. Yesterday would have been too long, but today I feel like we should just commit to making this stuff up really, really high. Connect it all together up there, as opposed to running it up this ramp here. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I can see it stopped and backlogged. You can't see it yet, but we'll get into it. It's backlogged and it's just sitting there waiting for me to do something. Because I sometimes what I'll do is I'll let it run before the stream. I'll just let it run a little. Well, I'll let it run a little bit to get it going, and unlock some more stuff or backlog some stuff. Let's see. I need to go in and make some room on my hard drive here real quick. It just dawned on me. Let's see. Right over here. Right here. Yes. Yes, I must have the rooms so that I don't run out of space. Yeah, recording every single one of your streams is a giant undertaking. If you are not a crazy man like me, I highly suggest not to. But if you got the wherewithal and you are hardcore, then you can be like me and record every single one of your streams. Now, big love to Drunk, by the way. Yesterday, he did come in and host my channel while I was in battle mode. Thank you so much to Drunk Enough. Awesome friend of mine, streamer pal of mine. Make sure to go check out his channel as well. Can we give him a shout out? Let's give him a shout out, Dovey. It's DRUNKENUFF, Drunk Enough. If you could throw that in the chat, that'd be awesome. Appreciate him come showing me love while I was doing some battles yesterday. I hope you guys liked that. It was 13 hours of battles. That was a lot of battles, bro. That was a lot of battles. And I was like, oh, I got to do one more. And then I'm like, well, now I got to do another one because the blue one was coming up after that. So then we did the blue one so that you guys had a chance of getting that blue chest. And then it was like running really late. I was like, oh, God, it's like 10 o'clock at night now. Yeah, I ran those for a really long time. It was like 13 hours of battles. We're going to get into battles here in just a moment. Now, we got a ton of stuff to do in Satisfactory, so I'm going to get to it. First, I'm going to say hello, all you awesome peeps over there. Thank you also, Dovey, for the 7 months. Appreciate that as well. Hey, Subi, how you doing? Good morning. Appreciate you being here in the channel. I'm going to fire up some serious stuff here in just a bit. There we go. There we go. Yeah, shout out command doesn't seem to be working, or maybe I'm just not seeing it. Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. Yeah. It's probably some stream raiders. Oh, okay. He said his stream raider peeps from me. Oh, that was nice of him. That was very nice. I've switched my chat now, so it's going in the other direction. So it's gonna take a little bit for me to get used to. So thanks again, Dovey, for the love. Register G, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. A little. Anybody ever seen that show? Oh God, that was so good. Truman Show. The Truman Show, really fantastically done movie. I love that movie. I actually feel that way every time I pull out of the driveway in my house. Why do I feel like that? Because Every single time I pull out of that driveway, out of nowhere, I mean, you can't even see the car. Car comes out of nowhere, right behind me when I'm trying to pull out of the driveway. I swear, without fail, there is one car out of nowhere that just comes up and is blocking me from getting out of my driveway, and then it just sits there going really, really slow. It's like it's going around the block or something, just like in that show. See, that's called paranoia, everybody. But I swear that happens to me all the time. It drives me insane. Like, it could be like 3 o'clock in the morning. I swear. It could be 3 o'clock in the morning. Here comes a car out of nowhere, just to block me on my driveway. You guys have any of that problem? Put one in the chat if you ever felt like, like a car's coming out of nowhere. Everything's like coordinated around you. I guess that's a little bit of too much self-aggrandizing, I guess, that everybody would be revolving around you. A little too much there. So let's get into it, everybody. Let's see. Did you upload the stream direct, or do you tinker with them prior to upload? Well, here's the process, Subi. I record them, and they're usually about 100 to 200 gigs, depending on how long I stream. And then I copy that 200 gigs over to my Mac over here, which I have some high-speed drives where I use to convert it. I'm actually going to do a video of all this stuff behind the scenes. Finally got my set. You guys wait till you see this setup, bro. This is like the ultimate final setup. It's taken me 6 years to get it this way. And I absolutely love it. It's just finally, because I tore everything down, by the way, like a couple of weeks ago, or about a week or two ago. I tore everything down, unplugged everything, rearranged everything, and finally did what I consider to be my ultimate setup. And so I copied over to the Mac, and then it takes like, I don't know, an hour or so to copy it over to there. Then over there, I put it in a program called Final Cut Pro, made by Apple. And then it's like an editing program. You put it in there, and then I cut out any AFKs or anything like that. I usually stop recording when I go AFK now, because that's the more smart idea than to have to cut it out later. And then I put the different segments together. And if they're different segments, like if I'm playing, like, say, what's the name of that? No Man's Sky. If I'm playing No Man's Sky and then I'm playing Outer Worlds later on, I put those in two separate videos, so two separate segments. So I'll put those will be two separate ones. And then I have a whole database, which you actually can see on my Twitter, which I finally kind of showed when I said that I had been saving all my things. I have a spreadsheet, and what that spreadsheet does is in three different sections. The first section is this stream, the live stream. And what it does is I put in the number of the best stream ever, the BSE. That's why you see that BSE number on there. You put in the best stream ever number, then the actual number itself. I'm on 1,080 something. I can't even remember. I could actually look it up. Let's look it up over here. Let's see what number are we on. Again, that keeps track of that number so I don't screw it up too much. Let's see, 1,092, sorry, 1,092. Now, that's just since I started doing that, by the way. That's not the total amount of streams that I've done. But what I try to do is you want to get in the mind frame of I want to make every stream better than the one before. And that's why I get the setup. The setup is not just so I can look, hey, look at me, I look super awesome with all my gear, right? It's not about clout. It's not about being epic and saying, hey, look at me, I'm the best of whatever. It's about a function. Everything has to serve a function. Otherwise, I don't bother with it. I'm that type of person. If I buy a computer, that computer has a function, and it better pay for itself because I bought it for that function. Or if I buy something, I don't care if it's like a refrigerator. I don't care if it's a microphone. I don't care if it's like the Stream Deck, which is one of the greatest things I've ever bought, ever. I highly recommend the Stream Deck, everybody. And whatever it is, it's got to have a function. Just like a phone, right? What's my phone's main function? Well, emergencies, right? Contact wife and family. But actually, its main function is a timer. That's the most surprising thing about it. And an alarm and all of that stuff too. But you got to think that you're like, oh, Kismet, that phone costs like $1,000. True. But it also, and I can pay for it in payments, which is how I'm paying for it. There's no way I can just pay for it. But it's also a timer. It's also an alarm clock. It's also all of those things that you used to buy. And remember, I'm old, bro. I'm old. I have bought all those things. There's some of those things I still have in the garage, like alarms and things like that. You remember the little clock radio alarm that you would press the button on? My wife. Did you know I never knew about the snooze button? I never knew there was a snooze button. I swear to God, never knew there was a snooze button on the alarm. Until I met my wife, who is the snooze button queen. She will basically get up like 30 minutes early, and then just start hitting that snooze button. She just like get up, It's like 30 minutes before she has to get up, just hit the snooze button, and then get up and snooze button. I never even knew it was there, because I would always get right up when my alarm went off, because I would set the amount of time that I need to get ready and all that stuff, and I don't like being late ever, which is a funny irony, because now I have sleep apnea and vertigo, so I'm like completely unreliable, and I'm typically sometimes late to the party, which drives me crazy, everybody. I can't stand being late. I can't do the thing. I think it's life's little joke on me. It's like, oh, remember how you felt how this was so important? Well, guess what? Bam, here you go. Oh yeah, Subi got a 1 in the chat as well. All right, so let's get into it, everybody. Man, I can sit and talk to you guys all day long. I appreciate you guys being here every single time. Let's go do it. I wanted to show you guys all this loot we've been collecting. Look at all this loot, everybody. Holy mackerel. Let's get into it. We're going to do some stream raiders here right at the top of the stream. We're going to get this fired up. We're going to be going all day long. We're going to go into battle mode. It's going to be pretty sweet. There we go. Talk away. We got nothing but time. Yeah, you know what? I love talking to peeps here in the stream. I feel like that's one of my favorite things. Just talking with peeps, talking games, talking game mechanics and all of that. Whoa, tier 24. Well, we're doing pretty good there, considering I lost a few days there. Got to take care of the IRL stuff. I really like this Headless Horseman loot right here. That's a 5 skull. Though, mystery one is always fun. And no matter what, we're going to have to go through a 4 skull. So let's start with a 2. Luckily, I landed on a 2. That's a great way to start. Yeah, I feel like we're just going to go right for there. Come on, let's do it, everybody. Come on, let's step up. Put down as many units as you can, everybody. Now, I'm just going to be rotating through my units that I haven't used before. I'm going to try to work these up to max level. So I'm going to go ahead and throw down. I feel like we should probably go a little heavy. Heavy right or heavy left? I'm kind of feeling heavy left on that one. So come and join me, everybody. StreamRaiders.com. It is a free-to-play game on mobile and on desktop. One of my favorite games to play here in the stream. It's a little side game we play. So we just started going. We let it run for about 30 minutes. And then we come back and we run a little battle. And then we queue up another one. And meanwhile, we're playing something like Satisfactory, like that. I love doing that every time, everybody. You know how much work it is to make all that work? To make it where I can go, boom, Stream Raiders, boom, PC, boom, Xbox, boom, PS4 or Switch or whatever, or even mobile I have set up. You know, it took me 6 months to figure out how to get the mobile to work properly. It took me a long time to set that up. But now it's even better than I had it before. It is mega sweet, everybody. I got it so I can just flip into mobile. I can flip into desktop. And see, when I do something, I like to do it at the umph degree, the mega level, right? If I want to play a game right this moment, I can play it on anything. I can play it on whatever I want to play it on, wherever the game is, except for that one system I sent back. Because it's a train wreck, bro. That's a train wreck. Smart people making dumb choices. You know, I was watching this show. I've started to get hooked to it. I'm actually already almost done with it. It's called The Expanse on Amazon Prime. Now, I went and read the thing that says, you know, stick with it. You're going to like it. You know, it starts a little slow, but then it will get built up and you'll start liking it, kind of like Game of Thrones, right? Of course, Game of Thrones is really good right from the very beginning. But so I started watching, and I'm like, I don't know, I'm not really invested in these characters. I don't know. I don't know. I said, okay, I'll just watch an episode like once a week for a while. You know, just for when I'm winding down at nighttime when I'm running battles or whatever, and I'm just like, okay, I need a break. So I've been watching it, and all of a sudden, bro, I started getting hooked on the thing. I started getting hooked on it, especially that second season. Really, really good. And then I did first season, second season, third season. Now I'm in the fourth season, and I'm in the other thing. I hope they add more of that show. Just really good. You know what it reminds me of? Firefly. The stupidity of people who work in television is astounding. Luckily, Amazon, not so dumb. Amazon picked that show up. So, like the Sci-Fi Channel was running that show, and then Amazon picked it up and made it into a way better show. I think that transition between when Sci-Fi had it and when Amazon got it is way better. And so now it's really good. If you dig it, there's all sorts of interesting stuff in there. If you love sci-fi, I highly recommend it. This is not a sponsored event, by the way. They're not paying me nothing. I'm not getting nothing out of it. They're not giving me no free codes to nothing. I just was watching it last night, and I was like, God, this show is getting really good. Getting really good. The actors have gotten better, I feel, in their roles over time. I feel like that's always a better The reason why the show gets better is because the actors get better at being that individual. I feel like over time, if you give them enough time to get in there, and they're a good enough actor. So really fantastic actors in there as well. I think you'll enjoy it. Feel free to go and check it out. So that's what I've been doing. I've been checking out that show for sure. For sure. All right, now here's the thing we need to decide here, or I'm going to try to decide today. Do I want to run this all up here and keep coming down here and keep running these lines along this, or do I just want to bite the bullet at this point and lift it all up to the right level? I kind of feel like I just want to bite the bullet because I'm going to end up running a bunch of these nodes up, especially over there and the copper over there. And we should just bite the bullet at this point and just go for it. We have enough, because I was kind of waiting for enough concrete to go. We have enough concrete here, and you can see the concrete is stopped, or the limestone is stopped, which means that box is full up at the top. Same thing with our iron. All that stuff is full up there. So I kind of feel like maybe we should just bring it up to that level instead of running it underneath on that other thing. And then that'll be our run level there. That's a good question. Let's take a ride and think about it while we're riding our way up there. See, there's always a kind of a precipice, a point in which you should make the big decisions in this game, really in any game. And, you know, there's a big decision of committing to making that platform and pulling up all these resources, which are way down there. But there's plenty more resources over there. There's a bunch of raw resources. I can see them from here. And if we go ahead and just set the precipice and say, look, or set the precedent, that this is what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and make that happen. Then we should do it as early as possible. If you let something go for a while and you say, I'll get back to it, I'll get around to it, usually you never do. I find. Of course, in the case of my goddess video, not true. In the case of my TwitchCon 2019 video, true. Because it's just so far past it now that I'm just like, it's not worth making it now. So yeah, so you gotta make your choices in the moment of what is the most important thing. Because the second I commit to that, that's going to be hardcore, everybody. That's going to be hardcore. I'm going to have to bring it out and then bring all this up and then rerun all these lines. But these lines are going to be upgraded. All these lines need to be upgraded anyway. And then I could leave all this in, the ramp stuff in, and just bring up the actual resources. And because it's such a high distance, it's pretty tough to do. But in the long run, when I'm running trains and things like that, instead of running these things, I could run the trains out there to grab the resources and pull them back just by putting some train stations in there. And then we can just do that all the way across, right? All the way across this entire valley. We could basically drain every single resource up and then just run trains out there to grab it, or run conveyors as well. I'm using conveyors on these. And it would be nice to do that, to get that stuff on all running. We got enough resources to do all of that, but we need to decide. We need to make the big decision. And see, we're going to run it up to this one here. And I have it running right here. And that's fun to run it up on these things because it looks cool. Running them up to this top level, and we've got this going. Now, what I'm going to do is make a bunch of inline stuff going here, right? A bunch of inline production. So we bring up all the raw resources, which looks totally cool like that, by the way. We bring up all the raw resources like that. We run them into these boxes as a kind of a cache, and then we can run out all of the inline processing, which is great because you just have this really long lines, really easy to do. If you need to add expansion, you can go ahead and just add more at the end. We need to set our central road, which is right here, as a spot as well. Kind of feel like I should move that one over, and this should be my central road. Yeah, kind of feel like I should do that. And we'll go through and we'll paint it all. Oops, wrong button. We'll paint it all with our yellow so that we know that this is our primary road. And then once, see, when I put yellow in, that means do not build. Do not build on that foundation. And that's so I can get around my factory. I always feel like you should take the extra time and do your roads. Do your roads as you go because you'll regret it later. I like the Expanse too. It's definitely a slow burner though. The few episodes for me to decide. Oh man, it took me that first full season. I'm like, I don't understand what's going on. I don't know what it's doing. I don't get it. You know how you're watching a show and you just don't get it? I mean, I consider myself somewhat smart. Not super smart, but, you know, somewhat able to understand science and stuff like that. But for some reason, I just could not get into that show. And then by the second season, I started enjoying it. I'm like, okay, now something's going on here. Something's getting going, right? It's kind of like the difference between a Star Trek and a Star Wars, right? Star Wars is all spectacle. Star Trek is a little spectacle with some deep morals and deep thoughts to it. It's kind of like more like a Star Trek in the beginning, without all the battles, and then it became more of a Star Wars mixed Star Trek, right? They kind of put a little bit more action in there, and I don't need it to be all action. But I don't need to be all dialogue either, and they're just sitting in the same place just talking for an hour. It needs to have some sort of, you know, transition. It needs to have some sort of character development, that kind of stuff. And it does eventually get into that, which is good. So yeah, I highly recommend The Expanse, by the way. And you already have it. If you have Amazon Prime, hey, it's free. Go for it. Also watched that Borat movie the other day, too. That's some weird stuff that guy does. I feel really bad for that dude. It's like really awkward, but I think he does it on purpose. I think, you know, that's his shtick, right? Is put people in awkward positions and see what happens. And that's it, man. He does. I feel like that's the most dangerous thing ever, is just to go into someone's like random zone like that. Pretty scary. Pretty scary stuff. All right. So let's see. Man, I'm on the point. I'm at the point where I got to make that choice. I feel like we should just go for it. We're gonna do it. Let's go ahead and test the first node. That's what we'll do. We'll test the first node. We'll see if that works. If we like that, then we'll go for the other nodes. Now you're like, well, Kismet, it's really far up there. How do you bring nodes from that level, from way down here, all the way up to that level without having to run lines and all that stuff? Well, you got your lifters, and your lifters, you have to be at the level at which you're between the minimum and the maximum level to lift it. So let's test it on this one right over here. I feel like this would be our kind of best test scenario over here. So what we need to do is we need to take our lifters. We need to still run our power and everything down here, but we need to take our lifters and we just like need to go to town on them. So you just go boom like that, and then you connect another lifter to it, and then you connect it way up there. And then you can't quite probably go maximum on the third one, but we'll hit it as far as we can. And then there we go. That's how we have our lifters, and our lifters go all the way up to the top there. You can see it going. And I feel like it's awesome that you can do that at all. But it comes at a cost of a lot of frames we're going to have to put in, or a lot of foundations we're going to need to put in frames. It's like 7 days to die. Foundations we're going to have to put in. That doesn't look too bad. I feel like we could probably do the first 2 levels, and then maybe 3rd and 4th level we can do from up above. That doesn't look too bad. All right, let's go ahead and do it. Let's make the commitment to making it happen. So once we make this commitment, that's it. It's on. We'll have to do that and come back to the other stuff. So let's go ahead and look and see if we got some concrete down here. We do. So I'm going to store all the rest of the stuff, because I don't need anything really but concrete. Then we're going to go up to the upper level here, because that's not the level at which we're doing it. Like I said, this is a huge commitment. So once you make that choice, then you're going like this. All right, and look where that is. See, it's not even close to up here. So now I got to make the choice of making a foundation out here and running this stuff all the way to here. And so I'm going to run this out, much like I did on the other one. Run this out straight. Again, we'll test it on this first one and see how we like it. Whew. That's kind of scary stuff up here. Scary stuff. All right, there we go. So now we need to pick that up. Middle mouse button. There we go. Ah, I forgot my steel beams. I forgot my steel beams. See, now when I get up like this actually activates my vertigo. When I'm up here, I already have vertigo all the time. It never goes away. but it's at different levels. So when I get up here, it kind of spikes. It spikes up like that. Okay, so we're going to need to bring some of our resources. Hold on. Do we bring the ability to make a thing? No. We need to bring our resources up to this level. Let's start on that first. Like I said, once you make that commitment, then you're going all in. You're going all in on that. All right, we need to leave that and leave this. Let's get that and this so we can make some more stuff. All right, we're building a mega build here, so we might as well settle in and go to it. Okay, now we're gonna need our construction boxes right over here. So let's get into that. Store all that. Kind of feel like I should move my entrance over now too. Take that one out. Take that one out. There we go. And we'll move all that up. This was so great about these hypertubes. They act like an elevator. Get you from place to place. Okay. Nice. And more boxes. I don't know if we need 3, but we'll go with it. Okay. And we'll take all of our stuff back from over here. We'll do on the third one. We'll get rid of all our excess stuff that I know I'm not going to really need for right now. There we go. And we're going to need a bunch of this. All right. Okay, now our whole entire production right now is actually stopped while we're reconsidering what we're doing here. So we got to get this fired up to get the rest of this going, because all the raw resources are no longer running in there. The only thing that's running in there right now is coal. And, oh, wow, look at the water, how it looks like it's turbulent. That's really well done. Cool. So I noticed stuff like that. I noticed the small stuff, everybody. All right, we'll take that out, and we'll see if we can get it from up here. Let's go ahead and see if we can attach that from up here. Probably not. Yeah, it doesn't look like we can. So, here's what we do. We go ahead and make ourselves a little bit of a in-between ramp, double ramp. And we're going to go ahead and put it over here. And we'll go that way. All right. This is dangerous. This is dangerous work here. Hopefully I'm getting some hazard pay for this. All right. Now we'll try to get a little closer. A little bit further down. There we go. Come on, get on there. There we go. Now the reason why I did that one again is just to make sure it was at maximum length. Yeah, that looks better. At maximum length. Okay, now we ran that all the way up. This is going to be a dangerous thing because I got to jump up across here. There we go. I got it. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, look at that. Okay. All right. Not too bad. Not too bad. Now, again, thanks so much for that follow. Let me go ahead and replay that. Dovey subscribed for 7 months of sub love. Show him some love, everybody. Thank you to TTV Camo coming in, showing some love as well. Hey, tell us what's up. How high can you get? That's amazing. I'm pretty high up. You can go into the stratosphere if you want. Into the upper atmosphere. You get way up there if you really want to go. This is activating my vertigo like crazy. But we'll get into it. Now, here's the thing. I want to get it right about where it's at, right? Where it's coming up there. And I want to go ahead and make it where I can run it a bit out. Woo, mama, look at that. All right. Run it a bit out and then actually bring it up along the wall. The point of doing this would be so I could use my wall connectors. Also, look at that. Oh, we got some glowies down there. I see you down there, little glowy. Great thing about being up really high is you can see, of course, the terrain and all the stuff that's down there. So I want to push this forward. Now, I got another one I need to bring up, too. And I kind of feel like I should turn it around and bring that up as well. This is coming way up here. And so I kind of feel like maybe one more out. So let's take this out. And we'll bring this one more forward, like that. Now, the whole point of this, of course, is to better organize all of our stuff. So we don't have to run all these separate lines and run up on an incline and all of that. And so our goal is to kind of put together all of our nodes, in this case our limestone nodes, into one place. So we'll go ahead and say we'll do there, we'll do here, and we'll do there. Just as a kind of a test, and then we'll see how it goes. Now, I'm going to go ahead and do what I did on the other side. I like to have ramps there, just because it makes it easier for me to get up there and do whatever I need to do later on. But our whole goal right now is to take all of this and to run it into there for our production. And we'll go ahead and take all this out. We'll pick this up. I love the way this game does foundations. Look at this. Oh, so beautiful. So easy to build, too. I could build this whole entire area out, and this is why I build up really high. It comes at a cost of my vertigo, but it does, once you start to fill it in, then it's not so bad. Like now, my vertigo has gone back down again. It's like a meter, right? It's kind of like a radiation meter. It's like when I get closer to something that makes me dizzy, or if I go up and down stairs, or something that makes me feel unstable, it goes up. If I'm in a stressful situation or something like that, it goes up and whatnot. But the second that movement stops, the second I stop moving, then it goes back down again. So kind of like little spikes of it all the time, which is kind of scary, but you know, you learn to live with that kind of stuff. Now, like I said before, here's what you want to do. Before you start to work down below, you want to go ahead and actually run these lines in the direction you want them to go. This way, when I attach the outside item, in which I'm going to run it back down, then it will be able to go in the right direction when we attach it. And it's way down there. See, this is a commitment. You do this, you're going to have to spend some time making more ramps and making a bunch of stuff to make all this stuff come up to this level. So we've got that going. Now, another thing that we can do, of course, is make a hypertube. But look how far down that is, right? It'd be better for us to just walk back than to make the hypertube right there. But eventually, you'd want to make a hypertube that goes up. And so let's just say we're going to work on that too. So we'll make a hypertube from right here down to the actual node. So let's say on this side over here. So we'll put a hypertube wall hole in there so we can attach to that later. And then also probably put some power there. Now, one of the toughest things in this game is to run stuff really far distances, especially vertical distances. Like right now, we're running very vertically. And when you run such a vertical distance, it requires a lot of back and forth and running from here to there and all of that. And so we're going to be doing a bit of that today. A bit of that because now we've made the choice. We've decided, okay, this is what we're doing. And that's actually the hardest thing in anything that you do in life is making that big choice. But once you make that choice, you know, always give yourself the chance to change that choice. Don't be too invested in that choice that you can't make a change in the moment in which you do need to. So let's get down here. And again, that's where we're trying to go over there. Now, our biggest problem is the fact that we cannot work that gap in between because we don't have a level in between in which we can grab that and bring it down. The best way to do this is actually to bring it down because this way it'll connect itself in some way or bring it up. It'll connect itself in some way to the actual wall. Now, in this case, I can actually take this bottom one out and take that one out because now I've made a commitment to pushing it forward in such a way. So I want to go ahead and say, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing down here. I'm going to make a commitment to right here that this is going to be my lifting wall. And so we're going to go ahead and do this. Now, I can go in and make a conveyor, right? So we can go ahead and do this. Man, this is going to be some serious mega building today, everybody. Settle in. Make a commitment to bring that up. Why do I do that? Just so I can run under it. I mean, I could have did it on the ground level, but I prefer to do that. Also, it's not going to be blocked by the ramp there, too, or interfered with the ramp. So now this now has a direction, and you're going to need a lot of level 3 stuff to do this. Now, this has a direction like that. Now, it needs to go up and then continue to go the correct direction for us to meet up at the top up there. And you can see, I can tell you already that it's not going to meet that wall, right? It's definitely not going to meet right onto it because it's if I go that way, it's going to go out, right? So it's going to go out away from the wall. So I can make a change. I can say, you know what? Here's what we'll do. We'll take that out, and we'll go ahead and make it go inward like this. And then we'll connect it. And so you can control how it goes all the way up from down here, right? The way that it connects up there. Now, if I was really crazy, and I am, I would go in and I would do this. And I could make some connecting walls up there where it connects to a wall and do stuff as it runs up. And that just costs you a bit of cement, no big deal. So let's go ahead and say, okay, we'll take that out. And it looks like we need about 2 more walls here for that max distance. So let's say right there. And so we're going to test that as well. Let's test that as we go. Okay. So that should have went in there. Of course, it's dark time now, so it's going to make this a little bit more difficult to see. Yeah, see, it's actually up by 1. So it's up a little bit higher than the actual wall. So we need to go up 1 more. Right there. And then put another one in. Right there. And then go with that. Now, this is one of the things you really want to do in any game, and that's test the limits. Test the limits of how far you can run something, right? So let's say we'll count that as 0, right? The starting one. So we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You notice that things are in 6s and 12s in this game? The distance, the max distance of a conveyor is 6. The max distance, roughly, of a power line is 12. Max distance of a hypertube, 12. The max distance of a lifter, 12. So if you know your 6s and 12s, you're good. You're good to go. All right, now same thing up here. Let's keep lifting it up. Or actually, we want to just go regular wall. All right, so we'll go again. Oh no, it's coming in there. We want regular wall first. So now we need another 12. Now, of course, working down here is very difficult when you're working down from the actual object itself. But we do have a ramp already pre-existing that we could go ahead and utilize the different levels of that pre-existing ramp, so it'll help us a lot when we make these kind of commitments to doing this kind of stuff. Right? So we're going to go in and we're going to find that level at which we're working, which is right about here. So, and then we can just what I call push out. Right? So you push out like this, and you say, okay, I'm about that level right there. And then we'll go ahead and use some nice foundations right over here. And then we'll just push out on that level. Easy. And the fact that we already have a pre-existing thing at that level makes it a bit easier. Okay. Just that easy, everybody. And then here we go. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And look at that. See? Perfect. Perfect, perfect. We'll take that out. And then number 12 would be our connector. Nice. Now we're doing it completely via walls. So now we're connected and then connected again. So we're going on the inside of the walls like that. And yeah, I'm that crazy. I will fill this whole thing up. I will flatten it out. You'll never even see the ground. That kind of hardcore thing. Now, if we're going to do this, we might as well just do the rest of them too. Now, right now would be a really good job to have a parachute, or a good time to have a parachute or a jetpack. The great thing about the jetpack is I could jump down and then use the jetpack before I squished on the ground. I could also use my skates where I could jump down and then take less damage when I land, or if it's a certain distance, I won't take any damage. But I don't have either of those right now because we're early game. So we're going to go with that. Now again, we're going to go ahead and disconnect the power for right now. And we're going to rerun our power to our new area here. And we're going to have our power actually probably work its way up that as well. So we'll go ahead and use that. We'll take all these other power lines out. And let's rework our stuff. If we're going to do it, you might as well do it right? There we go. Very nice. And that should become a door right there when we get our doors unlocked. And then this over here, disconnected. There we go. And over there. Now, I kind of feel like we want to go ahead and take all this out. Right here. Oh, we're dropping loot. Really? No. Oh, that must have been from before. Yeah, that looked like it was from before, maybe. Let's go over here and use our little spot here that we have for collecting our stuff. Or holding our stuff. Let's take this out. You got to take that stuff out, otherwise you can't retool that. I kind of feel like we want to face that this way. Actually, we'll face it forward toward us since we already have the stuff. Now, I like to do my extractors on foundations. It just makes it easier to line things up and to run things. And you can doing all of your lifters and conveyor belts and all of that stuff. Makes it much easier. Hey, that's Mr. On You. Great to see ya. Thanks for coming in. We're doing some really fun stuff now. Getting us all fired up. Now, if we're going to do that over there, we might as well just say, you know what? Let's just line this up, right? We're going to line that up nicely right over here. Let's say right here. That's pretty close to center. We'll probably have to offset a little bit. Maybe over here. We'll try to decide. We'll try to decide here in a second. So we're going to bring that up. Now, what we're going to do, instead of, you know, having different levels and we're alternating different levels of this, we're going to try to match the level of this one. This is going to be our Rosetta Stone, right? Our thing that sets the precedent for everything else. And that's a great way to do it because then you know you can just go like this. You can grab one from over here and just run that over here, and you try to line it up to this one here. But I want to go ahead and also bring over my other item, right, which is our lifting item. And again, I try to keep this up off the ground, so when I'm down here, I'm not running over it. I don't have to jump over it every single time. So I'll go ahead and lift this up and whatnot. I'm a strong believer that the first stage of the game is just learning the basics of it. And then, like the other stage of the game, when you've already played through multiple times, is learning how to make it beautiful and make it more functional. So you're not constantly running over those conveyors. As you can see, I put a lifter in first, and that lifter is going to run across, again, giving me the freedom to run underneath it, right? This way it's not being affected by that. So we're going to use this one as our kind of standard right there. So we're going to run those two in tandem right there. We're gonna go ahead and put in some of our stuff here. We need some more of our plates back. Oh, I didn't bring all the plates down here. All right, we need to get some plates. We need to go get some plates. And while we're running back to get some plates, we'll go ahead and do a battle real quick. Let's go. Let's get the battle. I try to work these battles in when I'm doing something like traveling from place to place or doing something from here to there. That kind of thing. Oh, it's on, everybody. Striker Chris coming in, dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the Kismet channel. Welcome. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you showing the love. Trying to get used to my chat. I got it switched the other way now. It's actually at the top now. I have a giant chat over here on the left, everybody. Can't wait to show you my new setup, or my kind of final setup here in my office. I'm going to do a panoramic, and I'm going to point out how all my stuff works, talk a bit about streaming and all of that. Working away on that video for you as well, everybody. I'm working real hard. I hope you guys enjoy that guide on Goddess. My mega guide. It's taken me almost a year to get back to it and to finally get it finished. Very proud of myself that I finally, you know, some projects you just like, okay, I got to get this project done. But you get so distracted by the IRL and doing other stuff. Jimbo, Subi, and Kana all getting some love. And Time Lord MVP with the 11 assists. Nice job, Time Lord. Let's go for the boss, everybody. I think we're going to go down here. I like the pumpkin one. I like this pumpkin one for some reason. I don't know. Just go middle. I very rarely go middle, but I'm going to go put my flying rogue here in the back. Give you guys time to do this. So I can fly up there and shoot him from way back in the back. Let's go to it, everybody. Come and join me. Oh, look how crazy. My awesome mod, longtime supporter of the stream, coming in, showing some love. Let's give him a shout out in the chat there. Thank you so much, Crazy, for coming in. Awesome. A good friend of mine and mod of mine for a very long time. Let's go show him some love over there once we get that shout out going. Let's go ahead and go over there, hit that follow button over on his stream and whatnot. We got that going. Dobie, for the shout out. There you go, AFK. Oh, I forgot to turn off the bonus stream thing. Thank you for that, Dobie. I will fix that right now. Let's get a shout out for from my buddy Crazy. Yeah, I got a thing that comes up because I have a problem all the time where people come in and say, Kismet, I can't believe you're just running these battles all the time. You never play any games. You never do anything anymore. I was like, oh God, there's somebody who obviously doesn't know how hard I'm working. Obviously doesn't know how hard I'm working behind the scenes, everybody. I work so incredibly hard. I work 7 days a week at this, and I make no money doing it. It's not about the money. It's not about the clout. It's not about being the #1 streamer in the world. Mine is about staying alive, everybody. Later on in life, your priorities may shift. In my case, it's just to stay alive and have a good time. I got it. Boom. Thank you also, Rotisserie G, for the massive 20 months of sub love. Guess who's back and back again, and some other popular song lyric. There you go. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for coming in big time. Yeah, crazy coming in, laying down the hammer. I don't know what you're trying to type there, bro, but my mods are all over you. There we go. Why was my message deleted? Because you're typing 3 things in a sequence very quick right after each other. It's called spam. You spam somebody's chat, you're going to get removed. Now, I'm sure you didn't even bother to read the chat rules because I can sense it already. See, once you've been streaming a long time, sometimes the very first thing that somebody says in the chat, you can just sense that ban coming. Because they haven't read the they haven't read the rules, they're just going to keep saying the same thing over and over again. And then if they don't follow the chat rules, it's like they want to get banned. It's like they want to get banned. It's like a badge of honor or something stupid like that. Even though I give away thousands of dollars worth of free stuff, I try to show some love to everybody in the chat. There's just people in life who just don't get it. Who don't get it that you should go in, when you go into someone's chat, you don't want to start spamming it. You don't want to start saying weird stuff. You don't want to start acting weird, because if you start acting weird in the chat, it triggers not just me, but everybody in the chat. And I'm too old to mess around. Yeah, all right, he's gone. Wipe him out. I think 5 times of saying the same thing, that's enough. Bye-bye. I don't mess around. If you got to start that stuff in my chat, you're in the wrong place. There's plenty of people out there who will put up with that. I'm 50 years old. I'm the OG, the original gamer from back in the day. I don't mess around with that. I don't mess around with peeps coming in spamming my chat. They think it's funny. Ha ha. Let me just say the same thing over and over again. And then, bam, you're gone. You think I'm going to put up with that? No. Some people will. It's like a test of will people put up with your crap. And I feel like there's a lot of people like that in the world, right? Who will test you, who will go to you and bring you negativity and bring you, be really awkward and be really rude and obnoxious to you, and then say, whoa, hey, I don't know, it wasn't my fault, right? And then they'll blame it all on you, want to put their stuff right here. Don't put anybody else's negativity right here, everybody. Anybody else's problems, anybody else who has some sort of weird agenda, don't put it right here on your shoulder. Knock that stuff. Look at these shoulders, bro. When you're like me, when you go to sleep every night and you may not wake up tomorrow, you think I care about all that BS and that stupid childish stuff. That's like high school stuff. Don't do that stuff, everybody. Don't do that stuff. Come on, just make it a nice place for everybody to hang out. I appreciate you all being here, but don't do that in someone's chat. It's just weird. And it's not funny to anybody other than you. It's just really weird. It just like triggers my entire chat. My chat's like, Kismet, just ban those people. I'm like, I'm on it. I'm on it. Bye-bye. Adios luego. You go. Words of wisdom. Yeah, don't mess around. If you're a streamer, everybody, it depends on what you want in your stream. Now, you want a whole stream full of those guys, right? Coming in, spamming your chat, trying to, get a little moment in the sun. Their 2 seconds of fame. I don't mess around. I just like, you know what? I'm too old for that. I don't want to. I'm not anybody's papa. I'm not here to teach you how to be a decent human being. You should be learning that on your own. Or hopefully your parents have taught you that, or you've learned it from good friends of yours. So I've had some friends of mine who told me like it is, bro. Told me like it is. Kismet, you'd be a great guy if you weren't such an a-hole. Right? And they were right. They were right. At the time, all I cared about was myself, and I only cared about money, and I cared about that, and that's it. But they came to me and, said, hey, Kismet, I love you, bro. But, you need to gain some perspective on life. And, when you can look back and recognize those moments in which you've changed your perspective to be a more decent human being, I call it leveling up in real life, right? Like a level 0 human being is that person in the chat who comes in and thinks it's funny and they start spamming and they start doing all that stuff, or they're being homophobic, or they're doing racial slurs, or they're bringing other people down. And the reason why they do that is because they're reaching out to try to help their own self-esteem, or they're doing something like that, or they have a bad time in life and all that stuff. And I feel bad for them, but hey, that's on them. You got to lift yourself up to that higher level. You got to level up, bro. So that level 0 is the person only cares about themselves and has no context or understanding of other people and empathy for other people. And then you get to level 1. Level 1 is you care the minimum about someone else. You don't run them over with your car. You care whether they live or die. And not just family, but just everybody. Just every human being on the planet. Yeah, you actually get a little bit of a human being born there, or a human being developed there, who cares about other people. And that's a tough transition, because some people never make that transition in their life. They never make the transition between caring about other people, other than just themselves. Maybe they've never been a parent. Maybe they never lost someone. Maybe they've never been in a tough situation. Maybe they've been rich their entire life and they don't know what it's like to go and scrape pennies out of your couch, or, like the old find the change that fell out of your pocket in your car. I know some of you know that. I know that big time, where I said, oh man, I need $1 to get to work. Oh, hold on, let me go check underneath my seat of my car. Oh wait, there's a quarter and a dime and a nickel, because I remember it fell out of my pocket at some point. And then you go in there and you're literally giving change to the person who's at the gas station, right? The change that you found in your couch, or you found it in your thing, just so you can get to work to pay for the car that you got, right? Yeah, I remember those days, bro. I'm still in those days now. Well, I went on to make lots of money, and I did lots of things, and made a lot of achievements in my life. But if you're not enough without that stuff, you're not going to be enough with it, bro. It's not going to fill that emptiness that's inside you. It just doesn't. And I could tell you this, but you're going to discover it one way or another. It's not going to fill that emptiness inside you. You know what does? Little moments of joy. When you care about other people. When you laugh along with everybody else, and they're in on the joke, right? That's when it's great. When you create little moments of joy. And that's what I try to do here in my channel. I try to create little moments of joy, whether it's a giveaway, whether it's something funny that happens on stream, like me falling and dying, which is probably going to happen very soon. And little funny things that happen that you don't expect, when monsters knock me across the entire zone. And you're like, whoa, what the heck? What happened there? What was that all about, right? Those kind of fun things that happen along in games. And those are among my favorite parts of games, is the unexpected things that happen. The learning those game mechanics and seeing what happens. Like right now, we're lifting this all the way up. Now, we got a bit of a problem that this one's lifting one direction and the other one's lifting the other direction. Now, there is actually a way to fix that, and we're going to fix that right now, so we're not going in two opposite directions. We go in the same direction back here. And that is to run it from one side to another. And so what we wanted to do is we want it to come from the back side. So we can go ahead and move this over, and instead of running it there, we run it to this one like this. And then we just curve it in like that, which actually is really great, because then we can run it on the same side. It's easy to match them up across, and like that. Now, again, once we make this commitment, man, we're all in. We're all in on this baby. Now, here's the thing. If I do that, that's a lot harder, because it's harder to line up. I much prefer to go from the top down, because the top is going to snap. See how that snaps in there? And then you come down, and then you can see where it's connecting. I feel like that always works really well. But first, before you do that, make sure that you do the connection here first, so that when it comes down, it knows in what direction that should be running. How do I know? Well, let's go ahead and let this run over here. If we saw, we are going to put our power back in there. We're going to let this run and see if it actually runs up the conveyor. That's how you know if it's working properly. So we'll start those up. We can see it's green there, so we know we're going to start that up. It's going to start cutting in there, and we'll just RP in that it's going into there as well. Good night, Crazy. Thanks for hanging out, bro. Trying to keep guys getting heavy. Hey, don't worry about it, bro. Thanks for coming in, Crazy. Now, again, everybody, give them another shout out, mods. Go ahead and go ahead and give him another shout out. Everybody do me a favor. Go over there. Press that follow button on Crazy. He lives up to his name. That's why we love him here in the channel. Go over there. Show some love on his stream for sure. He's always had my back, and I greatly appreciate him big time. Rotisha G coming and said, also an excellent Monty Python song. True. True, true. That is very, very true. You should have gone to bed. I know that feeling all too well. The first time I played 7 Days to Die, I thought, I just want to do this one more thing, this one more thing, this one more thing. And then before I knew it, it was 20 hours later, everybody. 20 hours later. Now, look. See, that's not lifting. That's not lifting in there. We can see it coming along. So there's something going on. Now, sometimes, even though it should recognize the direction, because up there doesn't have a direction, and we come down here, we can see the arrows going the wrong way. So there's nothing I can do. It should automatically know the correct direction and reorient itself, but it doesn't always do it. So we have to kind of go like this and then choose the direction over here. Now, it's not going to go maximum here, so we have to kind of guess as to whether it's going to hit that or not. Looks like it did fairly well. I got to kind of eyeball it, but we'll really know on the other side. If it works on the other side, now the other side's going to be at maximum, so that's going to be easier. So the first level is going to be tougher, but the other side, we're going to max that side out, so we know it's going to be easier to go from here all the way up to the top. So I just basically rotate the mouse up, and then I look and see if it goes onto that second one. Right? See, if it's going on to the second one, I don't see it going. If I don't see it on the second one, that means I screwed up. And it does look a little too high or a little not perfect in there. So let's try it again. Take it out. Again, I can't max this one because this one's not starting at the same level down there, right? So this first one is the toughest one. And you can also kind of back up, right? So start it going, back way up, and then you can eyeball it a little bit easier from way back here. And that should connect a bit better. Let's try that. There it goes, going up the thing. And then we can look on the other side and see if the other side is working. Doesn't look like it is. Let's take it out again. Again, we'll snap it in there. There we go, snapped all the way up. Oh. It actually was working. See how it slid up there? It's actually working. That may be a redraw error. See, when I jump up, I'm a little bit closer. And you see how it redrawed? Ah, see, Kismet tip right there. Because it looked like it wasn't working. But because it's so far away, it actually stops showing you the animation of it. So if you jump up, you're a little bit closer, and that activates that visual thing. I forgot about that one. That's a great Kismet tip right there. Because the way I knew that it worked is because this side over here started going up, like it was filling that up. But even though it didn't show it over there. But this side was actually filling up that top side. So it actually did work from there. So there we go. So we got those in line. Very nice. Now we have another one back here that we need to tap into and to get going in a bit right there. We need to run that one up. But let's get our two main ones going here. And then we can take all of these conveyors out. See all these lines that we're running here? We can take all these lines out and run them much nicer up above. And there's a transition point right about now where I transition between stackers and wall hangers and things like that. So I can go ahead. I could have just took the hyper-tube. I don't know why I walk so often, everybody. I have a tendency to walk from place to place. I was going up here anyway. So yeah, we can go ahead and use our wall stackers instead, which I much prefer. I prefer the wall stackers to all of this. All right, so now we've got to go from here up 12 more again. I'm going to get nice and close here. And we'll go up 12 more again. 1, 2, 3. Now remember, number 12 is the actual connector. Up there. Now easy peasy on this side, right? Because you already got something to already use. This is hardcore here, everybody. This is some straight up crazy mega vertical building. You know what? If we're going to do it, let's do something a little different, you know? That's how I look at it. We're going to go for it. Let's just really go for it. Now let's go ahead and see if that's straight across. Oh, okay. We got to take that one back out. Got to get a little closer. Take that one back out there. Now the way you can really tell is you build a cross beam between those two. Ah, there we go. Because it's kind of hard to visualize it from up here. I mean, from down here to up there. So now we can visualize it a little bit better by making that cross beam. And then we know they're exactly across from each other. Looks good. Now what we want to do is be able to walk out over to the other side. Like this. Easy peasy. Oh, we gotta go, actually. That side, yep. And then this side. Up here. Oh, just looking up. Messes with me. Now that is really close. That's really close, and if we go ahead and do a little jump, we'll trigger that redraw. Yeah, there we go. And over here, same thing. Come on. Now, that one's looked like it's working. That one's probably working. We just can't see it. Okay, so we made our way all the way up to the top. You're like, Kismet, why are you putting in all this effort? Well, when you make a commitment to this, you got to put in a lot of effort to make all this work. But once you get the rhythm of it down, then it's just repeat, 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 right? So in this case, we're going to go ahead, just run up. We're going to go ahead and just keep repeating that same thing. Now, we've already made an area up here at the top, and I've already run these lines up. And I was going to do it like this, and I thought, well, if we're going to do it, everybody, we might as well put in the effort to rise it all up. You're going to see how much better it is to take that extra time. Especially right now, because this will be long run stuff. This is something I would normally come back toward the end of the game and do, but if we do it early on, then we don't have to come back for it, right? It's already good to go. Look at that. See, it seems like it's really close, but we got to come over here and we got to bring it up to the final top part here. And see, again, the great thing about building up high is that you can build a lot of. Build out a lot. You definitely want a lot of concrete. Yep. Build out there. There we go. Okay, now how are we looking? Oh, we looking good. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead. Oop, no, I don't want to do that one. Go ahead and just bring this up. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's actually 11. 11 there. That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild that actually is fairly close. We can actually do 12 like that if we want to, just to make it easier for us to put in the final link. Now, there's a bit of a problem with this link, though. If we look at it, we've got a problem, right? So if this comes up to here, it's going to be facing away from us, which is not really going to help us very much. And I could turn it around, but that's going to cost me another thing. And it's not too hard to do since we have this gap here. But now that I look at it, it should be going the other way. All of these things should be connected in the opposite direction so that they end up facing me at the top. So it's better to fix it at the bottom than to fix it up toward the top. And we could change the direction and change the direction back while we're bringing it up. But we're trying to connect it to these walls here. And these walls actually will become our supports later on. We might add some supports and all that kind of fun stuff down there. I don't know. We'll see it when it happens. But right there, I feel like we should just go maximum, since that's going to make it easier. And then we're going to have to revamp all of that down there. Now, let's go ahead and change our mind on all of this. Since we've already got a pre-established area, we can go ahead and take all this out and say, you know what? Let's just go to where it's telling us to go. Over there. And bring our foundations right to the edge. There we go. Very nice. And looking down is tough, everybody. Bring that across. Nope. Actually, I need to keep that out. You keep that out, keep that out. Or no, actually I don't, because it's going to go around the other side. It's going to go around the other side. It'll be fine. All right. Looks like a big H. For hooray us. All right. So I've got to switch that direction. So the final one has to end up here, where it's coming around the back of it. So let's go ahead and take this one out. Since we're up here, we might as well just finish the top side and work our way down. Let's go ahead and start by putting our conveyor belts in. And we're going to do a double ramp here. So let's go ahead and do our double ramp right there. Right there. And then double ramp here. Probably take this out of the bottom, but we'll leave it for now. And then we're going to go ahead and put in our ramp there. Yeah. I don't like stuff to clip through other stuff, but that's how that should work. All right. Let's just have it where it's a ramp. Okay, so we're actually going up a little too high, but just to make it easier for us to run those lines, because there's such a long distance. Oof. All right. We can do this, everybody. Just stay at it. Activates it every time. All right, all the way up. Now, see, in this case, I'm actually going in the direction that I want to go. So it makes it easier. You can see the green arrow ends up there at the top. All right, nice. Okay, now we got to go back down. We got to work our way back down again. Now, probably want to create that thing out the side here. Where do we want this to go down? Maybe along the same way that we're doing it. Let's say right here. Yeah, right there. Okay, so what we also want to do while we're at it is to go in and have an offset wall. Why is that wall weirdly offset like that? Yeah, it's snapping to that and not to the thing. Oh, see, this foundation is in an in-between spot. Ah, that's why that's weird. See, we've got a half wall there. Because this one starts at a lower level because we half walled it at that lower level. That's why that's like that. Ah, okay. That's fine. We can deal with it. We'll deal with it. Because what I did is I half leveled that so it would flatten out against the bottom one. All right. So... and this works out perfect, though, because it works out pretty close to this level. And that'll allow me to go ahead and take care of it. So, what am I doing? I'm switching to my conveyor thing, and we're going to go on my hypertube. We'll put our wall hole in. Yeah, I don't like it there. A little lower. Yeah, let's put it right there. Put it right there. Now, the same thing with our hypertube is we can go ahead and connect it on its way down. Very much like we've already connected this. So we can go ahead and take that wall, if we can see it from over here. A little tricky from getting it from right here. But let's go ahead and go like this. Again, this should require hazard pay, everybody. This is some scary stuff. All right. And there we go. So we can use our hypertube on the way down as well. And so we can go ahead and add that in. We have enough. Looks like we're going to run out of copper stuff. So now we'll run a hypertube there too. So anytime we need to go down to the base ore, we just go straight down. And that's going to go really, really fast as well on the way down. Now we can't go down there right now because we don't have the rest of the thing in there. But while we're at it, let's go ahead and set that up. We're going to need to set up some power over here as well. And we'll run our power from over here straight down into that lower area. I need a 5. And so we'll run it along this hypertube here. And then our power actually is going to run this way. It's going to run along the wall that we're going to make to run all of these resources into the end eventually over there. We're going to clean up all of this and make it much nicer. Right there. But we're going to keep it all going. Keep it on. Getting all those all-nighters in. I know, right? Just couldn't sleep. Oh, I have that problem too. Insomnia sucks, bro. Insomnia sucks. I've never seen anyone start a whole speech about choices in life after some spam in chat. That's a compliment, by the way. Oh, yeah. I usually a lot of kids talk up here in my chat. That's what we talk about that kind of stuff in here. I mean, every choice in your life, like being a jerk in chat, does originate somewhere. I mean, you have to make those good choices. And this, I have 3 daughters, so this is something I talk to my daughters about all the time, is that really smart people can make really dumb choices. Case in point, Stadia, right? Brilliant idea. Fantastic idea. I was on board, bro. I bought it. I was ready to rock it, and very rarely do I talk about bad products here in the stream. But it's more about talking about choices. And so they went and looked at the market. Well, I'm sure they're super smart. I'm sure they have all sorts of MBAs and whatnot because they work at Google, right? So you'd think they'd be pretty smart peeps. And they make dumb choices because they're not gamers, right? I'm a gamer. You're a gamer. People are gamers. They understand. They understand what they're looking for. And it's when people think they know better than other people that they typically fail. They fail to make bad choices. They fail to make good choices. They make bad choices. Because they don't have all the information or they're not experienced in what they do. When I'm hiring people, I always try to hire the best. And the reason why is because you don't want to mess around with someone who's going to be making bad choices all day. Just like people who show up late for work and have an excuse every single day. Hey, you're late for work one time, you had a problem with your car, family emergency, whatever it is, no big deal. And, sometimes even, once every now and again, no big deal. But if it's every day, and it's every thing, or it's, once a day, it's twice a week, it's 3 times a week, that's not your employer's fault. That is something to do with you. That is your deal. That is all on you. And the hardest thing in life is to say, it's my responsibility. It's on me, right? And that took me a long time in my life to say, you know what? It's my responsibility if this job gets done. It's my responsibility to show up on time. It has nothing to do with your employer, has nothing to do with anybody else. It's all about you. And the excuses that you give, that's all about you as well. If you make a bunch of excuses as to why you didn't do this thing, that thing, and the other thing, it's because of the sun, the moon, and all of this, or this guy made it so you couldn't do the thing. Hey, it might have been that person's fault, but what happens now? Right? So you can make excuses for stuff all day long. But what is the solution? What is the thing that makes it done? I find when I make a mistake, the most powerful thing I've ever learned in my life is to say, my mistake, my bad. Because you know what? I give myself the freedom to make a mistake. Give yourself the freedom to make a mistake. It's like some point in life, people are like, make it that you have to be a perfect human being. Spoiler alert, everybody. Nobody is perfect. Nobody who's ever living now, or whoever's going to live until the robots take over, is going to be a perfect human being. That girl, that guy that you really like, spoiler, they're not perfect either. And that's the great thing about life. It's a great thing is to know that thing, is to know that nobody is perfect. And no matter how much they profess to be the smartest in the room, guess what? There's somebody out there smarter for sure. The smartest person in the room, the most beautiful, the most this, that, and the other thing, guess what? They're just as imperfect as everybody else. They all have their flaws. And sometimes the flaw is that they don't know they're imperfect. They're spending too much time trying to be perfect and not just being a normal human being, not just being on the same level as everybody else. They try to put themselves above. I find the second I see people trying to put themselves above other people, they're instantly the lowest of the low. Because you should never set yourself above other people. You're a human being just like everybody else. You get up, you put your pants on, you love, you live, and you die just like everybody else. Just like everybody else. And you might have a charmed life. Congrats for you. Some of us have charmed moments in our life. I know I have. I've been very lucky to work with some of the top people in the world. Big deal. Big deal. You know what's the most important thing I find I do every day? Is I say hello to my kids every time they come home. I make sure they're doing their homework. I make sure they grow up to be a decent human being. And that they know it's not all about them. That is the hardest thing you can do in life, everybody, is to realize it's not all about you. That's called leveling up in real life. That's becoming a level 1 human being. Don't stay at that level 0 part, everybody. Don't stay at that level 0 where it's just all about you and you only care about money, you only care about getting stuff and things and all of that. That stuff they try to sell you on TV all day long. That's not what it's about, bro. That's not what it's about. Instaver knows what I'm talking about. He's coming in showing that sub love. With that 19 months of sub love, thank you so much. I came into a TED Talk. Neat. Yeah, sometimes the Truth Controller. That's what we do up in here. We got to mix it up. You got to mix it up a little bit in life, right? Sometimes you play some games. Sometimes you talk real life. That's the way my channel is. So if you like that, you're in the right place. If you don't like it, you may not like it. But there you go. That's up to you. That's up to you. Why has I got like a weirdly... Why is this wall weird there? Why do I got a weird wall? Something happened, actually. Look at that. Something happened when I brought that up. Why is that one weird on that side and this one's not? I going off the other wall. Something weird happened in there. It's like this one got out of sync. Hold on. Must have misclicked or something. Something's out of sync with this one. We got to fix it when we see it. Whenever you see an issue, fix it in that moment. And if it's your fault, say, my bad, I made a mistake. That's all you do. You roll on. You know, you can never learn if you think you know it all. I find that as well. Like my kids say, oh, I already know. Well, if you already know, don't say nothing. That's what I do. When someone comes to me and says, hey, kids, with this, that, and the other thing, I'm like, oh, cool. I might already know it. But then again, the thing after that, they might say something that I don't know. See? That's where I feel like people get stuck as well. They get to a point where they think they know it all. I'm 50 years old. I know a lot about some things and nothing about other things. And that's the way I always look at it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Huh. That's 9, but that's coming straight across. Hold on, we got to fix this. There's something funky chicken about this right here. Funky chicken. Oh, okay. So this is matching up to our current thing, and this is the one that's is down by 1. That's what's causing that half lift, because I made a half lift down here, a half drop right there. So we gotta resolve that before we go too much further, and we'll probably resolve that at the bottom. See, what you want to do is take all this out and go downwards now. And you got to resolve that at the bottom so this matches up all the way across here. That's going to make all my other walls funky, though. See, now you got to make the choice. What should I base it off? Should I base it off of this, or I should base it off of that? Again, when you run into a problem, just say, oh, that was my bad. I didn't notice that it was at 2 separate levels, and I'd forgotten that it had angled. And so now we know it's a problem. Now we've admitted it's a problem, and now we're going to find the solution to that problem. The easiest way is to balance it by this side, and then let that one be the 12, and then this one be the 12, and then we can just do it at the bottom or the top. Or we could start at the top and work our way down. And then when it matches up at the bottom, we'll just make it work at the bottom. Or we can make it go up and make it work at the top. Right? Where do we really want to match it up to? What is our Rosetta Stone? What is our proper level? I'm going to do that battle here in just a second, by the way. What is our proper level that we want to do here? It's actually up at the top. So when we're making a choice, we need to make a choice. Is it more important to be at that level? Is it more important to be at this level? I would say at the top. And let's go back up there, and let's go ahead and just key it from there. We'll work our way down as opposed to working our way up. And I do that a lot. I'll build forward, and then I'll stop, and then I'll start building backwards from the end. Very important in really any business is to start at the end. A great example is in graphic design. Graphic design is all about the end. Very, very rarely about the beginning. Because all of the things that they think they are going to do in the beginning never really happen. Most of those things don't end up in the end product. Because they want their logo bigger, they want this bigger, they want that, they want the colors changed, they want to change the picture out. All of the things they thought they were going to do typically don't happen. And that's a good thing to know about your business, right? About whatever it is you do, is to know that most things that they choose are not going to happen. So what happens is you start to work in a different way. What is the end result? What is the end result that you want, right? And then you can start working backwards from there to solve a lot of those problems before they happen. You don't want them to happen when it's on the press. When it's on the printing press, or it's live, or whatever it is that you're working on, if you're printing t-shirts or comic books or whatever, or you're doing something for a billboard or whatever, you don't want to look up at that billboard and say, oh, there's something wrong with that billboard, right? You want to say, okay, we're making a billboard. Where's it going? Who's printing it? What's it going to be on? What's it about? You want to start there. What is the end result? And then work your way back. When you're making this t-shirt, you can say, okay, what type of t-shirt it's going to be? What fabric's going to be made out of? Who's going to be printing it? What are we putting on it? putting the Twitch logo on it and on the back, right? How big are we going to put the Twitch logo? What side we're going to put the Twitch logo on, right? So you're starting at the end. That's the start at the end. That's not start at the beginning. That's start at the end and work your way backwards, because you need to know how thick the material is if you're going to have it embroidered. You're going to need to know what color it's going to be. Is it going to be black? Is it going to be purple? It's going to be whatever. Because if I put a purple thing on a purple shirt, guess what's going to happen? You're not going to see that thing, right? So that's starting at the end. And I feel like every business can benefit by that, by starting at the end. What is the end result you're trying to do? In this case, in here, we're trying to make this match up to the top here. And so we started and we tried something and it didn't quite work out. We started from the beginning. Ooh, we got to watch out. We didn't take that one out. We go for a little trip on that one. So we started at the end and we decided what we wanted to do. But the smarter thing is to start. We started from the beginning and worked our way forward to try to decide what we want. Sometimes you have to start from the beginning too. It doesn't always have to start at the end. But you have to basically figure it out, right? So, no, do you think everybody in the world knows exactly what they're doing every minute of every day? Well, spoiler alert, they don't. They're just like everybody else. They get up in the morning trying to figure out what the heck they're doing today. Me, I try to pre-plan my streams and what I'm doing in my streams and that kind of stuff ahead of time. But most of the time, I'm just rolling through. And then when I see something like that, I just improvise in that moment. Now, speaking of having some fun, let's go ahead and do this battle before I talk on too long and we don't get our battle in. Let's do it. Let's do it. Fire it up. I love your mantra. Honor, loyalty, respect, Kismet. Yes. That's always the way to empathy for those who make mistakes is honorable. Yeah. People make mistakes all the time. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. People make mistakes. You just roll on with it. The most important thing is to have empathy for other peeps, I find. To have empathy for them. And then also, it's got to be a two-way street too, right? It can't it can't not be about you and all about somebody else, right? Because sometimes people will do that. Some people will just try to make it, oh, well, hey, well, it shouldn't be about you. And then they make it all about them. And that's tough too. That's tough too to deal with people like that who just every minute just make it about them. Right? It's like, oh, well, the world is this and things are terrible and da-da-da-da-da. And it's just like constant negativity. If people who are giving you constant negativity all the time, it's very difficult because it becomes a burden. It becomes a cumbersome burden when people are constantly negative and constantly saying, like you say, oh, well, this is awesome. And they're like, well, no, I heard this thing that it's terrible. And this is terrible. And that's terrible. And everything's terrible. And blah, blah, blah. People try to lay that on you all the time, everybody. Watch out for that as well. If you find yourself doing that, you might want to evaluate why you're doing that. Why you're constantly negative all the time. And you turn everything into a negative thing. And I'm just getting too old for that. It's just exhausting. It's exhausting to be around constantly negative people. And sometimes my kids will do that. Sometimes my kids will say, well, it wasn't my fault. It was so-and-so and so-and-so and thing and thing and thing and thing. And I'm like, don't give me excuses. Don't make it other people's fault when you make a mistake, right? Don't do that. Now, if it was someone else's fault, well then, hey, I'm all with them. I'm like, hey, okay, that guy made a mistake or that girl made a mistake. But if it's not their fault, and that person's just making excuses by using someone else as an excuse, I'm all over that. Rotisserie G, Sasumi, Subi, and Jimbo all getting some love. And Kraken coming in overall MVP with the 11 assists. Back to the map. Let's do it. Oh, now we're in for it. Now we're going to fire it up, everybody. Come on now. I'm going to get my archer out for this one. Let's do it. I'm going to put him way in the back, though. He's got extended range, so he can shoot really far. You guys run the blockade here. Wow, that's a lot of mobs. Settle in, everybody. We're going to get into some serious trouble there. Come and join me, streamraiders.com. Find it right there in the chat. Get it going. You sadly live with someone like that? Well, everybody gets in that mode. See, everybody will become negative at some point. I've definitely been in that mode before. Also know that you're imperfect as well, right? When you're bringing other people down, make sure to remember that you're imperfect as well. And sometimes I get in that mode myself. Right? And I understand that mode. I understand that it's called despair or depression. You slide into that mode. And it's really tough. I mean, when I had to step down from my job at Apple, bro, I tell you, man, I was in a bad place. I was in a bad place because I'm in limbo. What do I do now? Right? What do I do now that I've spent my entire career as a graphic designer and I've worked toward this dream job and I got this epic dream job. And then what do I do now? Right? What do I do as a disabled person? Right? You think they're going to give me another job over there? No, they're going to give me a squat. Because they need to get done what they need to get done. Because I know that mentality. They need someone to do that job and do that job well. Whoa. There we go. They need someone to do that job and do that job well. And I'm not going to be able to do that job well. That's a realization that I have to live with. That I'm just not going to do a good job of that. Why? Because my disability is going to interfere with my ability to do a great job. And thus, if I can't do it great, I don't want to do it at all. Right? This is something I feel like I could do great. Because of my past and because of, my being in video and being all that stuff, I feel like I could do it at a level that I would enjoy it, right? To go out and make people's day, to make a little bit of positivity in their day instead of dragging them down into that negativity all the time. That I feel like I can do. That's something I can do every day, and I love doing it. That's the hardest thing, is to find something you love to do. Now, does it come with big rewards? Well, really only emotionally. Only a bit physically, where I can, get up every day and feel like I'm doing something worthwhile, for me anyway. Now, other people may not find that worthwhile to bring little moments of joy to other people. Now, they're too busy trying to make that dollar bill and have that big boat and that big car and that big stuff. And I've had those nice things, and I can tell you, they just become things after a while. They're just a nice boat, and they're just a nice thing, and they're just a car, and they're just a boat, and they're just a house. That's what I'm trying to think of. Just a house after a while. Now, of course, you're raising your family. That's an important thing. Have a place for them to live, food, water, and of course, a roof over your head or shelter. Those are important things. But beyond those things, this thing is a luxury. This is what I try to teach my kids as well. This is a luxury, this phone. It's not required. Not required to have internet. I grew up without internet at all, but we did have modems back in the day, so I grew up at least with some connection to the rest of the world. This jacket, that's a luxury. I could buy myself a super cheap jacket, do just as good as this jacket. But, hey, I bought it because I wanted to be, bleed purple. You know how it goes. Show my support for the home team, for Twit, and so on. So, that's just my take on it, everybody. I've been around. You know what I mean? I know a lot of you already know all of this anyway. But, I try to inspire people here in the stream as well. That's what my stream's about. Not just playing games. And anybody can sit here and play this game. Why do you watch my stream? That's because I want to show you a little bit of love. I want you to have a better day because you came into my stream. That's what I'm about. I'm not about making that money and and having the clout and look at me, I'm the #1 pro gamer in the world. I could be that guy if I want. I could. I know I could. I'm the man, bro. I could bring it if I wanted to. See, that's a little bit of ego there. See that little bit of ego? But I don't choose that stuff. That's an empty, hollow thing. So big deal. I go through, I become the #1 on Twitch, I become the top pro gamer. Then what? And what did I do? How many people did I have to screw over along the way? How many people did I have to think? How many morals did I have to break? How many times did I have to be a lesser human being to achieve that useless goal? I don't want that. No, thank you. I will not bother because that kind of stuff only leads to you what I call staining your soul. And that will come at a big price, everybody. It'll come at a really, really big price as well. All right, so we're working our way down. This is fun, man. We're getting into it. Now, here's the thing. Once you get your prototype working, which is this right here, that we're prototyping our major lifters. And then once we get that working, then the whole rest of this will just fall into line. We'll get all the rest of those done. But again, sometimes while I'm doing just regular stuff where I'm making walls and figuring out distances and stuff like that, I will talk IRL. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wow, it's pretty good. And number 12 right there. Very nice. Yeah, sometimes we talk like that. Now, that's not your jam. You're like, Kismet, I'm not into that. Hey, just wait about 2-3 minutes and we'll get right back into game again. It'll be over. I typically don't do it all stream. Sometimes we talk about stuff in the chat. I mean, I feel like connecting with other human beings is what stream is really about. I feel like sometimes people lose that. They lose that. They think that it's all about playing games and getting the dollar bills and getting the donations and getting all of that stuff. It's not about that, bro. It's not about that. If you think you're going to make money on Twitch and be the next big rich streamer that you see. You know, all the people with the colored hair and the people who are really good at what they do. The overnight successes that you think they might have been, who spent 10 years, 15 years doing what I'm doing right now, streaming and whatnot. Yeah, they were definitely not overnight successes. They put a lot of time and effort to be great at what they do, and they got lucky. In any profession that you do, you can say that you're the best. And I consider myself very good at graphic design. I consider myself good and occasionally great. But I can tell you that along the way, there was a lot of luck in there, bro. Just this thing happened and that thing happened, and I saw this opportunity and I took that opportunity. And I made that work by hard work. Not because someone just said, here you go. That didn't happen, bro. The rest of us who don't have the ability to have like photographic memories and all of that, who have to actually go, okay, how do I make this work? Right? And then you got like you're in school, right? And you're reading that book and you're reading that same paragraph again and again and again because you just don't understand it. You can't retain it. It doesn't go in there. That's me, and that's a lot of you too, I know. A lot of you got to keep reading that same paragraph over and over and over until you say, okay, now I got it. Now I understand what the heck I'm doing. Yeah, that's pretty much everybody, except for the select few who are lucky enough to have those abilities. Now, the problem with having being really smart is a lot of time people who are really smart mistake that for wisdom. And those are two separate things. Being smart is awesome. My daughters are really smart. Now, are they wise? I don't know. That's still up for debate. And that's what you have to realize about people, that people can be really smart. Circling, man, this is a big circle on this one. Holy mackerel. This circles back to about 15, 30 minutes ago. And that's why people at Stadia can make dumb choices, even though they're really, really smart. And I feel like they had a great potential there, but their whole entire idea behind it is really bad. It's really bad to make people pay again for the same game they already paid. That's dumb. People don't want to do that. This is why people don't want to move from Steam to the Epic Game Store. Why? Because they have literally thousands of dollars worth of games, I know I do, on Steam, and Steam already does it really, really well. So if you want someone to do your thing, you've got to make it not just a little better, but way better than your competing product. Great example, Discord. Now, when Discord first came out, I said, hey, this is a great start, guys. This is a great start. I really like what you're doing. But you can't just make it a little better than Ventrilo and TeamSpeak. You got to make it a lot better. You got to make it way better. And guess what they did? They, not just because of me, by the way. They did it on their own because they're awesome. They went out there and they made it way better. And now it's the gold standard. It's the gold standard for everyone. And they made it a genius way. They made it for free. People latched onto it. It was an amazing service. I've never seen it have any problems other than an occasional glitch, very rarely. And it created a whole community around something that's an old school thing. I mean, from the 70s, bro. It's like a bulletin board. Way back in the day, here we go, way back in the day, Kismet story. Way back in the day, they had these things called bulletin boards. And you had a computer. And what would happen is you would dial in with your modem into that computer, and then you would post messages, say you like Dungeons and Dragons, or maybe you like comic books or whatever, and you would leave messages for your comic book buddies. And you say, hey, I just saw the latest comic, and it's great, and it's awesome. And then the other person comes and say, yeah, did you see this comic? This comic's really good, too. So you're talking to people all over the world. This is a predecessor to the website, predecessor to all of that stuff. Was a bulletin board system, very much like Reddit. If you guys are familiar with Reddit or 4chan or CompuServe back in the day, all of those things back in the day. Those are basically humans trying to connect with each other all over the world about things that they are into, right? And so that's what they created on Discord. They created that community of people who are into the same stuff and who can connect with each other over that particular thing. And that's the way I look at Discord. My Discord is a way for my community to get together and post about their pets and, post their favorite memes or to learn stuff about my schedule or to see my guides, or we can share information. Hey, I learned this thing about 7 Days to Die. It was really cool. Or the new stuff's coming out for this game and that game. It's a communication tool. And this also has voice in there as well, which is nice. But really, that's the power of doing something way better than something else. Where Stadia didn't do that. Stadia tried to take an old, we're going to sell you the games, and then also tried to put the cloud on top of it and did it the wrong way. That's just the honest truth. It just had a bad take on it. Now, because they've had a bad take, they've decided to hunker down and not realize that they've made a mistake. And so instead of admitting their mistake, admitting that they guessed wrong, and this is what I give Fallout, Bethesda, by the way, credit for admitting their mistake. See, a lot of people don't do that. They got beat up like crazy over it, right? They got beat up like crazy, but they took it, and I give them huge credit. And if you don't give them credit for that, then hey, I can't convince you otherwise. Because they went in, they tried something new, it failed. That's just the honest truth, Fallout 76. It failed. It got a bunch of backlash. Nobody liked the PvP, except for a select 1 or 5% of the whole total audience of Fallout. And they actually built something, they started something great. The perk system is amazing. The sound is great. The visuals are great for a Fallout game. Now, it's not next gen. It's not, the Unreal Engine or whatever is after that. It's not that great, but it is good. And it had a good start to it. But somebody along the way made the choice that we should add PvP to the open world. And that was the mistake. That was the biggest mistake. And so they tried to jury-rig that in. They tried to crowbar that into Fallout 4, where we could all battle each other over resources as 76ers coming out of the vault. And that didn't work. Nobody liked it. It wasn't a great thing. I didn't enjoy it. There's a few select people who wanted to go in and just gank people and do that battle. Then they said, well, let's make this better. Let's come out with Nuclear Wasteland or whatever the other thing's called, the Battle Royale mode, so people who do like doing that can go do that. Now, that was a smart choice. So they said, this is not working. Let's go do something else. And then they came out and said, you know what? This is our intention, to try something, see if it works, and then build upon that and adjust it based on the community. And so that's what they did. And then they came out with Wastelanders. They came out with the voiced NPCs. They came out with storyline, which is what people wanted. They removed most of that PvP stuff, though I think they should still remove all of it. And I give it credit where people who can admit their mistakes. A lot of companies don't do that. And a lot of people don't do that. Though, I'm getting serious now. I've stopped playing. A lot of people cannot go, and a lot of companies cannot just say, we made a mistake. Right? And now there's sometimes the liability with admitting you made a mistake. That's why a lot of companies don't do it, because it comes with liability for whatever reason. They've done something dumb and they've got to admit to it. But I always feel like the most respect I give to people is people who can just say, that was our bad. We're going to do better. Great example, No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky had a group of 6 people making a AAA game. And they had a brilliant premise, a fantastic idea for a space game. And so they went and they overdid it for sure. They oversaid what they were going to do. Now, they had these big dreams, and that's okay. But you got to scale the dreams based on how much you can do, right? So they had these big dreams. They wanted to do all these big things, but they didn't realize how much time and effort and amount of people that they were going to need to make that happen. Because no matter how much it seems like you can do that big thing, there's always little parts along the way that you got to do. Like right here, so I'm doing this, which is taking up a lot of my time today, but I know once I have this in place that all the rest of this is going to go really fast. So that's what I first have to do, establish what the heck I'm doing. And then once I establish what I'm doing, then I can go from there. There we go. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And we've established that that's 12, right? So we know how to do these runs really easy because we've established the distance, the max distance. So we can connect down here and just run that up. Same thing here. Boom, run that up. And now that's going to run up to the top and match up perfectly. We also decided that instead of running it from the bottom, which is not a great idea because it's not going to match up well up at the top side, that we would run it from the top down, which is how I actually ran the rest of this. I ran all of this from the top down. I set a Rosetta Stone, a center blocks that make all these other blocks connect, right? So that's the way I play. I play where I put foundations down over something, like in this case, it was a coal node. And then that coal node becomes the center of everything else that I'm building, right? And it's really a great way of doing it because all the stuff will match up. typically. Now down here, I had forgotten I had done a little bit of an edge there, or a little bit of a drop, so all the rest of the stuff doesn't match up. But let's go ahead and bring this all the way down like this. And this is a great spot to actually work right here as well. See how we can work on the top and the bottom at the same time, about this mid-level. So that tells us also this is a great place to work as well. All right, and then we'll go ahead and move this over like that, and we're good. So what we're doing is we're going down from the top, and that's going to go down, and then this is going to go down into here. Now we can go ahead and turn this around the other way. We don't no longer need this side over here. I can't quite get that conveyor behind there, so I'm going to try to do a little trick here where I take that out. That's out. And then do this. Did I get it? I can't. I don't know. Let's take this one out in the middle. See if we see it. Nope, we don't see it. All right, we're going to assume that we already got it. And then, so we're going to use this one as our keystone. Now, look at that. See how it doesn't match up? But that's okay. It's okay because I can see it from up here of where it should go. And there we go. So, in theory, when I put the one on the other side in, it should basically be able to start working. So, let's go ahead and get over here on this side. Right there. Again, because this is max, I can just literally just put it up there, and I know that matches up. Hardest thing is matching things up across the whole entire thing. I find that very, very difficult. And also, where is our thing? We're going to go ahead and say, we should probably put our hypertube on the other side, too. That's another thing we're figuring out, is our hypertube. So we're going to match our hypertube to all of these. Just makes it easier. So we're going to go ahead and let's put our hypertube on that side. I feel like the hypertube's better there. So we'll go ahead and put our hypertube wall hole there. And then we'll go up to the top up here. And we're going to go in the same direction we're going here, so it ends up on that side. Isn't it amazing how great this game is? This game is really fantastic. Look how I can put that right in the exact right spot from way down here. You got to give it to the devs of this particular game, is that they really thought that stuff through. They thought that stuff through, and they kept iterating on it, and just made it great. Now, I can't get that from down here, but we'll get that when we get up there. So I feel like that's where we want our hypertube right there. And then we'll run our hypertube down to the bottom. Like this. I always feel like it's kind of better to do like an L shape, so you can kind of see a little bit easier like this. All right, and then we'll bring that up. I can build it from way up here. I don't have to go down there. I can just build it right there from up here. Again, that's what makes this game so awesome. Getting back to this game. Getting back to the game versus talking IRL. Again, when I'm doing stuff like this, while I'm doing this, I'm also thinking about how to make all this work in such a way that I'm going to like. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we dropped some resources in the middle of nowhere. Kismet can't handle it. Uh-oh, triggered alert. Whoop, 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 triggered alert. No, 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 we don't drop resources in the middle of nowhere. That's not how we roll, bro. We don't leave those boxes laying around. All right, down we go. Okay, how are we looking here? Where's our cross beam? We need to go back this way. And finish this up here. Let's take this out. I'm going to take that out so I can see where I'm at down here. Run that across. Run our other connector here. That's going down. That's going to be... Oh, I forgot to do the other side. That's what I needed to do. And then we build it back again. It'll be worth it, everybody. That's why, see, I knew this was going to take a while. The second I decided to do this, I knew we would have to test it, make sure it works and all of that. But look what we learned today, though, right? 12 is the maximum distance that we want to do. Let's catch up in the chat a little bit here. Yeah, you live with someone like that? I know it's rough. It's rough. Once you have it seems useless or not valuable as it seemed before, right? Yeah, exactly. You go buy that big screen TV, and I bought a TV that was worth $4,000, though it did last me 18 years, so I did like that. One of those big screen TVs, right? Now, when I was young, I made a lot of money. And I would walk around with thousands of dollars in my wallet and not think about it because I was young and dumb. What could I say? I would walk around and I'd say, oh, I want that TV right there. And I'd pay for it in cash, like $4,000 for a TV in cash, right? And then we took the TV, we brought it home. It was awesome. But after a while, it just became a TV, right? It didn't become some big thing where I show off and say, look at my TV, everybody. In fact, the TV became so old, it was one of those rear projector ones, you know, the really thick ones, the real thick suckers. Actually, this was the thin version of it. And it was probably, how many feet wide it was? Probably 2 feet wide. It was about 2 feet wide. It was massive. The thing was huge compared to the, flat screens we got now. But in its day, it was the thin one. It was the slim one, right? And I had it in my living room for a very long time. And then it got to a point where the TV, after 18 years, after a while, it took a while for it to warm up. So I would turn it on. And if I wanted to watch a program at 9 o'clock, I would have to turn it on at 7 o'clock. Right, 2 hours before, because it took it like 2 hours to warm up. And this is the time, of course, flat screens were coming out and all of that. And you can buy a flat screen for, a couple $100 and whatnot. It was like a 50-inch TV. So every time you wanted to watch a show, my wife watches TV way more than me, so it doesn't really matter to me. But every time she'd do it, she'd have to remember to set an alarm to turn the TV on. And then by that time, it warmed up and you'd get your picture and you'd get all of that. Eventually, we just got rid of that. We just got rid of that TV altogether. We just took it out to the edge of the street. Someone came and picked it up. Because, there's trash collection where they come and pick up all your junk, like your couches and tree limbs and all of that stuff. And sometimes people just come by who feel like they can restore that particular item. And they'll grab it and they'll go and restore it. Because I know those type of people, the junkyard peeps, who go and run in the junkyards and they grab all the extra stuff because they're trying to make a living. There ain't nothing wrong with that, bro. Ain't nothing wrong with making a living. And there's a lot of stuff that people throw away that if you've got the skills to fix it, you can make a fortune, bro. You can make a fortune if you're the fixer. If you're the fixer person, you're gonna make lots of dollar bills. That's for sure. That's where you want to be. You want to be the person that's the problem solver. That's always the best place to be. That's where I always was, for sure. For sure. Man, we're talking a lot today in the chat. All right. Trying to steal money, honestly. Have you ever seen Hypertube Cannon thing? It looks awesome. Yes, I have. I have seen that. I saw that on their webpage where someone, or I think it was on their Discord, where someone created a cannon where you just like shoot yourself off there and it like bends reality or whatever. Yeah, I don't really do the cannon. I feel like, I don't know. I don't know. It feels like a little not legit to me. That like breaks the mechanics of the game. I try not to break the mechanics of the game. I try to live within the mechanics. I feel like that's my jam. But there we go. All right, this I feel like we're going to do an offset. Yeah, this is definitely going to need to be offset. Okay, so we'll take this out. Let's finish this side up over here, and then we'll have this all done. I don't know if I did run that over from the other side. I can't remember, but we'll just go off of this. So we had a bit of a problem with this one being a bit lower than the rest of our foundations. It's at a half wall size. So when we run it up to match up to this side up here, notice now the walls match up to the foundations. And when we were running it up, it wasn't matching up. And so it created kind of a half wall situation that we don't want to have all the way through our entire extension of our base. How long have we been doing this? So we've been doing this for almost 2 hours. This is a huge time commitment. Of course, I've been chatting a bit there too, but also figuring it out as I'm going. This is a huge commitment whenever you do this kind of stuff, for sure. So this, I'm probably going to run it into here and then have it come back up into there. Let's put it up a little bit higher. Let's say here. Right there. I love how you can do it from really far away. Look, you can do that stuff from really far away. Again, that's great engineering on the part of on the peeps who make this game. So very, very cool. All right, we got our hypertubes in place. Now we're going to bring our power up. That's what we want to do. bring our power up and down at the same time. So we're going to go ahead and put our power on the left side here. Where do we put that? A little low. A little low on that one. We're going to put our power outlet right there. I feel like it's too low. Problem with doing this stuff really far away is sometimes it's hard to tell because my actual cursor is in the way, is to tell where it's at. Let's just go a little bit higher. See if we like that. Oh yeah, we like that. Okay. Now I'm going to use my hypertube as the thing that runs my lines. So now I'm going to be running my lines vertically. Instead of running them down all of this stuff and doing all of that, I'm going to be running them vertically straight up and down. So what we're trying to do is improve upon what we have. But instead of using, you know, all of our stackers and all of that stuff, which I consider to be early game stuff, we're using our more advanced stuff, which is our wall hangers and all of that. Which allows us to connect the wire vertically, right? I feel like first you start playing this game horizontally, and then you start working vertically. And when you start working vertically, then that's when you're getting good. That's when you're really stepping it up to a whole nother level, and that's what we want to do right here. But it comes with a time cost and a commitment cost in the long run of your build. You got to be like committed to the long run of making this happen. I feel like I just want to fill this in with some walls because I feel like it. Very nice. Okay. Now that one's got to go that way, and then it should end up at the top just fine. We got all the rest of these in. I think we do. We got all the rest of this in at this level. I think we got all this stuff squared away. We're ready to go back up top. Maybe we'll go down first. We'll check the lower levels. We'll get that going, and then we'll bring it all the way up. And then we'll rerun all of our power. We're going to take all of this out today. Going to be awesome. We're going to optimize this so we're not running it up this ramp. We'll leave the ramp, though. In case you lose power or whatever it is, you should definitely leave your ramp. You spent all that time building it. You should definitely. But I have no problem taking that entire thing out. Like in a second. Take the whole entire thing out of there. We also won't have to have this really long conveyor. We'll have just the one that goes straight down. Now, when I'm coming straight down out of there, this will literally fire me out of here because I'm coming down so fast. It'll fire me out of here all the way into that rock face over there. So I have to think about that too. How am I going to get stopped when I'm coming out of there at full speed? We got to watch out for that as well. Let's also put our entrance in while we're at it. And I highly recommend using your double wall hangers here and then connecting this from behind. It just looks better. The wire's not going through the wall to connect to the front side of it, or through the front side to connect to the back side of it, I guess a better way of saying it. And look at that. Now we got that going. Now we can also use this one connector to optimize all of our power on both sides. So we can run it there. We can run it down there. Look at that. We've got it all optimized on both sides. Very nice. Okay. Oh, I missed on this. I missed. That was a little low. A little low on that. Now, again, this one now is not going to match up properly. I hate it when it changes my direction of my walls. Just pick up the wall, just did. Okay, so this is now going to have a half wall problem where it's going to try to snap to that, right? But if you actually get under here, you can actually make it match up at the end. So instead of matching it up to this foundation, it's matching up to our wall edge. So we just fixed that. We just fixed it at the bottom. Which is a great place to fix it. I actually feel like this should actually be down just a little bit lower. But if I bring it down any lower, my conveyor most likely will run into the ramp. And I can move the ramp. That works too, right? I can move the ramp back and whatnot. But let's just go ahead and do it the easy way here. Where we're just going to use a lifter. And my lifter actually is going to go the opposite direction of where you might think it might go. Instead of actually going into there, it's going to go this way. Now, the reason why I'm doing that is so I can turn it around the other way. And we're really getting into today, man. We're doing some serious mega building. So thanks, everybody, for being here in the stream. I hope you're enjoying all the commentary as well as all this epic level building that we're doing right now. See, it's going to turn it around. So it's matching the direction of what we're doing over here. Same thing over here. We're going to go ahead and turn this around. Or, I mean, we're going to go ahead and just feed that direct now. Look like I took some of these out by mistake down here. You can always tell when I did it by mistake. All right. Now that's going to fire up, start feeding in there. Now we want to look up there and see if it's actually going all the way up there. But the way we tell is we go to the top. We go to the top and see if it ends up there. We got our hypertube entrance here, which we definitely don't want to go into. If we go into that entrance, it actually stops up there and it will just fire me out way up there at the top. And I might make it to that, but most likely I'm going to die. So we need to connect the rest of that vertical. Oh, I really like that. I think that's really turning out. What do you guys think in the chat? Put a 1 in the chat if you guys are liking that. I'm really digging it. I feel like it was worth the time and effort. And here's the thing. Whenever you feel like you want to do something, you know, a bit extraordinary, I feel like when you put in the time and effort into it, it usually works out. It usually does. Sometimes it doesn't, just to be honest. Sometimes you spend a lot of time on something and it doesn't work out. That's just the honest truth. That's what you're going to get here in the Kismet stream. It just doesn't work out. Maybe it might be a relationship. Maybe it might be something you're building. Maybe it might be a career you might get into. Something like that. Sometimes it just doesn't work out. If I'm honest, that's what I tell you. But most of the time it does. I find it's pretty often that things will work out in your favor. I'm going to go a little bit lower there and see how that looks. I think I missed it. I think I missed it there. Let's do it again. I think I missed it twice. Yeah, and be able to admit your mistakes. Very important. Let's go a little higher that time. Don't like that either. Again, the way I'd like it to do is be able to snap up here at the top. Oh, there we go. You actually did it that time. It actually snapped at the top, and notice the direction down there, the arrows are going in the right direction. Because you got to have the top side going in the direction, and then it sets the direction for everything else. And I just learned something. To actually set the direction better, it's actually better to use a lifter up there at the top to set the direction ahead of time. And then this one at the bottom will then orient itself to the direction of the other lifter as opposed to the other conveyor. Sometimes the conveyors do not work when you set the direction of the conveyor. So there we go. We just learned that, everybody. Look, we're learning all sorts of stuff today. I love learning new stuff. It's definitely worth putting in the extra time and effort, I feel. For sure. Pay anything for cash these days and they'll scan every note? I don't blame them, bro. I don't blame them at all. I haven't paid cash for anything in a really long time. Checks are obsolete. Cash is obsolete. That's just the way it is, everybody. Just like one day, handwriting will be obsolete. Did you know that? Handwriting is now becoming obsolete in schools. They're going to stop teaching it. They're going to stop teaching handwriting and whatnot. Cursive writing. Not just, obviously writing, but cursive writing. They're phasing those out right now. I remember learning that too. I'm actually a lefty, so I learned to write equally bad with both hands. So they made me be a right. They forced me to be right, and it just felt awkward all the time when I was writing with my right hand. I used to play guitar with the right hand too, because you know what? They force you to do it. That's how it goes. But I can write equally bad now. Rotisserie G, Subi, Daz Henley, Jimbo, and Susumi all getting some love there. And Shimwad, MVP with the 14 kills. Awesome. More battles, everybody. Oh, another one unlocked. Look at us go. I feel like we're going to get to tier 44 again. Easy mode. Oh, it's boss time. Ooh, let's get you guys some boss loot here. Let's get... Oh, I'm pulling out the archer again. Oh, look at that range on this archer, bro. An epic archer just blows away the competition, man. Look at that. I'm going to put him right there. He's just going to blast everything. You guys take the point. I will kill the stuff. You guys grab the loot. GG. Someone you have said to use Apple Pay. I give them Apple Pay is the most genius thing ever. I'm sorry. This is true. And Android Pay or whatever kind of pay you want to do. It doesn't show your credit card number. It doesn't show your ID number, which is on the back of your credit card. You don't have to sign it. It's all about the security of your phone. Now, your phone has to be a very secure phone. So if you got a phone that ain't so secure, I'd lock that thing down, bro. And just so you know, when I work for Apple, if you lock your phone down, not even Apple can open it. No one getting in there. You lock that thing down, especially they have a vault thing. They have a vault thing on your computer as well. If you have an Apple computer and you do that vault thing and you lose the password and you have no way in there, they can't get into it. I'm serious. They can't get in. And that's what you want. You want that. To not even the manufacturer of the thing can get into it. Right? That's being much more secure. Now, are there people out there that could probably break in there? Probably. But geez, use that ability for something better in the world, right? Use it instead of breaking in and stealing crap. Use your talent for something good in the world, right? Don't use it for that. Don't use it for something as common as money. That's a waste of time. That's a waste of time. Use that talent for the betterment of everybody. That's what I say. Don't use the talent for... I mean, using it for nefarious purposes, I feel like is a huge waste of your life and your skill. If you've got a skill, if you're good at something, use it for something good. I mean, that's the least I can ask. But then again, it's your life. They're your life choices. They're all on you. But, I mean, gosh, that's just like human basic, right? Basic human being should be where you use your skills for the betterment of yourself and everybody else, not just for yourself. And again, that gets back to that level 1 and 2, level 0, 1, 2 human being, I think. So there we go. That's what it gets into. Man, I'm doing a lot of kids talk today, but then again, we're doing stuff that takes a long time. It takes time to figure it out. It takes time to do the stuff. So I try to fill in a little bit of those moments with that kind of fun too. Let's go up top here and see if we get this done. In a minute, we'll do it. Oh, I see you right there. Don't think I don't see you, little box. Come here, you. Get out of there. Get out of there. Soon we won't have to use these anymore. We don't have to use that whole ramp. I'm about to make that ramp obsolete. And that's going to be awesome. So we don't have to run up and down that thing. We can literally just run out here and go down that hypertube. And I'm a little curious. I might not put a stopper in. I'm a little curious as to how far that thing will launch me. I'm definitely going to die, though. Definitely going to die, but such is life. Such is gameplay, right? Yeah, it happens. All right, now I want to go ahead and put myself out just a little bit here so I can see the side of this wall for over here, and we can try to bring up that hypertube if we have the ability to from this far. We can build from really far in this game, by the way. We want to go ahead and just connect our hypertube. Now, we're using the same distances that we're using as our lifters, which is about 12. So we can go ahead and bring up our hypertube. Oh, that's going to be a little tough. Let's go down. And just a little bit out of reach. That's okay. We got a way of solving that. Now, one of the things you want to unlock really quickly is this double ramp. As you can see, I use this double ramp a lot. Double ramps are awesome. They allow you to go down or up very easily. It's not very easy to go down or up if you're using your regular ramps and foundations, but your double ramp is the jam. All right, there we go. That's a little bit better. Tellus coming in with a 24 months of sub love. Thank you so much, Tellus. Appreciate that love as well. Who else hit that follow button? Let's see. Tesh Up coming in. Des Hani coming in, dropping that dragon hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the Kismet chat. Now, everybody go ahead and show some love in the chat. Come on, time to participate, everybody. Show that love in the chat for 2 years of love from Tellus, and show some love to all the new peeps who are coming in, pressing that follow button as well. We're talking some stuff. We're talking some IRL while we are going hardcore into some serious building here, everybody. We're doing some serious mega building here. Now, again, see, when I made this commitment to this, I knew this was going to be hours in the making because you gotta, you know, fine tune it, make it work, do all of that stuff. But right now we're about to make this entire area, this entire ramp and everything we've been doing down here obsolete because we're going to go ahead and fill in our hypertube, and that's going to make this nice and easy. And we already have an established ramp here, an established area. That's looking good. I guess we'll bring up all these too while we're at it. Now, another thing that I'm doing here, by the way, which I rarely ever do, is I'm making something that's supporting this up here. Right? I'm making foundations and walls. So this is actually going to act as a big, giant support to this extended area here, though I very rarely work on supports. I do work on stuff that's vertical. If you can master the vertical, you master power, and working vertically, you win this game. That's it. That's all you need to know. In fact, that's pretty much every game. It's pretty much every single building game is mastering the ability to build in a vertical way and how to do power. And when I'm doing power in this game, I'm always looking for that perpetual power, not just in the very beginning of the game where you have basically have to go and keep manually collecting leaves and wood and all of that stuff. Now, I happen to have been lucky enough to run into a bunch of really high-level nodes, all pure coal nodes over there. That is why I started my base over there, because those are pure coal nodes. And so if those are pure coal nodes, I know that I have basically like nuclear power worth of power over there. And I could have as much power as I want for as much automation as I want. But one of the things I want to do is streamline what I'm doing right now, which is streamlining the collection of all of these resources and running them up. Now, very rarely do I run raw resources. Normally, I will make all the cement down there or all the concrete and run the concrete to my base. But in this case, we're going above and beyond. We're going hardcore this time. We're bringing our raw resources with us all the way up to the upper level here. And that is a lot of extra work. It really does take a lot of work to make that happen, especially when you're working so vertically like we're doing here. But we've got the rhythm down now. We know we're working in 12s because you work in sixes or 12s in this game. And so once you got your 6s and 12s down, you should be able to get this to run. Now, how do we know if it's working? Here's what we do. We go in, we grab our logistics here, we grab our belt, we go ahead and run our belt out, and we see it on that belt, and we win. Right? The second we see it come through that belt, we know we've got it working. Right here, same thing up here. Second we see it come out of that belt, we know we got it working. Now let's go over here and fine-tune this side over here for our transport. I highly suggest putting out another row of transport as well as filling all this in. Now I'm going to eventually come over here and I'm sure I'm going to build this out a bit. Right now we'll build it out like that. Put another one here so we can use our hyper tube. We forgot to do our power. That was the other thing we needed to work on. Oh, we're out of resources. No surprise to nobody. Always right at the very end, everybody. Always right at some point you're going to run out of resources in this game. We need to run back, grab some more. Now, I could use my vehicle, but I always find that if it's just this far, then it's not worth doing my vehicle because I have to get in the vehicle. I have to get the vehicle out, put the vehicle down, get in the vehicle, drive the vehicle, get out of the vehicle, pick up the vehicle, and it's just faster for me to run back and grab the stuff than it is to do all of that. Let's go in here and see what we got in there. Nope. How about over here? Nope. But luckily, we have a whole bunch of boxes over here. Now, by the way, I'm going to be massively mega building in this playthrough. You're going to see some huge builds, and we are going to be tapping as many resources as we can and bringing them in to those boxes over there. We're going to try to keep it off the road, though, so we're going to readjust it a little bit. You can see I've got my hub here. Eventually, we're going to put our space elevator here. But right about tier 3 and 4, that's when I'm thinking more long-term. I've got everything unlocked except for vehicular transport. Now, I've played through the game multiple times, all the way through. So it's not a mystery to me. Tesh coming in, showing some love. Thanks so much for showing that Prime sub love. Let's blow it up. That's a brand new sub, everybody. Let's see a bunch of love in the chat for that brand new sub. Thank you so much for coming in, showing the love here in the stream. Now, as you can see, I've got a whole bunch of backlog. Now, this is when I tore down the level down below. As I build, I move my stuff up the levels. Eventually, this level here is going to be up there. This will be manufacturing level here. We'll have our lower level manufacturing down below, and then our medium level manufacturing here, and then up above, which will be our space elevator and all our other stuff up there, and our trains will be all up there, and that's where all the resources will eventually flow. Just like the spice must flow, the resources must flow. For all you Dune fans out there. All right, so let's go ahead and go back down here. We've got ourselves a bunch of stuff. Look at all that stuff. All this stuff right here. See all this stuff? Going to be eliminated. All of that running of lines and all that stuff. And I feel like when I'm doing raw resources, I do a lot of this, especially early game. But later game, you can eliminate all of that stuff by optimizing. And that's what we're doing right now. We're optimizing the input, the raw ore input. And we're going to put the raw ore and all the lines that run that raw ore on this level. This is the running level, right, where we run all of our resources. Now, I go in here and I can fill all this in and do all of that, but that takes more time. Right now, we need to figure out what we're doing over here. We got to bring our power actually down to it, but right now it's actually going to be coming up. because it goes in dual directions. So we'll get this going here in just a second. We got to put this wall outlet right in here. And I actually feel like I want to put it on the right side on this one. So that, or actually no, it's coming up on the thing. So we'll stay consistent. We'll stay consistent on this side. Because what I'm going to need to do is run a line out here. But I can always just run a line because that's just going to have an entrance. All right, so we'll go ahead and put our entrance in. We'll go ahead and connect this behind, which is how I like to connect it. Just aesthetically looks better. There we go. And then let's see if we put in a power line. I don't think I did in that one. No, I didn't. Okay, so we need to put a power line in. We're putting a double wall outlet in there. Now, why am I using the double wall outlet? Well, I don't really need it down here, but I love the double wall outlet. I think it's my favorite of all of the connectors. Now, that's going to be tough because we're close to the edge. Again, usually I find you want to go a few blocks behind and then get behind it like this. This works a lot easier for connecting stuff together. All right, so we got that connected. I should have connected that while I was down there. Maybe I can get it. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Nice. Nice, nice. Got that connected. Looking good. Now, we need to run this into our central power. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to run it over this way temporarily. And that's going to kick on our central power from up here. And we're going to rework all of this when we run our lines. But we're going to run this until it says wire too long. And then we're just going to run this wire too long. And all of this stuff gets fixed up later. But to use my transport right now, we're going to see how far it fires me off the side here too. Because, hey, you know what? What the heck? If I die, oh well, I can always run back. No big deal. Wire's too long. All right, how about right to here? There we go. And so we're just going to run this along. Let's run along the outside. So right here on the edge. You can hear all the stuff running down there. Now, another thing that we want to do is just take a moment. Down there, which you can't quite see it here. Let me go ahead and pop out the side here a little bit. Down there is my power. You can see the water, and behind there is a bunch of coal plants. Now, that power should run in a consistent way up the side, just like we did over there, right? So instead of having all of these things and having it run through all this network of wire, we should have that directly connected to each level by running it from the source itself, the source of the power. I highly recommend that. Why do you want to do that? Because then you could cut off an entire level if you wanted to. You could say, okay, cut that level off, all that manufacturing for right now. I'm going to go ahead and use the level above. Or I'm going to use just the stuff below because I don't have enough power. Now, I have so much power I could generate now that it's not really an issue for me. But if you are hurting for power, which you do, it will happen eventually. It will definitely happen where I will be hurting for power. But let's go ahead and just try to establish the edge. This is the edge of our base. And let's establish our power before we get too far into this, right? Before we'll have to take a bunch of stuff out. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to decide to say middle level, right? Nah, I don't like that. Let's say third level up. Third level up is better because I know this is all going to be manufacturing. And so when I put that there, I can run it along this edge and then run the lines to all of the manufacturing that's going to be running there. And then create another wall and then connect it across and run those lines. And oops, sorry, I hit my microphone. And so on and so on. So I can visualize, look at it right now in your mind. All of the manufacturing that's running there. All the walls that you have with all the power lines going down to all of those machines running in tandem, right? We're going to do inline building today. And so all that inline is going to run down those conveyors and end up in those boxes over there. And then eventually it'll have a first stage, a second stage, a third stage on there. Now this is very horizontal building. Now I could also go in and run it up. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have it run from the bottom part here up to the larger manufacturing up above. So down here we're going to have our lines and whatnot typically run there from down below. But in this case, we're actually going to bring our lines up to the actual manufacturing level, which is what we're doing right here. Now, all this stuff down here that you see down here, this like starter stuff, you know, making plates and all of that stuff, that stuff's going bye-bye. All that stuff will come up here to this level. And instead of it being in separate little things like that, it'll actually be all in line. Whether it's making plates, or whether it's making rods, or whether it's making screws, or whether it's making what, it'll be in one big long line of smelters and constructors. Now, why is it easier to do it in one long line? It's easier to do it in one long line because you can actually just run that one conveyor, and it will fill the first one, and that one will start up. Then it will fill the second one and third one. It takes a lot less resources, a lot less time to build, and it also has an endless expandability because you can see how far I can build. I can build off into the horizon. And I can still just raise it up, too, and then just keep going. And that's why I build up real high, is because of that expandability, that ability to do all of that. Okay, so let's keep going on our power over here. Now, I'm going to obviously rerun all these lines, but for right now, we're going to go ahead and run that to there. Establish where we're going to have our power. Now, down below here, I want to do the same kind of thing, so I'm going to go ahead and run this over a little bit. And I'm going to go ahead and run these walls down. Oh, out of plates. Out of plates. Always out of something, everybody. We're building a bunch of stuff today. Bunch of stuff. And thank you again for that sub love. Appreciate it. Show the love. Exactly. Show that love in the chat. Blow it up. All right, there's our plates. Let's get our plates out of there. Now, the interesting thing right now is my factory's not doing nothing. It's actually just generating power, and that's it. The rest of the whole entire factory is off while I'm retooling the factory here. And I could have left it on. I could have left it connected and all that, but it's not really that important because we're doing some serious hardcore stuff now. We're doing some serious mega building, even though we're not in the later stages of the game. We're really in the earlier stages of the game. Kind of feel like I want to go down there and make sure that's in the right spot. Now me, I like to jump down. That's my favorite thing. But in this case, I don't have my skates yet. We'll get those unlocked at some point. But we're just going to run over here. And down we go. All right. And we're centralizing our power. That's going the wrong direction. And down we go. Now, because I built all these levels off the same starter foundation, all this stuff will match up. Unless I do what I did before and create little half walls, which I did do. Now, I always drop some resources on different levels, just so I can grab it. In this case, I've already taken all the resources out of that one. That one's our coal right now. We got to bring our coal all the way up, too. We got to remember that. But what I need is I need some concrete. Now, I go all the way back to the top, or I could just sit right here and try to snag all this concrete off this belt. And that's always fun. To see if you got the skills. To see if you got the skills to grab it right off the belt. That's another thing about that show, The Expanse, I've been watching on Amazon Prime, is they say belters all the time. And that just reminds me of conveyor belts. And that's like gets stuck in my head. We're belters. Really good show, by the way, everybody. I've been getting hooked on that, The Expanse thing. I'm almost done with it. I'm in the final season now. Season 4. All right, so we got that going. So we got power on that level. Now we'll go ahead and put power on this level. Again, I suggest putting at least 3 up. And then power on our bottom level there. Let's run down there. See, this stuff I'm doing now, this is long run stuff. Long run stuff takes a lot of time. As opposed to just building it and going, building wherever you feel like building. Long run stuff really helps out over your entire playthrough. But it comes at a huge cost of doing all of this stuff. Alright, so that is now connected to every single level. Now, what I want to do is I want to take the power from over here and run that up to there. So how can I do that? Well, I can just jump down, whee, into the water, sploosh, get on my water extractor. Now, if you notice, I've got my foundations just below the water. That's because I don't need any pumps to do that. See? Great way to not have to use any pumps. Now, there's a line right here that's being used. This looks like our central line here. And so we can go ahead and say, you know what? We don't want to use that at all. We actually want to use a nice wall. If we can feed it in here. All right, can't fit the wall in because we want to use our wall connector. But that's okay. We'll go ahead and use one of these for now. And we'll go ahead and try to take our other line out like that. Run that up to there. Okay, nah, I don't like that at all. That's gotta go. That's gotta go. I don't like it. A second I do something, I'll know whether I like it or not. If I don't like it, it's gotta go. So let's go ahead and say right there. That's a much better spot. Then we'll connect this one. And we'll connect that one. So we're gonna take this. We're gonna run it this way. Over here. Oh, let's get up a little higher. Grab it. Sometimes you can't grab it. You gotta do a little jumpy jump. Get it? Nope. There we go. Boom. Drop that over there. Now, we can't forget this last one here because this one I just disconnected. So we got to make sure we got all three of those connected. Get it? Oh, there we go. We got to make sure all those are spinning. There we go. Because otherwise it'll run out of water for my power. And the second that water runs out, my power will kick off, and which means my coal will kick off. Everything will kick off. All right, there we go. So now we have our central power running this way. And we have it running up to the wall. We have it running this way over here. And this is running that way. See, this actually should run across from here, which are actual power, directly over here. Because then this power directly runs that. Right? And that's what you want. You want it to directly run all the rest of this stuff. You can see that turned off for a second too. Now it's coming back on. This way it perpetually runs itself. This also runs directly back and goes to the coal. So you want it to directly run the water and directly run the power. Now sometimes that'll turn off also when it has enough water because it's producing more water than it actually is using at the current moment. And this is called perpetual power. Soup helps a lot for sure. Am I chat restricted? Nope. I see you there, Ozzy. What's up? What's up, Ozzy? Now, they added a new thing, by the way, for all of those who might have got banned for some random thing in my chat that you did. You don't get banned randomly. Of course, Saltbot used to do that a long time ago. Maybe a long time ago you might have got banned from Saltbot. But if you did get banned, you can actually request an unban. But know that we log every single ban. So if you say, hey, Kismet, I got banned for no reason, you're going to stay banned. If you're straight up and say, Kismet, I got banned for this dumb thing that I did. I was a kid at the time. I'm going to try to do better. Whatever, real life excuse you could try to give me. I might give you a second chance, but very rarely. Very rarely do I give people a second chance because people rarely instantly change. They might change over a month, 6 months, a year, but 2 days later, I seriously doubt it. I seriously doubt that they've learned that whatever they did was a bad idea. Actually, I didn't want to take the wall out. I just wanted to do the thing. Take that out. There we go. All right, so we got our power. See how we got our power running this way? It's running over there. Well, now we're going to start running it all through wall connectors. So we can run it down that way, and it can run this. And that's the whole purpose of what we're doing here, is to start to streamline how we run all of our power. Like this. Again, this is long-term stuff. This is stuff you're going to be doing a lot. Now, I like to run the cross connections behind, and then I don't have to see the cross connections, right? And then we'll take this power out from up there. So why run it from up there? Why not just run it from the level to which it's running directly from the power? Now, if I want to cut it out, I just cut that line out, and then it's good. All right, there we go. Now, this one we're running that way, and we're running it up, and that's fine. But I kind of feel like maybe we should switch the role of this one with that one, because this one's right here. I can just turn that one around and run it from that end section up right there. So eventually we want to do that, and so let's just do it now. Let's just switch the roles of these. And I don't know why I didn't use this one first, because that one's closest to that right there. I don't know. Maybe I just was doing what needed to be done in the moment. And such is how you figure stuff out, right? You optimize stuff later on. Let's take all that out of there. Make me drop my resources. Again, I prefer to do my extractors on foundations. It's just they line up nicer. I wish we had foundations in Astroneer, and I keep missing out on my Astroneer time. Making me grumpy. I keep missing out on my Astroneer time. I'll play some Astroneer next week. I'm going to get some Astroneer in. Now, see, I got the coal running there. Right there, so I kind of feel like we want to run that and then run it out right here so we can connect that down there. All right, let's do that. Again, we're doing some long-term stuff now. So let's start with a wall. Let's just pick up a wall over here. And then we'll now use our cool new wall thingies, our wall conveyors. Turn it the right direction. And so we want to go ahead and have this lift. Have this lift up. Turn around. And then we'll run our conveyors across. And I'm just going to run it direct. Now, we'll run that nicer later on, but we're just going to run it direct. And then we're going to cut off that down there. And because it knows what direction, look at that. Look how you can get it from over here. Isn't that neat? I mean, you got to appreciate, when you're a big builder like me, you got to appreciate that kind of stuff, bro. That's somebody working really hard to make that work. I can just highlight that from over here, connect it, and then see if I can get it to go. Now, right now, it's going against the clearance of this, so that's a bit in the way. So let's go ahead and fix this down here as well. You know what? This connector's got to go. Now, if I do lose power, by the way, it gives me a few minutes here to hurry up and fix my power. But if I do lose power, I do have those organic generators over there, biofuel, if I need to do that. But I suggest just to go fast. Go fast, get this stuff connected as fast as you can. Yeah, just connecting it from the front. Let's see. Why am I doing that? Oh, because I want to use a wall. That's, I was like, why am I doing that for a second? I wanted to use a wall conveyor over on the other side. Yeah, see, it's connecting into that right there. So I want to take this out, actually. We'll put the power on there in a minute. We need to run the wall conveyor first, like this. Really? Where's our... Oh, I pressed the wrong one. That's why. Pressing the wrong button. There we go. Alright, let's jump down there. Let's get this fixed. And so instead of using a pole now I'm going to use a wall connector, which is awesome because it's 4 per side. So we'll say right there. And then now we'll go ahead and grab this again. And it's going to connect to the back. And then this one's going to connect across this way. And then in the back here, connect that to that. So constantly improving upon what we're doing. Right, and that's cycling back in there. Now all the power is cycling to right there, but also it's running up off to that side one that we did. Now here's the thing. We don't necessarily have to run it that way anymore. We can go ahead and run it from behind. All the stuff can be run behind. All right, thanks, Toby. Appreciate it. So all the stuff can be run from behind. And now that we've unlocked our ability to do it from over here, same thing over here. Let's go ahead and optimize our power over here. Well, actually, I don't have any foundations there. Look out. Look out. I need some foundations. Go for a little swim. Glad there's no big, gigantic Loch Ness monster or something in here. That would really be in trouble. But let's, you're like, everything seems connected. Like, Kismet, you were working on some stuff way over there. But everything's connected. Everything is part of everything else. That's really metaphysical there, too. It's all part of something else. Now, this I can't do because I'm out of concrete, of course. I'm always out of something. But all this stuff is interconnected. And you definitely want to, if you're going to fix it, you might as well just fix it right. Right? Fix it from the beginning. Run it correctly as you're running it all the way back. And then retooling all this. I spent a lot of time at this stage just optimizing where my stuff's going to run and what it's going to do. Optimizing it really helps later on when you have to build all the bigger stuff and you have a lot of stuff that goes into other stuff. All right, we're going to do that battle here in just a second. Let's go ahead and instead of running it like this from down there, we're going to do the opposite. We're going to take this out and we're going to say, you know what? Let's go ahead and run that power up this way. Let's go get some concrete first. This needs it. That needs an entrance. We're going to be fixing all of those as well. Concrete it is, all the way to the top. A lot of time and effort goes into this. A lot. Okay, concrete's over here. Oh, out of concrete. Look out. Look out. Do we got any extra sitting over here? Nope. All right, let's take that out. So now we hit a little wall here where we run out of concrete. That's not good considering my power is going to go off soon. When that power goes off, we'll be in trouble. And all this other power now has been cut off throughout my entire factory, including all my hypertubes. So we're in a bit of a bind, but not that big of a bind. Because up here, we're actually producing some concrete, and we go tap that line again. Now what I'm going to do is, instead of grabbing it off the line there, which is really fun, I'm going to go over here and actually grab the excess that's in the actual converters over here. I'm always thinking next level, everybody. Thinking next level. Now, obviously, we got to get our limestone going now, because that should be a red flag right there, that your limestone is getting low, that your concrete's getting low, because we're using it all up. Now, I do have a lot of concrete down at the bottom, which I can use as well. So, let's get over here. Let's go ahead and fill this in with our wall, and we'll go ahead and look at how we want to do it. Maybe we could just run it from over here. Let's do this. Run our walls all the way up here. Let's fill in the rest of this. Yeah, that's how to do it. Up there. And right there. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take out all these power connectors. We're going to do something even smarter. We're going to take those out. Now what we're going to do is we're going to have our lower level here, this connector right here, be the connector that runs to all of these. Like this. And we're going to run this down. Like that. And we're also going to have this top connector connect into there, which is going to connect into the rest of the power. And then we're going to go ahead and grab our actual power way over here. And we're going to run that up into there. Like that. Now we're probably going to need two connectors there. So I kind of feel like, hold on a second, let's change our mind here. Let's go ahead and get our double connectors going. So we'll put one on one side, one on the other. Yeah, a little bit further down though. Oh, this is awesome. Oh, I'm liking this idea. All right, we'll bring that down. Up. Trying to bring it down to the center. Sometimes very hard to visualize. Yeah, it acts like it's lower, but it's actually in the center. There we go. Okay, so these are all going to get connected to each other behind. This will connect down into this. This will connect down into that. This will go ahead and connect from here over to the rest of the power. And then our main central power is going to come off of the power plants into this one. So we got 1, 2, 3 into that one. Then we're going to have to jump down there. We're going to have to unplug the other side. So instead of building a wall on this side and connecting all of the power, I'm going to actually do it from the back side, because we're going to actually put more power here eventually. So these are all out. Good. Now that's now powering that water. So the water's now firing up. And we'll see that kick on. There it goes. But we have 3 more power plants on the other side that we can run. So let's swim underneath here. And then we got our 3 plants right here. It's just easier to see from down here. Oh, that is awesome. That's cool. Got to get our coal going now. All right, so back to our coal. Over here. And this is involved, bro. This is involved, this game. But I love doing this part, which is optimizing everything that I'm doing. And that's now going to run right into there. So now we're going to bring it down and bring it straight in here from that first one, and the other one will turn around because it's easier to turn that one around and run it upstairs for our steel. Really need a hypertube from down there to up there. Really need to get that going at some point. We'll work on that in a bit if I get my big butt up here. Come on, why my characters always have a big butt? Let's go. Let's go, bro. All right. Now we got that working. We got the power running to it. Though it's currently not running because it's actually not physically connected to it. There we go. And now that's going to fire up that coal. That's going to be way more coal than it needs. But we're going to also split that coal for future power expansion. And there we go. And now that power is coming from down there into here, down to here to run the water down below. It's also cross-connecting to here. That then is running upwards to all of our different levels. And thus, we're going to run it from those levels. Now, you're going to see that this coal over here is redundant now. That one is useless, so we're not going to worry about that. Our hypertubes are all currently off. All of the rest of our power chain is off right now. But that's okay. We can go ahead and just kind of cross-connect for now. And once you're connected into one of these, all of this is going to be connected. And that's going to be pretty cool. Let's do it. Boom. Everything's going to flip back on again. Now all of our hypertubes and all of that stuff should be working. Let's test it out. Boom. Patooey. Bam. There we go. All right, that's looking good. So now that we've revamped our power and we've got all of that going in the right direction, that's going to be taking care of our perpetual power over here. Our stuff's already taken care of. Now, see, I love doing this. I love doing it where you're running it from a wall connector as opposed to just running a pole. Now, I like the wires there. I think that looks pretty awesome. Very industrial strength. Though I would prefer the wires where you wouldn't see them as much, to be down lower and kind of hidden down below there. So I kind of feel like I would fix that in the future. I would go through and put it down the bottom level. Instead of it running up real high like that, I would run along the bottom level directly as close as I possibly could, and then I'll run the wire neatly around the back, much like we've done over here, where it's run very cleanly straight up the wall or straight across the wall like that. I feel like that's something I would do. Am I going to do it? Yeah, maybe. I got other things to do. I got to get back to the main thing I was working on. But now that we got that retooled there, we got the logistics of all this figured out, we're going to go ahead and take this out, take that out, and then turn this around in the other direction. Hope I didn't get my frames back. Ah, little sucker. Didn't give me my frames back. Nope, it didn't give me my modular frames. That sucks. First thing I did is I looked to see if I was overburdened, if I had too much stuff on me. Some extra stuff there. But I didn't, so I got to make some frames. Oh, that's not what I need. I need this one. And do we have enough for modular frames? No, we don't. We don't have the resources for it. What a bummer. Let's go over here and put this into the awesome sink. So when this fires back up again, I get rid of all this trash I'm running around with that I no longer need. Okay, so that's going. That's connected. This should be connected. That should start running in there. Yep. All right, awesome. Let's get rid of that extra stuff. It didn't give me my modular frames back, so now I have to go make some modular frames, but I don't have the resources that go along with that right now. And plus, we want to get back over here so we get all this stuff up and running. Now, we're mega building early. Look at that. That's pretty awesome, bro. That's pretty awesome. We're mega building very early game, but having fun doing it. Let's grab all this. See, that's what I need right there is my frames. And what can we put back? Some barrel nuts. Some of this. Put all that stuff back. And now you got to think that I'm only working with about 4 or 5 nodes here overall. But we definitely want to get them in such a way that we can optimize them. So we'll go ahead and turn that back that way. There we go. And I don't think I'm even using this lifter here, am I? Oh, yeah, no, I'm using it for that. Let's move this over. Which way we going here? Apparently, I didn't pick a direction. I'm going to say outwards. I'm now setting the precedent. See, this one's feeding from this direction. So the smart thing to do is just to run that on the inside. Feel like we can line that up a little better. Now on the side of the lifters, by the way, there's these little lines that show you the levels when you're running it. And so you can line that up just a little bit better by using those lines. And here's how the lines work, right? 1 level, 2 level, and then 3 level. And it sits on the cap of the 3rd level where the line is. So that lines up into that 3rd level. So it does work pretty well. All right, let's go ahead and do this battle, everybody. Sorry I get distracted. It happens. I do love to do battles, though. Let's battle it out. Let's go to it. What's a cup for? Fantastic question. In fact, 1,000 kiss caps for everybody in the chat for that fantastic question. I'll show you here in just a second. All right, yeah, that's a boss win. Open the capture chest. Grant you guys some more. Whoa, look at all those scrolls. Rotisserie G, Subi, Chris Villa, Jimbo, and Kahana all getting some more scrolls. Look at you guys go. Subi, hey, congrats, Subi. MVP with a 15 assists of that round. Just absolutely crushing it. Nice job. Let's get into it. We're gonna loop this entire thing again. Let's see. We got blue going there. Oh yeah, that's a high side for sure with a mystery. With a mystery right in front of it. Yeah, we're going high side. I'm trying to aim for those blue chests so you guys get more skins. Oh boy, oof. Oof, not liking this one. That's a rough one. You know, YOLO. I say we go right here. I'll just go right there. What the heck? What the heck? This one's going to be an all-out battle, everybody. This is going to be a nuts one because you really have bad positions. You can't really group up a lot in these corners. So better to group up with a larger group and have a lot of support to help you when you're getting blasted than to be all spread out. Let's see how that works out. Thanks for being here. Now, this right here, this coffee cup, basically does nothing. But the name of the people who make this game, Satisfactory, are called Coffee Stain. So, of course, you're going to have a coffee cup. But I feel like the main purpose of the coffee cup for me is so you're not running around looking at this the entire time. Or this. Or this, especially. Right? You're out there trying to build with a chainsaw in your face the entire time. It's really annoying. You know what's even better than having all those things in your face? Is just having a coffee cup. I'm using my scroll wheel, by the way, to change my items that I have on my hands right now. So that is why they have the coffee cup. Is because it basically, there's no way to put your weapon away. There's no reason to put it away. No way to do that. The only way you can take it out is if you do that. And you don't want to do that every time. There's no, stow your item. There's no hold down R and stow your item. Now, why there's not that command, I have no idea. It's in many other games. I think it would be great, but that's why I have the coffee cup. You can actually drink the coffee cup. Slurp, slurp. If you so desire. It's up to you. All right, so now we need to tap this power from all the way up above and run that into our other hyper tube. And then we get back to our stuff over here. Again, it's good to take a little bit of time to organize our power. That's going to help us in the long run. That's a long run thing. And then over here, we can also optimize now this direction of power. Right? So we're going to go ahead and take that out. And we're going to go this way. So we'll go ahead and hit this over there. And then we're going to tell it, okay, how far is the maximum we can go? Oh, our wire too long there, but not here. So this is where we want our thing to be. We'll start adding, oh, we're getting low concrete too. Start adding our power lines along here. And again, we know it's right about there. And we'll make the call, say there. And this is how I replace my power lines. I replace them with all double wall outlets. And they're very, very useful. Run all of that. We definitely need to get our concrete fired up very, very soon, or we're going to be in big trouble. Big trouble with lack of concrete. Now, of course, I could just go make some. And then there we go. So we got that fixed. We definitely have plenty of limestone, that's for sure. Oopsie doopsie. And the reason why I'm running out of concrete is because I'm making a lot of these walls. They burn up a lot of concrete. Did I run that behind? I did. Okay. And then we'll run this like this. How far can we run this line? Oh, man, we can run it right up against the edge here. Right up against the edge. So I say probably better here. So let's go ahead and say like this. Oh, this is going to be nice. Improving, taking the time to run our stuff properly. Nice, okay. There we go. We'll take this one out. And we got one final line to run. And I'm going to run it across from there over to this side. Let's say here. Very low on concrete. Double wall outlet. And again, I'm running it 3 levels up so it doesn't interfere with anything else that I'm running. And let's go ahead. And I feel like I want that back further. Match up to that side. Take that back out. Feel like we're out of concrete. Out of concrete. Such is the way it goes, everybody. Yeah, out there. That's okay. We'll take some of this out. Utilize that for our connector. And power connector. And then we'll run it from way over there to right there. Definitely want that to go to another in-between spot. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Getting us all running, everybody. Getting it going. This is very involved. That's one more out from where we're at. All right, let's say right here. Pull these ones out so we can use the concrete from that. Actually, it should be right here. That's up by 1. Yeah, it's up by 1. Well, I'm glad we looked at it now. That's up too far. So let's say right here. Now, when you get into this in-between spot, it doesn't really matter. But this is up by 1 too far. Best thing to do is recognize your mistakes and take action. Bam. There we go. Nice. And then, again, we're going to bring this across to here. And more walls. We'll get this going to there. Yeah, let's run it all the way from our main power, and then it's going to run down from right here. I like that a whole lot better than running it down some ramp and have to put in all those poles and all of that. Nice clean run. What do you guys think? You think this is going to work? Screw it! YOLO! Woohoo! Woo! I'm going to get launched like a beast. Ah! Oh my gosh, I lived. Oh, look how far we got launched, everybody. I can't believe I lived. I lucked out there was a plateau here. Oh, that was close. Close, close. All right, I'll go back this way. We got to climb back up in here in the river. Hey, while we're here. What's up, Fred? Say hello to our buddy Fred while we're here. Get a little swimming in after all that hard work. A lot of hard work going on. You're like, Kismet, man, you did all this for just limestone? No. This is all for my resources later on. So we got our limestone coming out of there. Coming up, swinging around, going all the way up. This one over here going all the way in. Now, we need to figure out if we have an issue. Now, again, all of this now is obsolete. All of this power, all this stuff. Now, if we see that this has power down here after we remove all of the cross connections, which we've already done, if this has power, then we know we have power, right? Because we know that that is running that power and then running the power straight down to where we have it right here, right? So that's a direct power line from our actual power source, from our actual coal plants. And we know that all of this now has power. And that's awesome, because now we can take all the rest of this stuff out. In fact, you know what? I'm just going to go and just take all of this out. Now, see, when you get something, I wish you could deselect in this game, which you can't. But what you want to do is just find yourself a good angle to where you're not hitting your foundations. And just take all that stuff out. Boom. I'm holding down Control, by the way, to do that. Oh, look, I'm dropping loot. I'm dropping loot there. Oh, no. Probably resources. Let's drop all this stuff for a second. What do we got? There we go. Get our plates back. So there we go. So now we can take out all of this here and start to dismantle this. Now, the reason why I left this originally is actually not because of the resources or the conveyors, is because of the power. The power is the great limiting factor when you're running it down a ramp like that. The second I disconnect that, then I lose power all the way down, which is definitely not what you want to happen. Now, this over here, we're going to retool this as well. And we're going to go ahead and run a double wall outlet on this side. Then we're going to go ahead and connect it from the back, as we love to do. And then we're going to connect it across to over here, like that. And now that has power. And then whatever's connected to this will continue to have power down the road. Like we can connect that across there. But we're revamping all of our power lines, we're revamping all of our transport and all of that. So now we no longer need this one, because now we can use our vertical one. So all of this is out, like this. So you're like, Kismet, your power. That's okay. I'm going to go ahead and use the existing wall that we're using as a power run. So we're going to go, okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And let's turn it that way. And we're redoing our power while we're redoing our lines. Highly recommend doing that. Now, we no longer need this stop shield there. We can take that out. We don't need this one. We'll take that out. And then now we can make a nice, long, beautiful power run. In theory, 12 across here. Yep. Just like that. Very nice. Now we can also back chain this from over there, over here. And that's going to power our hypertube. Okay, so we've got our 2 nodes for our stuff going here. Now here's the thing. I can also combine these 2 nodes because these 2 nodes are only going at 120 right now. So I could combine them because these ones I'm using are all level 3s. So I could combine that one and this one. But what I really want to do is take that one back there and run it over here because it's a small run here. Instead of running it all the way up, which I could do, I could just run it over here and combine it with this one, and then it's only a single line running up. And that's a smart idea. Same thing with my copper, same thing with all of my iron. I could run it to this point and just run it up. So we're just running it at this lower level to get it over here, and then over here is lifting, and then that's going straight into my base. There's a lot of different options you have right now, though I'm a little crazy. And when you deal with a crazy man going to lift them all. He's going to lift them all up. So we're going to lift those there, and we're going to lift all of these up in their position, and then we're going to run them back all over there as well. So that's what Crazy Man going to do. So let's go ahead and start over here by removing all of our current infrastructure. No longer need all these lifters. We're going to get all these resources back. Oops, I should have went in and put all the resources away. Let's go. Let's make some more boxes here because we're about to have a crazy ton of resources right here. We're going to drop it in a nice central location. Usually by wherever your hypertubes are is a good spot. Good spot while you're doing this. All right, no longer need this. And now we're going to take out all of our hard work. Let's go. Now again, spending the time doing this is going to pay off in the long run. Going to make it super clean. Also very fun to do. To do all this mega building and whatnot. Now make sure you got lots of inventory space when you're doing this, or you end up with a bunch of boxes laying around like me. Don't do that. Try not to hit your foundations. You hit your foundations off in the distance. See that? How I hit that foundation? I could forget later and come back and fall through that hole. Watch out for that. We got a bunch of what I call scaffolding here, where I was using it while I was building. And I no longer need that. Take that back out. Oh, hold on, control. There we go. Take that back out. And then I got also getting a bunch of my concrete back, too. So I can use that for building later on. Now, it also leaves the mystery of how the heck did you do that, right? You guys saw how I did it. But if somebody just coming in the stream right now, I'd be like, Kismet, how'd you build that so tall like that when you don't have any other levels to it as you go along? And I can make it, I can go in and make it each level. I can make each level a different hypertube and go level to level to level. That works as well, for sure. Now, we also need to watch out when we're going up, too. When we come out of that hypertube, it may fire us off the side and we fall to our doom. But when you're going up, it's going to go much slower than when you're going down. So we're going to make the commitment of removing all of our transport lines here and all of our actual ore lines. And we no longer need to use this starter ramp. Now, I use ramps in the very beginning, and then I start to avoid ramps. And I start using wall units. And I feel like that's a good progression in the game. To start using your wall stuff along the way. Again, you want to find a nice angle where you're not going to hit anything accidentally behind. See, like right here, I can get this without anything being behind it. But if I was doing it directly like that, I might hit something way off in the distance. So be real careful on that. We're going to get a crazy ton of our resources back here too, so we can build other things. Now, I can also just hit Control, Control, Control by letting go, right? Control, let go, etc. Or you can hold down Control to get everything that you kind of roll over. It's really up to you. All this stuff out here, irrelevant now. All of this, obsolete. Obsolete. Oh, foundation's down below, that's why. Put our ramps back in so we don't fall. All right, all of these lifting lines, useless now. Take out all the small lines there too, so we don't accidentally leave those. This is all useless. Take all that out. We're going to keep the hypertube though. Take all this out. Now we're lifting power from this side. Don't need to anymore because we now have our power being lifted from over here. And it's going all the way up and across. So we no longer need that power there. Though we do need to bring power over here. But all of this other power structure that we created, not necessary. All that work we did, make that so much nicer. Hypertube out. Don't need it. Don't need this lift. Don't need these walls. All that gone. Very nice. This is going to lift up. But the rest of this is not. I also have 2 things of coal. So I should probably offset this one by 1. And then we're going to lift both of our coal nodes from this side up. And then this one down here. It's going to work mainly for our power. Because we're definitely going to have to juice up our power very, very soon. For sure, for sure. All right, we'll go ahead and do this. And this one, we're going to go ahead and divert. We're thinking in long terms. There we go. And then we'll bring our other one, which is actually over there where our awesome sink is, along this edge, up into there, lift it into that higher level. Okay, we got all that going. We need some more power down here. So we need to run our power a bit along here. Oh, we already got it right there. How convenient. And let's say right here. It'd be a nice little power wall. Revamping our power using our wall outlets now. There. And running our power there, just so we can use our hypertube. We want to from right here. This allows us to come from the top edge down to where our nodes are. And so it's going to basically obsolete a lot of the other stuff that I have running. I'm going to obsolete all of this. These hypertubes here, we're going to fine-tune those. No longer need the connection back that way because we've disconnected all of that. Our ramp's nice and restored. So now we have a clean ramp. Let's go ahead and make sure that we're running our power across here. We are. We're back chaining that power through there. All that's working. Hypertubes are still working. Very nice. Okay, now all of this stuff running up here. Gotta go. Gotta go to the bye-bye. Again, you'll spend a good amount of time doing stuff and then undoing stuff, I find, in this game. That's part of the fun. Part of the fun, up there I go, dropping resources again. Dropping tons of resources. Let's just go ahead and create a random one out here. Now see, when you start removing all of this stuff, that's when you're going to start having trouble. Alright, we don't need these anymore. We don't need that. This is running power to something we don't need right now. Probably want to keep that hypertube for right now. Let's go ahead and run some direct power from over here somewhere. Let's say right from here. This is a temporary, and we'll come back. Rework all of that later. Okay, now we got a bunch of resources in all of this, and a bunch of resources over here. But we're really just trying to clean house here, and we definitely want to get all of this kind of cleaned up a bit. All of this now obsolete. Get all these conveyors without accidentally getting the foundations. There we go. Cleaned up. All right, clean that up just a bit. Got a lot more to do on the other side. And so we're basically mega building very early. Usually I wait till later before I start getting into insane stuff like this, where we're just like really lifting the stuff up really, really high. But I love to build vertically. And you can see now that we've taken out all the resources that we were running up to here. The only two resources we need from down there is the coal. And so we'll run the coal from the down there to up here. We definitely need more transport as well. We can take this out. No longer running that up to here. We're now going to take out all of this steel production as well. That's no longer necessary. I think we probably emptied all the boxes already. This one empty? No. All right, take out all of this. Oh. I love taking out a whole bunch of stuff at the same time. I think that's a brilliant feature. So you can take out a whole bunch of stuff. Just watch out what level you're taking it out, or you're going to end up taking out a lot of your stuff, like your foundations here. I don't like taking out foundations. Oh yeah, lots of loot in there. All right, let's centralize all of our extra loot. You're going to see me dropping a lot of containers here as we take all our stuff back down. Like that. Now this is my steel production down here. Obviously I've got lots of steel now. We're going to put this in a much better spot. We're going to run this as a conveyor level, but I kind of feel like for right now we'll go ahead and use the upper part first, and then we're going to run stuff underneath in the long run. Wow, that's a lot of loot right there. In fact, I think I'm just going to put that right there. A lot of loots. Much more poles right there too, which is cool, because if I take a pole and put it in there and take this out, then I can take this, switch that in there. Now, welcome everybody. Welcome to the stream. Come on in, relax, and to stay caffeinated, of course. True, kind of true. For sure. That is very true. All right. Now, you build and then you rebuild, and you take out and you redo. Don't be afraid to tear your entire factory down like I'm doing right now. Just kind of while I'm here in this particular section, I'm kind of doing a bit of my base. And so I'm taking all this stuff out. Now, again, I can just go through, hit Control on the thing that I want to get rid of. And so I can be very precise if I so choose. And since this is a bunch of stuff, if it's just a couple things, I'll just do them individually. But if it's a bunch of stuff, you can take them all out like that just by pressing and releasing Control. Then you're very specifically hitting just that one item. And it does speed it up a bit. All right, there we go. My light back on. All right, looking good. That's good. We don't need this anymore. We don't need these poles. These poles are all obsolete. All right, now whenever I put containers down like that, I know that I'm dropping a bunch of resources in those containers that I can utilize later. Now, one of the things I don't want to do is I don't want to end up with a bunch of stuff that I don't need while I'm out building. So I know I need this, I need that, I need a bit of this stuff here. I need my wire, I need my poles. And you can end up with a whole bunch of stuff that that you're not really using in the moment. So let's make sure we get all of our main resources here. We go ahead and put these poles back in. We don't need to have extra poles there, but we're definitely going to need a lot of this. So let's do that, because we're going to be running a lot of lines here in a minute. And then also we dropped a lot of stuff in here, which could be our other resources that we're looking for. More rotors, more wire. All of this stuff back in there, like so. Now, I don't need to carry all of that right now. But I do need to grab some of this other stuff. Full stack in there. There we go. A little bit of all of that looking good over here. There's screws. I'm just kind of consolidating all of these kind of second level resources. All that first level resource we'll just leave. And these two are empty, so let's take those out so we don't look in those. All right, that's looking good. I like it, I like it. Now I'm probably going to end up missing something at some point, so let's go ahead and just figure this out by trying to switch my things down here. There we go. By going in and try to do a hypertube and see if I can do that. Do this, do that. Press all the buttons of the things that you might make, and then see if you have the resources to make those things. It does help a lot. Okay, so we took that out. We took out all of our main lines there. And we got to take out all of this stuff here. Yeah. Dropping resources again. And we'll come back and consolidate these resources later on. Let's take this out. Take a few of these plates back. But we want to go ahead and kind of clean house here. A bit on all of this. All right, nice. Sort that. All right, that's looking good. Consolidated a bunch of those resources. What do we got here? A bunch of iron. What time is it? Oh, it's time for a break. Time for a little bit of a break here. Again, we're really getting into it here. This is some serious mega building where we're kind of working toward the end result early on in the game. Very, very early. I think this is very early to be doing this kind of level of building because I don't have huge manufacturing going on right now. But it's going to be nice. It's going to be nice here in the long run. Let's keep it going. So let's run over this way. Actually, we don't even need to run. Where's my vehicle? I put my vehicle down somewhere. I have no idea. Probably down below. Let's go ahead and look in here. Do I have it in my hands? Nope. I always should keep my vehicles in my hand. But I didn't. Oh well, we're going to walk it. And now we're going to go over here and we're going to see if there's a problem with our connection. And if we don't see our stuff here at the top, then we know there's something going on at the bottom. Like right now, we can see that there's no resources coming out of the end. And when we see that, then that means somewhere along the way, those resources stopped. Right? And we got to go down there and see where it's at. It's not on that side. Let's go look on this side. So we don't see it on that either. That one's coming up to there. But it's not going through the rest of this. So take this out. And then put that back in again. Crouching, another's clearance. Oh, because the line's there. That's interesting. There was a line there. That's what's causing that one not to work. Most likely. Oh. Something going on funky there. GG. All right, that one's good. Now, if that one was having a problem, I would most likely guess that the other side is going to have the same problem. And that would be the first thing I would check. I would check and see if it was the top part here while we were working on it. We might have been sending it in the wrong direction. We might have been sending it down as opposed to up. And that's causing it not to work. So we'll run that, see if it fixes it. Doesn't look like it is. So there's something definitely going on down below. I didn't put a stopper in again, everybody. Forgot to put a stopper in. Now I'm going to hold down S to see if I can slow myself down. Oh, I can. Speed myself up. Slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. Oh, look at that. I just learned something, everybody. You can slow yourself down from firing out of there at 100 miles an hour. Though I should just put a blocker in and then I can keep myself from doing that because I like to go down there really, really fast. This is what I call a blocker. A blocker is, go flying off the side. Just throw yourself a wall up. I suggest at least 3 high. So if you do go firing out of there again, you'll have something to stop you. All right. So we're having some problem on this one. Now, is this one running? Yeah, that one's running there just fine. It's running up that one just fine. I can see that one. This one looks like it's not working, so let's take that one out and rerun that one. Oh, there that one goes. Okay, that one's working good. How about on this side? Let's see if it connects to that side. Now, sometimes we can't see it from down here, whether it's working or not, because it's really far away. But I'm going to go ahead and take it out and re-add it again anyway. Now, I won't be able to see it again from here, but let's go up a little bit higher. Let's go up to the top and see if it's showing up there. So we did fix that one. That one's fixed. We know that that one's now working, so that's good. Back up we go. Now, as we're going up, by the way, since we are running by the conveyors themselves, we can look at the conveyors and see if they're working. Another great Kismet tip for you. Yep, it's working now. And that's why I ran it right next to the conveyors. Oh, that one's not working. So that top one is not working for some reason. Well, let's take this back out. And out you go. All right, sometimes it just takes, especially with these lifters, because this is an early access game, sometimes it just takes you taking it out and putting it back in again, and taking it out and put it back in again, and so on and so forth. Just to try to initiate it. There we go. Initiate it to work. So if you're having trouble with that, just kind of, work it from the bottom and take it out, put it back in, take it out, put it back in. I find that the lifters are usually the thing that's the worst, right? Oh, actually, that top part doesn't match up. Why does that top part not match up? Huh. 1, 2, 3. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ah, Interesting. For some reason, this one doesn't snap at 12. I hope there's not a half wall in there that's causing that problem. That's weird, because it should go at maximum. It's lining up to that one. There it goes. Yeah, it wasn't snapping to the top one. Now it snapped to it. Again, remember, it is a, the bottom's not working. There is definitely something funky chicken going on there. Snap it to the bottom. Yeah, something weird about the snap at the bottom. Again, remember it's early access, so it's going to have trouble. So just keep fuddling with it until you get it to work. I feel like that's a rock solid there. And we get it to come out of there, we win. There we go. So yeah, some fuddling with it there. That's one of my famous things I say in here all the time. Fuddle with it. Dang, a half hour went by already? God, wow, that was fast. That was a fast half hour, bro. Did you try unplugging and plugging it back in? Yeah, that works every time, right? That's a reboot. Right there, you just unplug it and plug it back in again. Happens quite often. All right, we got those two working. All right, that's two of a whole bunch working. All right, now we got to make a whole bunch more foundations without a lot of concrete. Let's go get some concrete while you guys are watching this battle. All right, let's do it, everybody. Open the captain's chest. Grant you guys some rewards. Let's see, Rotisserie G, Red Cop coming in. Red Cop. And Chris Villa coming in. Vala getting some love. And Subi overall MVP again. Look at you, Subi. You're on a roll today. You are on a roll, bro. All right, let's get the... Oh, Templar Scrolls. Now we're talking. Now we're talking there. Getting them legendary scrolls, everybody. We're going to get our rogue going again. I'm going to put him right here in the center. You guys gather around. We're going to go ahead and get you guys some more loot. We're going to do them battles all day long, so settle in, everybody. We're doing some mega building here in the stream. I came down the thing and launched me, and I hit my face right there in the wall. But at least I don't have to slow myself down. I come down as fast as I possibly want. Now, our thing is now in place. We got that working. We got that working. Now, the smarter idea is to run that just across over to here. That's the smarter thing to do than to try to lift that and run all of that like we did here. Because this conveyor is not being used at a faster point. The same thing with our one down here. We could have just took this one and combined it with this one. That's totally doable as well, but I feel like when we upgrade it again later on, we might end up, and then again, when we get to the highest tiers of conveyors, all of these can be combined into one or two because it's not going to ever go faster than our fastest belt, even if you combine several of those together. So I feel like in the short term here, we'll go ahead and just go build another one over here, and we'll combine it, and we're going to have crazy tons of concrete after this, that's for sure. Crazy tons. So over here at the end, I have made another kind of platform here to generate our thing. We're just going to start with an MK2. Oh, I didn't bring my little miner guys. Oh, we're not going to have enough room. We can make one. Then we'll throw this extra limestone away. And then we'll make the second one. There we go. Now, we haven't even tapped this node yet, but we're going to go ahead and try to tap into it. Now, as you can see, it's not quite working. Again, we're going to have the same problem we had with the other limestone node, if you guys missed that, where it's not deep enough into the ground where the foundations will work as a platform. So we need to go in and use our half ramp here to make it a little bit further down. If you get to the side here, you can see that it's coming down just a little bit further down there. And then we can set our foundations down just a little bit lower, like that. I'll get back up here. And we can try that out. Nope. Take that one out. Take this one out. There we go. So now we can use our foundations lower. Try to tap in to our limestone here. Let's see what it says now. Nope. Our ramp might be too close as well. Take our ramp out. Really square that away. Nope, not low enough. See, it's not low enough to snap into that node. How do we know? Well, if we take all this out, like this, and we put this here, it snaps, right? So we know that right about there is a good snap point. Now, I actually want it to be turned this way, and I want it to be on some foundations. So let's go ahead and use our foundation level we have and just kind of back this up a bit. And we'll bring it down a bit earlier in our thing. So we use our double ramp right down to that level. And we see that's going into the dirt. It's a little bit. Now, I could do it in the dirt if I want to, but I don't really want to. I want to go ahead and try to do it at this lower level. Now, remember that when you're putting something down, you're going to see that orange level, and this actually is the level which it will definitely work. If you just put it on the ground, it automatically kind of goes halfway into the foundation. We know that's going to work, but I want it to be tied into the rest of my base, so that it's at the same level as the rest of my base. So we're going to go ahead and just try to get it to work like this by lining up our foundations like that, and then minor. Oh, that was perfect. That was perfect stuff. We can even take this out. Nice. Okay. So now that we know what level we want it at, and we've already got it keyed to the rest of our base, we go ahead and just back it up just a little bit here. We know that this is going to be an extra foundation out this way. Then we're going to go ahead and use our ramps, our foundations here with our medium ramp here. Medium ramp up. Come on. There we go. Then we're going to use our double wall ramp. And then we have a nice ramp right here we can use for running our conveyors. And we're going to go ahead and just run a simple conveyor here. Let's see. Let's just go to our set for running. And we're going to go ahead and just make our conveyor pole right there. Double stack it. And we'll just run it straight out of there. Up into there. So we're going to use our conveyors for right now. Later on, we'll use our wall stackers. But this is kind of centered down here. So we'll go ahead and just make a nice new road. And then we're going to start counting now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Wow. 6 right there. Because that's the maximum length of any conveyor is 6. And now we've done max this. Now when we need to come back and upgrade that later, we're going to be styling. I feel like we'll go ahead and widen this road out a little bit. Again, getting low on that concrete. But then, of course, I'm tapping 3 concrete nodes here, 3 limestone nodes. So the amount of concrete we're about to produce is going to be obscene, which is awesome. Because we're going to need a lot of concrete. Because we're going to be doing a lot of building, as you can see. I'm going to go ahead and turn this one right here around this corner. So I'm going to do it fairly close just to do a nice little corner turn there. We could have done a 90, but we're just going to go ahead and go with what we got. And that's going to line up right to this one right here. Actually, let's go a little bit higher on that so we can run it up above. And then we're going to do our walls. And we're using our wall conveyors now. We'll go a little higher. Put that there. And then we'll bring this up from back here and hope that we are at 6. Yes, we are. Awesome. And then we're going to go ahead and do the same thing, except for we're going to go ahead and do a sidewall like this. And then we'll bring it down to this level. We're going to add a merger right there. Bring a thing down and around. And that is going to merge into that. Now, other thing we need, power, right? So we're going to go ahead and run our power back. Same way we kind of run it this way. Run it from there. And we'll also run it a little bit higher there. There we go. We can go ahead and run our power from our primary power line. Run it along the back side here. And here's the cool thing about this. Ready? Watch this. This is going to be awesome. Boom. I can run it all the way across it. Oh, I can try anyway. Maybe it's a little too long. Ah, so close, everybody. That is really close to being just the right distance. Like, look, I can put it right there, but just barely beyond that wall. Now, what I can do is I can just say, you know what, screw it. I'll just go ahead and bring it out a little bit. Like that. Take this out. And just move the wall outlet over. Just enough to try to run that all the way across there. Because that would be pretty fun. That would be pretty fun to run it from behind here. All the way over to there. Boom. There we go. That's going. That's going to fire up and send a bunch of limestone all the way down the line. It's going to combine it together. Now, this one's producing 120 over here. This one back over here, I believe, is also 120. Let's go take a look. But the belts I'm running are 270s right now. Now, I'm trying to create the minimum amount of belts. And the reason why I'm trying to create the minimum amount of belts is later on, I'm going to have to come back and upgrade all this stuff again. And if I make the minimum amount of belts, yeah, it's 120. The minimum amount of belts, then it doesn't cost me a lot of time later on. And this is why I don't run raw resources. This is hugely involved. This is 3.5 hours of just trying to run that up there. That's a lot to do. Now, of course, I'm crazy. I build up really high. But I can tap all the resources down here now and just run them up above. And if I need to get to somewhere, I can just come down here and then run over that way. And I can put in a hypertube that takes me to there. And it takes me to the other one. It takes me to the other one, right? Because this would be my central junction right here, where all my hypertubes should now reside. So we're going to go ahead and take this, and we're going to move this over here. So if I come out of that hypertube, I can get into this one, and that will take me down the rest of the way. So let's go ahead and take all this out. Take this out over here. Like this. Take all that nicely out of there. And then all of this structure over here. This is all obsolete. Bye-bye. In fact, all of this could probably go. We'll try to leave our hypertube for right now. Actually, now we'll just take it out. We'll just take all that out. And we'll do it proper. All right. All this out. Okay, we'll do it proper again. All right, we are overburdened, or too much stuff on us again. Okay, power line running down right here. Let's do it the other way. I find it's a lot easier sometimes just to do it like that than to switch sets. I find it's way easier just to do it like that. Okay, so there we go. Now we go down to our hypertube set, and we're going to make a wall hole right there. Right there. Oh, there's some loot over there. Put some of this stuff down. Get the general gist of where I'm going with that. All that out of there. Okay, so instead of having it on conveyors, now it is all attached to walls and through the wall holes. Much better way of doing that, especially in the long run. In your later game, you definitely want to have all this stuff optimized. Otherwise, you just have tons and tons of this stuff just running everywhere. Can't get something, by the way. Good jump up there and try to grab it. That works pretty well. And let's put our, whatever reason that wall's not there anymore, let's take that out. Now, this one over here, I'm going to probably aim in that direction now. So we'll take this out. We'll take this out. We'll go ahead and rotate this in a better direction when we start doing the lifting of this one. Oh, look at that. See, it didn't give me all my resources back. Oh, that's because my inventory is full. Somewhere there's a box for those resources. I know this game all too well, everybody. So I dropped some of it down there. Now, some of it I might have lost doing that, but I know it all too well. So it dropped that concrete down there. But somewhere there should be those resources. Because it does supposed to give you all your resources back when you are doing this kind of stuff. Let's get all that off of me there. Get my concrete back. I don't see the rest of the resources for this, though. And that usually goes on the top. Certain stuff that when you take it out, there's a place where it goes. Sometimes it goes underneath. Sometimes it goes up above. That should have went up above. And it's really not giving me my modular frames back, I've noticed. Oh, well. Do what we can do. Okay. Well, let's try it again. Okay, we're going to go ahead and try to put this back in. We need all that stuff that we probably put down on the other side. We got our entrance plugged in. We do. We need to bring our power down. From up there, down there. All right. So we need to make another one of these. So we're going to just hit plus so we can see it when we come back. All right. All that stuff's going to be revamped. But we can test out our hypertube at least. There we go. There we go. Hi, Something Slayer. How you doing? Thanks for hanging out. So build a single manufacturer to build supercomputers for me to build nuclear power plants, and my power is tripped. Yep. Yep, that you put that manufacturer down, that's when you're going to really jump power. It's like putting one of those awesome shops down. It uses a lot of power. I would at this point, if you're losing it to your manufacturer, I would either turn off parts of your factory by removing the power lines, or I would add more power. That's definitely, when you get into manufacturing level, that's when you'll see me add rows and rows of power. That's a lot of power that's going to take, bro. A lot of power for sure. It takes a lot of power to make lots of power. I guess that's the best way to explain that. That one's empty. Empty. So I add these and take them out as I empty them out. All right, what do we got in here? Look, there's my car. Well, we can start with that. Let's put my car back in here and take my little painter out. I'm using my painter for right now. Put that back in the box. All right, what else do we need? We need some of these. We need some of those. We got way too many plates right now. Gonna need those later, though. All right, we got those. 6 of those. We got a stack of 100 of those in there. Let's get those out of there. And another miner. There we go. All right, back in the other direction we go. Put in our entrance. We can go ahead and just tap this power from over there. Or we just do it forward. We'll just do it forward here. From right there to here. And back there to there. Alright. Back the other way we go. Basically what we're doing is retooling our extraction, because not only am I going to retool this extraction, but I also have the ability to run a lot more iron. And so as I'm going along, I'm adding those extra nodes. Like you saw me add another limestone node, and then I'm going to add more iron nodes here as I go as well. Now it's time for some lifting, everybody. Time for some lifty lift time. Let's go. Now, we probably should start from the top and work our way down, but I feel like since this one is not doing any half steps, I don't see any half steps here, it should work out. But if it doesn't, then we'll come back. Now, see how I got this rock in the way there? That stuff bugs me, bro. That bugs me, but that's okay. I can go here, and then I can go over there, however I want to do it. I usually set my walls, by the way, so the... this is a personal preference. Is so the the beams are on the inside. And then when I'm aiming outside, so I'm looking at it from the outside, you got the flush side. That's why you'll see me go in and fix that, because I can't handle it going the wrong direction. All right, so we go ahead and just do this. And we'll just put this on this side just to make it look nice. Then we'll go ahead and do our lifter. And again, looking at the stuff on the side is going to tell us how high to go. So there's level 1. And there's level 2. In theory, right there. Nope. Oh, we're only 1 level up. This is 1 level. So this is just default level. Boom, right there. And in there we go. All right, good enough. And now we're going to have some fun doing the same thing. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then number 12 is our connection. So here we go. Boom. Boom. Lifting her up. Now, how many rounds of lifting do we have to do? That's a good question. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds of lifting. Okay. Another thing that we need to think about is our transport. How are we going to get down here from up there? And so we're going to do the same thing we're doing right over here. And see if we can sneak it right there. Oh, that's awesome. And then we're going to go ahead, and while we're at it, we might as well make our transportation system. Let's just actually go to our set. There we go. Make our transportation system at the same level as we go. So we'll go ahead and just pop out a wall like that. Now we also want to optimize our power, even though I'm running my power down this way. We should optimize our power vertically. So we're going to go ahead and say right over there. Looks good. And then this one's going to be the main one because it's going to run from the main power line up above. And then this run into our entrance. There we go. From down there. There we go. And then we need a wall hole up there. I love these wall holes, by the way. They really do revamp the game. When you add these wall holes, it helps you basically make elevators. Let's try that. And then we'll connect our hypertube up to there. We'll kind of set the precedent as left side is our power. Well, it's going to be a bit more awkward, especially with all our hypertube already in the way, but we'll go for it. There we go. So now we're running power directly up and then directly down into here as well. We're running our lines. Looking good. I feel like we just take this hypertube out now. Take all this out. Unnecessary. Here comes Fred. Let's get up in our business. He's like, what are you doing up there, Kismet? I'm working, bro. I'm working. All right. Again, more walls. No, we're not going to have enough concrete. We're not going to have enough concrete for all of this. All right. Now, when you get to the point like right now and you say, man, I'm not going to have enough concrete to make all this happen. I feel like we could make a double hypertube there. Double hypertube. Interesting. Interesting. Make sure we get in the right one. We get in the wrong one. I was going to end up at the top there and get fired out of there. Take your chances, everybody. Take a chance. If I fell out of there, that's it. I'd be dead. I just thought that was kind of funny to run that risk. All right, so that's looking good. But we definitely need more concrete. So we got to kind of stop what we're doing and focus on our concrete or we're going to run out. Though I do have some down there. But doing this kind of vertical building obviously takes a lot. Oh, look how cool that is with it running on that side. That's kind of neat how it runs along there and goes there. Very, very cool. But we just happen to have a bunch of concrete right here. So we can go ahead and get started, run our concrete back, and we'll get our first kind of line of production. Concrete's always the very first thing I work on. It's always the very first thing because it is typically the most vital thing that you're going to need. Along the way. So let's go ahead and start just by putting conveyor right here. Like that. And then we're going to run basically what we did before. Now later on we're going to be running these along the walls. But for right now, let's go ahead and get this going. Now I'm just going to take this one from over here. And eventually combine that with this line here. No reason to run multiple lines. We're going to set that. You might as well set it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and right there. 3 of them. Say right there. Turn the corner here. A little bit closer to the corner. There we go. I'm just going to run all the lines first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, all the conveyor poles first. Counting every 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we'll call this the entrance. And we're going to go ahead and do this. Actually, we should probably do a double. Let's do a double wall because we're going to bring 2 lines in right now, and then we'll revamp it later on. All right, then we can go ahead and work our way backwards if we so desire, since we're already here. I'm going to mark that one left and this one right. Now, I don't know which one is the faster of the two, which one has the more of the two, and we'll have to figure that out as we go. So that's that one. We've done the top one first. I highly recommend doing the top one first, otherwise awkward stuff like that happens. And we got a little corner here. Little 90. Make sure you're connecting them. Ah, did it again. Top one first. Maybe I'll get it right here on this last one. Top one first, which actually is going to be our faster one. It's going to have more on that. But this is why I do this first, because I know that I'm going to run out. That's just a given. All right, now in theory, all of those are going to be firing down a whole bunch of concrete all the way down to the end here. We definitely need to take a break here at some point too. Take a break. But if we think about it, it's 120 times 3. So we have one that's 120, and then one that's actually running at 240. So this is a 240, and then this one, the top one is the 240, the bottom one is the 120, right there. Now, the fastest I can go right now is 270, so that's why I've got them in 2 separate lines. Eventually, I can combine them all into one line. But we're definitely going to need to move this temporarily. Let's go and put our stuff down. Take all these out. Drop all that in there. Oh, actually, didn't have that much in there. Let's just make another box, because I know in a minute here I'm going to need another box. Take all this out. Put all the stuff that I don't want into this box. Again, I really need to run all this stuff back to my base or into the awesome sink at some point. But we'll just consolidate all that into that box. Okay. Now, we're ready to actually get back to doing some production because we're going to run low on concrete. To run all the rest of that stuff up, we're going to need a bunch of concrete. And so we're going to go ahead and bring in our main entrance here. Our main entry point is going to be into these boxes. So we'll start... I don't want to do that. I probably want to bring that and turn it. Probably this is our main start here. So main start there. I feel like my main road is going to be over there. So eventually, we can just go center line on this one. And it didn't feel center. See, a lot of times when you're doing stuff, you go off a feeling, whether it feels center or not. And the second I clicked it, I knew that didn't feel center. We're going to center both of these a bit forward, like that. Okay, now if we did it right, we can go ahead and run all of these right into here. And it's going to start to backlog that now, because it has power. So we're going to backlog a crazy ton of that. Now, some of this stuff over here is already backlogged, so I can start up my production right away. But we need to start up our concrete production. So now we're going to really go to it. I mean, really, really go to it. We ain't messing around anymore. Now we're going to go hardcore. So what I'm going to do is create an assembly line. Now, if I go this way, it's going to be in the way because there's a big old rock here. So I'm actually going to go this way. Now, it's actually going to divert 2 separate lines for right now because eventually I will combine these all into one and it will run right here. But for right now, I'm going to have to divert these into 2 separate lines. Now, how many of these do I need? Well, we can figure that out by just going in and figure out the math. It's coming in at 45. So the first line is going to be 240. Hey, Siri, what's 240 divided by 45?
240 divided by 45 is about 5.3333.
Okay, so 5 of these, right? Again, look how nice that is to put them all in a row, right? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to add number 6. Why? Because I choose to. Because if there's any overlap, it will then end up in that last one. If there's any overflow. Now I can go in and make the numbers perfect. If I so desire, I can underclock all of these to match over there. But I'm not going to do that for right now. Or actually, maybe I should do that. Maybe we should underclock to make the math come out perfect. And we got our underclocking unlocked now. Now, here's what we'll do. We'll reverse the math in the opposite direction. Hey, Siri, what's 240 divided by 5?
240 divided by 5 is 48.
Is 48. So, instead of doing that, we could go in, and actually we still need the number 6. We could go in and we could bring all of this down to a lower level, across all of them. So, hey Siri, what's 240 divided by 6?
240 divided by 6 is 40.
Is 40. So I could bring these all down to 40 instead of being at that higher level to work at optimum speed. And I wouldn't do that in the beginning. You know why? Because in the beginning, you're going to have excess. You're going to have a lot of excess. Like, I got a bunch of that laying around all over the place. And so I could burn that up and actually make the concrete out of it. So we're going to go ahead and run this over. Now, I'm going to make it all lined up here. So we're going to go ahead and run it off of this. And we're going to line it up off of our thing here. And then in both directions, we're going to make sure that our input is on that side. We see our little arrow on that side pointing in, the orange arrow. And then we're just going to keep doing that all the way down the line. Now, I suggest whenever you're doing a lot of big stuff like this, a long row of stuff, is that you do all your splitters at once, you do all your constructors at once, you do all that stuff at once. Otherwise, it typically loves to change your orientation of the stuff that you're doing. Now, when you're running your lines, I highly suggest to run your cross lines first, like this. You can go ahead and run it across, and then jump. However you feel like doing it. You can do it from up above as well. But I find the cross lines are the ones you do that typically get in your way. And then this here, and this here. And you're like, well, Kismet, you're not doing your 90-degree angle thing again. No, you know why? Because eventually this is going to be more and more and more and more of them. Just down a huge long line, making me as many as I feel like. And later on, you're going to have to leave room for expansion. And this is a great way to do this. Again, this is called inline running. We're running it directly in a line. Directly in the same line all the way down. It works really, really well. Now, I could move these a bit closer so that it doesn't have this gap here, but I like the gap. You know why? So I can look down that entire line and see that everything is actually working right there. Now, earlier, we did put down some foundations and some walls that are going to help us a lot on what we're doing here. So we're going to go up here. I'm going to grab this power. Again, I need to take a break here at some point, but I feel like we want to get our concrete going first, and then we're going to do that battle, and then we can let our concrete run while we're doing it. Now, this is going to start right up, so I'm going to start with the one that's furthest away from there. So 1, 2, 3 from there, this one. So this one is the one I want, and I actually want to move that back just a little bit more. Now, why is that? Well, over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this one at the end to connect this. Actually, I should leave a connection. Yeah, that should be 1, 2, and then 3, like that. And then I have one more connection over there, though I do have 3 more connections on the back of it, and I can run it elsewhere. So I'll just leave that as 3, and then now we've got that lined up. So we want to line it up off the center here, and we'll get up here on the top. You see a little bit better. We want to line it up off this center one. I'll go ahead and put it right here. What set do I have it on? This one. And then we can go ahead and run all of this across. And again, I like to run it from behind, so you're not wasting the front connection. And we'll connect all of these. All right, very nice. And then we got all those connected. And now we need to tell it what it needs to be. Over here. Concrete. Concrete. Okay, awesome. There's concrete row number 1. Now, we go ahead and do the next one. Hey, Siri. Hey, Siri. What's 120 divided by 45?
120 divided by 45 is about 2.6666.
I don't know what her fascination is with 666, but she says it all too often. So on this side, we need 3. Now, I could go in and combine both these lines. I'm not going to. Definitely want them to be separate right now. Take that out. I should have moved that back over here. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. What do we got back here in the corner? Yeah, a little bit of something, something. Let's go ahead and just store all that in there, because when I take this out, I might have an overlap. Nope. Alright, take all this out. Take out the stuff I need. And put in the stuff I don't. Spend a lot of time micro-organizing that stuff. Okay, there we go. And same thing on this other side. Put in our splitter. This one I want to put a little bit closer. But not too close. By the way, you notice I'm doing everything at level 3. There's no point in me doing any slower now. You can go in and do the slower belts if you want. No point in doing it if you have enough resources to just go ahead and go right to level 3. Boom. We need some concrete, and we're about to get a whole lot of it. Alright, mergers. Can I fit 2 mergers in here? Probably not. Looks like I put that too close. My bad. Now, what I should have done was put a merger there. And then back that up just a little bit. Alright. I'm always testing. Always testing stuff. And seeing how it turns out. If it doesn't turn out how I want it to go, or if I didn't think about that ahead of time, we'll go ahead and just take it back out. Don't be afraid to take the stuff down. Like you can see, I'm revamping the entire thing. Now, this helps me in the long run, because in the long run, I'm going to be able to basically upgrade all of this later on. And I'll take this whole entire side out later on. And so I know I'm going to take it out, so I just kind of basically know it's just temporary for now. And I just feel like running it to the center. I could turn it around the other way and run it the other way. But I think there's something cool about running it right in the center. Something very, very cool about that. Alright, let's make sure these are all going the right direction. Does it look like... right there. I'm going to say, it doesn't look like it's lined up. Now it's lined up. We're looking at those green lines. Sometimes those green lines trip you up. And sometimes those green lines are your friends. Now, the one thing we need to think about is how fast this stuff is coming out of here. And is it coming out here too fast when we combine all of these together for my thing? So it's going to come out at 15. So you can figure that out. Hey, Siri, what's 15 times 6?
15 times 6 is 90.
So it's coming out at 90, and my belt is going at 270. So that's not going to be a problem. So that's fine. Now, another thing we can figure out is, hey, hold on a second. If that's 90 there, then in theory, we can take this out too. So actually, I had it correct before. Because the output of this is way lower. It's way lower than the input. So this is going to be at 15. So if we say, okay, well, hold on. We got 6 over there. We got 3 over here. That's 9. Hey, Siri, what's 9 times 15?
9 times 15 is 135.
So 135. Even though I'm bringing in with 2 different lines, I can actually combine these lines all into a single line at this point, so I can take these back out again. I do this kind of stuff a lot, everybody. I'll build it to show you what the problems are, and then I walk you through how I think about it. And I feel like that's kind of the coolest thing about my stream, is that we discover things together as we go along. Right? We discover more efficient ways of doing stuff. Like that. And so we can feed these all into a central line. Instead of running a really long line of them, we can run them into 2 separate lines. And one of the things we can do eventually, too, is when we run this in, we'll split this into 2 lines on each side for inputs. And then we'll recombine them into a single line, because that's way more efficient, right, than running 2 separate lines to run all the way off into our box. Now, we're about to make a tremendous amount of concrete. I mean, a lot. We're about to make a really bunch of it. Now, I'm going to take a break here in a minute, but the smarter thing for me to do is to get stuff queued up while I'm on a break. I love to have stuff working. You guys can watch that make a tremendous amount of concrete. And we're going to still do that battle in a second. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about the battle for anybody getting triggered in the chat and feeling entitled that I should hurry up and run the battle. Don't be like that. Don't be like that, bro. I'll run it when I feel like running it. Because that's the way Kismet is. I don't answer to nobody. But I do appreciate you having my back. If you have my back in that way. All right. Well, let's do it. I haven't even looked at the chat. I'm still over here trying to fix this stuff. I'll look at it here in just a second. Sometimes I get focused. Just roll with it. Just roll with it, everybody. It'll be fine. Don't worry. I'm going to do another whole day full of battles. I did 13 hours of battles yesterday, and we're going to do a whole lot more today. But first, we need to make ourselves an epic base over here. There we go. Now, we left an extra connection. So we go ahead and run this across over to this side. Let's say right here. Ah, there goes that concrete. I'm making concrete, but I'm out of concrete, everybody. But the cool thing is I just go right here and grab it out of here now. Always prioritize the most important thing, the thing you're going to run out of first. And then you'd have a tendency not to run out of it as much. But you will run out of it at some point. Definitely, no matter how much you make. You will eventually run out of it if you're building it up, I guess. I guess the caveat of that is you've got to really be doing a lot of stuff. A lot of building, like me. All right, looking good. Let's tell it what we want it to be. Let's go ahead and say concrete. Okay, that's a lot of concrete. That is a tremendous amount of concrete. Okay, and now we're going to go ahead and have some fun with our walls again. And we're almost done here, everybody. Almost done. Just need to get it over here to that box. And once we get that going on, we are good. Again, so this is running at a smaller, less rate, even with all of these. But it is running out as maximum amount of our concrete as it can, with a little extra. A little extra. Right over there. Now we want this to end up right here in our very first box. And so we want to go ahead and say, okay, let's say right here, we'll put a wall. Again, let's put it that way. And then we want our conveyor up here. And we want it to go out of this right into that box. Because that's my central box. So I could just say, you know what, screw it. Try to run it across. Doesn't quite make it. I knew it wouldn't. It rarely ever does. It rarely ever does. So we'll go ahead and do this. Run that over there. Run this to here. And now we are making an obscene amount of concrete. I love to watch a concrete go into my box for the very first time. Always a great thing, or whatever I'm running. I love to watch the first, what I call the first run. Now look at that. That is non-stop at 270 run into our concrete box, and now filling back up our concrete, because we're going to need a tremendous amount of that. Now that's cool to watch, but you know what's even cooler is to watch it from this side over here. Now they actually have a thing so you can go in and watch all of this stuff. Where is it at? It's in our organization. There it is. It's a lookout tower, so you can go in here and just kind of look at how your factory is running. So we'll run up on our lookout tower. I feel like this is the sole purpose of this. You can also build from up here, by the way. A lot of people do. But I just love to watch the stuff run. It's incredibly fascinating, I find. Uh-oh. Look at that. Look at that. It's no longer feeding concrete on that left side. That's a red flag. That's a red flag right there. I can see there's no concrete on the conveyor. And this is why I like to see my conveyors. Oops. This is why I like to see my conveyors. I fall from those ladders all the time. And that's most likely because I cut the power. I forgot to reestablish the power. That's exactly what I forgot to do, because I took the power out when I was running that. But that's okay. Run that. There we go. Yeah, this had a backlog in there, so that's why that's running. But the rest of that got cut off. So basically our extractors don't have any power. So let's go ahead and go back up here. Now we're just going to trust that we did the right thing. And we're going to know here in a minute. We're going to know if that power is reconnected all the way down by when we see stuff come down the conveyors behind it. And these conveyors back here. And when we see this start to come through here, then we know we're good to go AFK. Now, while we're waiting for that to go, because that's going to take a minute, let's go ahead and do this battle. Felt like I need to stay focused there to get that done. Let's do it. Let's do it. Need a parachute for that wrong one. Exactly, right? There you go. I know, she's always saying that. All the time. Hey, Bo, good to see you, man. You're good, kids. No worries. Well, I got to head out, so enjoy your stream. Don't forget to take a break. I'm going to do it right here in a minute, Dobie. Thank you so much for backing me up today. Appreciate it. Show him some love on the way out, everybody. Show my awesome mod Dobie some love. Let's do it. Blowing it up. Bye-bye, suckers. Time to get annihilated. I didn't even have a chance, man. We have 113 units left. Love me some overkill. That's okay. Get you guys some loot. We love some loots. Look at you guys go today, man. You're kicking some booty. All right, open the captain's chest. Boom! Smoking Taco coming in, getting 3 tank scrolls. JC Hunter getting a rogue, some rogue scrolls there, and Red Cop getting some gold. We got it. Gnome Orbits coming in MVP that round. Look at all those cool units you placed down with 12 assists. All right, one step closer to that blue chest. Come on, let's get you guys some gold. Get you guys some gold right now. Now, I'm just going to go ahead and throw down my archer. My archer's going to have your back. I'm going to put him right here in the middle. Gather around him. Boom. We'll wipe out this boss. You guys grab all the gold. Doesn't do me any good. Though I should probably check out the store right now. Let's go ahead and check and see if there's any update. Oh, I got some upgrades to my units, too. Let's check out some scrolls in the store. Heavy tank. Already got those all maxed right there. We can use some bombers, some busters, some heroics, some long shots. All right there. We already got those maxed, so we got some of those. Now, if you do want to help support the stream, go right here. Go to Kismet. Type Kismet right here and search for your captain. That's me. Kismet, go ahead and grab up those healers. Grab up those skins. It does help me a lot. We're trying to get to 100 up there. If we get to 100, we get to unlock another full skin. And then we're going to get Sparkle Dog up in here. Let's go ahead and look for upgrades, too, while you guys are putting stuff down on your battle board. Oh, I can specialize my flag bearer. Oh, look at this. Specialized support unit that boosts nearby ally attack power and deals 30% damage to nearby enemies on death. A specialized support. That'd be awesome if your flag bearer went in there and it was one-on-one, right? And then, boom, it blows up and kills the other guy. But who wins? If both people die, if you have, like, Bannerman versus Bannerman and they both, like, one dies and it blows up the other one, who wins? The one who dies first or the one who's last, right? I would think it'd be the one that was there last. So the person that died lost and then it blew up and killed the other guy, they would still win. A specialized support unit that boosts nearby ally attack power over a wider range. That sounds like a thing. Specialized support unit whose spells boost nearby ally attack power and debuff enemy attack power by 40%. Ooh, wider range or a bigger boost. I'd probably say wider range, because then I'm boosting more people. So if I'm boosting more people, then I'm actually getting more attack power to everybody, more than 40%, if you think about it, right? Depending on how many people are there. But let's go ahead and go wider. I'm going to get 2 of every single one of these. I've decided. I'm going to get 2 of every single unit. That's my big goal for this. All right, so let's go back to the battle board. Back into the gold there. All right, nice. Now we'll come back down in about 30 minutes. A little side game play called Stream Captain or Stream Raiders. You can go ahead and come and join us. You can go ahead and click that link right there in the chat. You can go ahead and find me or Captain Kismet. You can have access to the battle board. Put your units down. Now there we go, everybody. See, look, we got our power back on. We're watching it feed. Now, the one on this side, we can see that there's gaps in the conveyor. And that tells us that's the 120 side, right? So it's half the speed of what we're running, roughly. And then the other side, we can see is very full, which means that it's the one that's the 240. And we can see that it's also making crazy tons of concrete. Now, that concrete then is being run back to our concrete box. And that's what we're going to be doing here, everybody. We're going to be running resources. Now, some of these resources we're going to have to push off to the side, obviously. But we can see that we've got our number one thing that we need right now, concrete, all in here ready to go. Then we're going to bring in our iron. We're going to bring in our copper. And we're going to be making incredibly, incredibly huge factories right over here that's going to be boosting all of our stuff. And then we're going to be making even more stuff, and eventually move up to the higher stuff up above. Very, very cool. Really, that was definitely worth taking the time to do that, because look how clean that is, everybody. Look how it's coming down on 2 lines, all nicely run down a what this is called a inline center, where you're running it down the center and you can run it from both sides, which is great. It's very, very efficient space-wise, so you don't have to run a separate line for this one, like I was showing you. You don't have to run a separate line for that and whatnot. You can also stack them up above each other. And then have this come down into that lower level. You can have it go like this could be up above, and then you run it back that way, and then it comes down and feeds into the merger at the bottom. Very cool way of doing that, by the way. So you're running this line in this direction. You're running the line above that in the opposite direction. And you're just going back and forth while you're running your lines. So they all merge properly all the way down the bottom. We could build a huge, big old building to do that. Now I'm going to take a break right now just to go walk around, stretch my legs, do that kind of stuff. Always good to keep your circulation going. Get fired up for some more gaming. I'll be back in just a moment, everybody. Watch as I have one of the coolest AFKs in the entire Twitch. Watch this. Ready? Told you I'd be right back. We're back and ready to rock, everybody. Sparkle Dog says hello, by the way. I just said hello to Sparkle. She's over there napping. She says hello to all of you epic peeps hanging out in the stream. Hey, man, it's still games. Good to see you, man. Thanks for hanging out. Look at this. Oh, holy moly. Now, I wonder how much it's made in just that amount of time, everybody. Let's go take a look. Let's go take a look and see how much it's actually put in here in that amount of time that we were AFK. It's going to be a good amount, that's for sure, at this rate. Boom! Wow! Okay, that's a lot of concrete, everybody. That box is going to be full in no time. And no time at all. All right, I like that. And that gives us expansion for later on. We want to expand our concrete empire that we just built there. Easy peasy. Got it going. All right, now that we got our concrete squared away, we're good to go on that. And that's why you saw me work on concrete first and not iron, because I knew I was going to run low on concrete, because this stuff requires a lot. Now, the great thing is since we're making tons of concrete now, we don't have to be so stingy on finishing out the corners and running long lines here and all of this, because we know we got that production rocking. Create a nice big area here. Like that. Now, I don't really need a big area up here. I could actually really just cut that down into 3 lines. But since I'm running that power line way out there on the side, I feel like it's fine. Okay, so let's get back to work. We're going to need to run ourselves from over here to over there. And I feel like we're just going to square this right off. Let's go. Now, we can also look down below and see how we had it down below there. And I believe it's right across this way. Yeah, we had it just the same way. Except for we might want to move over by 1. Just to try to line up off of that hyper tube. So let's go ahead and line up off the hyper tube and go for it. And one thing we're going to need is a lot of plates soon. Why? So we can make walls. So if we're going to bring this up all these walls, we're definitely going to need a lot of plates. So that's why we're working on iron next. Is so we're going to have those walls. Now also, eventually we're going to need more copper for more hyper tubes. All that stuff's going to come into play down the road here. Let's go ahead and kick out this way just a little bit. Just so we can look at it from this direction. Yeah, it's out that way. And then same thing on this side. Just kick out so we can look at it from over here. All right. Looks pretty good. We're definitely going to need more plates. How are we looking on our plates? Oh, we got a bunch of them on us. Okay, we're looking good. Looking good. So we got to get it from way down there to way up here. Now, another smart thing to do that we learned from what we did over there is actually to make kind of a building ramp. Where we're going to go ahead and just step out a bit on the side here. And that building ramp is going to help us build that down there. But we definitely need to back it up over here. Let's say right about here. And we're going to grab our double ramp. And we'll do this a little bit smarter this time now that we know what we need to do. We're just going to go ahead and push our way down. Look at all that water down there we can tap into too. Push our way down to a bit of a lower level. Kind of peek off the side here. There it is. Peek off the side and we can work from down here too. Looks like it's a little too far still. Now what I can also do is go ahead and flatten out my ramp here. Let's see, foundations. have a landing. Just have a bit of a landing and go in the opposite direction because you're getting too close, so it's a little bit hard to click on it. And my brain like totally stopped on that one. And then another switchback. And since we have plenty of concrete now, we can do all this kind of stuff, which just helps us overall. Building from up above. And I feel like it's probably a better idea to build from up here, if you can. Let's go ahead and go to our walls and see if our walls will let us put it in there. From here, still just a little bit too far. So close. It does let you build from a really long distance, but you got to be close enough. There we go. All right. So let's see. We've got, that's our top one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11. There's our 11. That should be number 12. Our sidewall. Then we want to put in all of our stuff for our hypertube. And our power is in the center. Then our power connector. Right there. Get our power connector. Run it up. There we go. All right, that's looking good. And then we'll use our foundations to push forward. Great thing about foundations is they're much like scaffolding. You can use them temporarily and then take them out very quickly after the work is done. Let's go ahead and see if we can grab. That's going to be pretty tough from right there. Let's back up just a little bit more. Back up just a bit more. There we go. Okay, 12 more. Let's go. Oh, and we can put in our lifter. I feel like every time I put in these lifters, that eventually I'm going to end up redoing them. Just keep that in mind. Wall's running right in the way. Running right in the way. Now, here's the cool thing about this game. The game does float. So if I did take that out, I'd still be fine. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then our top one. So up there. It does make it a little bit less tedious, where you don't have to, build it with foundations and all that stuff. Or build it with constantly worrying about the lower part of it. Run that up. What else? Power. We already run that power connector? We did. And then we'll run the power line. All right. Back up just a little bit. Hope you count correctly. Just hoping you're counting correctly. And that's going to go on the back. And then this one's going to go on the front. Oh, I'm out of things. Always something. All right. Now we'll go out this way. Back up we go. See, this is the toughest part of building vertically. It's this constant, like you don't have a level at the level which you need to build. It just takes a lot of extra effort. Though this is much faster than the way we did it before. because we're trying to figure out our best option for that corner. I feel like that worked out pretty good. But we do need to run over here and get some more of our resources, which we put down below. Let's go. There we go. Okay. So we need some more of this. What else we need? Get that out of there. Plenty of plates, plenty of everything else. Looking good. And how's that looking here? Yeah, we got to connect that one there. Right there to there. Yeah, we need a lot more. A lot more. All right. So probably don't have enough down here. Probably going to have to go to our main one up above. And before we do that, let's go ahead and make sure that we have enough of this so we can run a hypertube. Let's go. Back up we go. Again, this is very involved, doing this kind of really massive building like this. It's cool though, right? It's cool though. Very, very cool. We're going to be worth it in the long run. I guarantee you. Definitely going to be worth it. All right, now we keep running all the way over here, so we might as well put in a hypertube for us to use in this distance here that we keep running. If you find yourself running across a distance often, definitely worth putting in a hypertube for that. So we're going to go ahead and utilize our walls we already have. Walls right here. And then we'll put our hypertube wall entrance in. We'll put in, or actually we have power behind there, so we don't need to do that. Entrance. And our rear power into there. Now we've already got these walls, so we can use these walls as ways of jumping from place to place to place. Though later on I will definitely run them on wall things. Or actually we could. We'll actually just run them on the wall. That's what we'll do. We'll just run them on the wall supports because that's fun. I do already have the wall supports. Now sometimes this acts really weird. See that, how it acts really weird? I don't know what's up with that. Sometimes it acts funky. Alright, there we go. And so we want to go ahead and run another line down here. Now normally what I do is I run my roads 3 wide. And that's because I usually run my transport on one side and any conveyors on the other side. Though I could very easily run it along this side. But definitely need to widen this road a little bit. And then we'll just go ahead and hang a wall here. Just to hold our wall support. We're going to put it up a little bit. We could use it as a railing as well. Keep ourselves from falling off. But then what's the fun in that? All part of the fun. Falling off is part of the fun. Alright, we're going to run this to its maximum speed. I think it's going to just not make it. Oh, maybe it might. It might make it right there. Alright, awesome. Then we'll go ahead and put in our foundations. We're going to do our stuff we normally do. Wall hole. Let's see if we get lucky. Yeah, lucky. Right there. Now we already got some power from over there. So we can go ahead and just run over this side. Tap into that power node. Run it across. Nice. Okay. Now we got the ability to run that way. I think we should have the ability to go. Why is that not powered? So I'm not hearing that running. And that's telling me there's something fishy afoot. Like that's not connected. Yeah, that power line there is not connected. So we got to add a power line. So let's go ahead and put in some power. And let's put it up a little bit higher on this side. I'm going to run it that way, so that one's connected. And then what do we got here? We can go ahead and connect it on this side up to there. Alright, that's working, but then we need to reconnect our entrance. And there we go. Alright, that looks pretty good. Like that. Let's see, what else? What else can we do here? We got our concrete. We came back for our resources. That's what it was. Let's just put that back in before we fall down into that. We had a bunch of it laying around here. I think it was in the level below. Take that one out. Let's go back here using the hypertube that I just fixed. Down to the level where we got our resources. Boom. Alright, take that out. Oh, it's in the middle level. Oh, we need a middle level stop on that. Instead of going all the way to the top, we need one that goes to this level too. We'll work on that. First, we'll just walk up there for now. Do a lot of walking. A lot of walking around. I'm usually not in no hurry. Then you get people like me who use either the factory cart or the trains to move around the factory. Yeah, typically that's what I will do later game. I don't do that early game. Later on, I do that a lot. I should have left my resources behind. That was my bad. Then I could have picked all these up along the way. But then again, I did need to build some stuff along the way. Let's see. We can leave the ore. Take some more of this. What else can we get rid of? Well, I feel like we're going to use that. Maybe the frames. We're not going to use that many frames. And then that allows us to bring more of this. Take the 70 out. Put in the 100. All right. Nice. Nice, nice. That's actually smarter for us to go up here. Because then we could transport ourselves all the way over here. Now I'm going to put a hypertube right down the center here eventually, but we'll just walk for now. Again, I don't get in a hurry. I'm never in a hurry in this game. A lot of people do. They get in a hurry. I gotta go fast, 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 fast. I enjoy myself along the way, and building and running from place to place is part of the fun. But in that case, it was faster for me to go up. Then I go to this hypertube and go forward. Oh, look at all that stuff we're going to tap in down there. We're going to get this system down of how to do 12s. And once we get that done, we're going to be good. All right. And so we got that one going that way. So it comes around the back. This one goes up this side. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bad math. See, that's why you check that stuff. Yeah, see, that didn't come out right. Guess the one on the other side came out. Let's find out. Let's build out this way and see if I actually put one on the other side. Got to build out this way anyway here in a minute. We're going to be working with these other ones. Other one work out? Yes, that one worked out, but this one, bad math. Bad math on that one, so we have to fix that. Interesting, the hypertube worked, but that one does not. Because it's too high. So when I run it, see, it's off by 1. So we need to take all this back out again. Out you go. So this is the one we actually want. And so that's going to affect the one up above too. So let's go in and fix it. This is why we go and do it one part at a time. And put our connector in. Actually put our wall hole in first. And then our connector. Connect our power from down there. Take all that out. Oh no, I left resources up there. Darn it. Well, we're going to have to get it at some point. 1, 2. God, I hope that's not in their way. Kind of feel like that's going to be in the way. All right, so we got to build from the other side now. So let's go around the other side. Get that going on. I can't handle it leaving resources like that. It drives me crazy. Drives me crazy for crying. All right, we're almost there, everybody. We're almost there to the top side here. And we're going to build some more stuff here. All right. Right there. Hypertube connect. And we definitely want to... Actually, should run our conveyor first before we run our hypertube to make sure it's working. Yep. Perfecto. And then we need our power. Another one of my crazy builds, everybody. Insane. All right, let's keep going. Is it going to be in my way? No. Awesome. 1, 2. Remember that one time the Kismet did that crazy thing by building up all of his resources from way down below? That day's today. I feel like that thing's going to be in my way. Don't be in my way. Oh, it's not. Awesome. Awesome. All right, we need our wall hole. Can we get our wall hole from here? Probably not. Probably need to go up there. Let's see. What else can we do from down here? Probably power we already did there. We got to do that from up there. Got to get that. Got to get that thing, everybody. Let's go ahead and switch to our ramps here. Right there. There's a lot to do just to take out that box, but for those of us who build, that can't happen. Actually, it's down right here. Now, the funny thing is, if I do grab that, it's probably going to fill up my inventory again. Oh, I got 2 empty spots. You know why I got 2 empty spots? Because of all this concrete I put down right here. That's funny. All right, let's take this back out. We might end up doing the same thing again on our way down. Let's make sure we try not to. Oh, this is triggering. I'm getting real heavy vertigo vibes here. Triggering it big time. But oh well, we'll keep working at it. We're almost done with this side. We just got to do a couple more nodes. And we're good. All right, we got to put back in our other side here. Put in our lifter. This is about the point you think, man, why did I even start doing all of this? I could have just left it all the way it was, and that would have been the easier route, right? Taking the easier route is not always the best route, everybody. In the short run, it is. But in the long run, when I need to lift all of those down there, so I've got some more nodes down there that I want to lift up and run across. In the long run, it's not going to be good. I need it to be up there on that level so that I can run all of my stuff. Now, I could put all the production on this side and just run the final material over there, but we're doing running raw resources. And again, I could run it all from down here into a flat space over to that side and just run it up that one wall. I could have done that as well, but I'm just trying to see how hardcore we can get over here with these resources. It would actually probably be easier to run it up one wall because then you have it running in tandem, where everything's running there. And I'm kind of thinking that's what I should do to make it more efficient overall. See, that one's running to there. This one's running to there. And I could just run those lines across and then up that wall in tandem. Because what I'm going to need to do, if I'm going to make this work, is I'm going to have to build this one. And then I'm going to have to go over there and figure out the distances of this one again. 12, 12, and 12. And distances of this one and that one. And so on. And all of this. And so right about now is the time in which you're thinking, maybe what I'm doing is not the right thing. And if you get to that point, that's when you got to make the hard choices, right? The choices between, should I continue to do the thing that I've already spent a lot of time invested in, or should I just man up and say, you know what, this is not the smartest thing to do. And so I'm the man up kind of person. I'm the kind of person that says that this is less efficient time-wise and resources-wise than running it all to that central spot down below and then running it up above. So that's what I'm going to do right here. Oh, and now see, look, I'm dropping resources. Dropping resources. I don't like to do it. So let's go back. Let's drop off these resources. We're going to take all this back out again. See, did I take it out at a level where I can, yeah, I can probably still grab that stuff. So yeah, that tells me that, okay, hold on. While that would work, it's just less efficient. Less efficient overall because I have to continuously keep counting my 12 distance. And you saw I got it wrong there. And one of those, so I'm going to keep counting my 12 distance, keep counting my 12 distance. Though, in the long run, that could be helpful because I could just run the other ones up and do that over there. I feel like if you're going to run it, you might as well run it all up to this level and then run it across over to there. And then you've already got the level, and that looks pretty epic, by the way, too. You've already got all the levels. You've already got all the distances. You've already got everything already set up. And so you can make this big, giant wall that goes all the way across here of all the resources from this level running up there. And so that's the way to do it. The way to do it is the way you've already done it. And then you don't have to build separate hypertubes. You don't have to build separate items. You don't have to build all of that. You just have your hypertubes along here. I feel like that's the better move. So let's go ahead and drop off some resources, and let's do it the smarter way. And again, let your instincts be your guide, everybody. Right there, my instincts kicked in and said, this is not the way to do this. It's not the way. It is not the way. Unlike on the Mandalorian, this is the way. This is not the way to do this. This is not the way to do it. Now, while I'm making my way back, we're going to pull that back out of there. We're going to go ahead and start this battle. And let's do this a smarter way. Uh-oh. Or not. No battle. They're probably doing an update. Whenever that happens, by the way, everybody, if you're watching my stream and you see that like doesn't work, it's usually they're pushing out an update at that moment. What is it, 135? Let's try it again. Oh, yeah. That's an update. All right, well, we'll have to come back to that. I'm sure they already know, but I'm going to go tell my buddies over there and see if they're having the same problem. Yeah, everybody's seeing the same thing. Yeah. Having this issue. Update being deployed at 132. All right, we'll come back and look at that here in a moment. See, that's why you should always check in first, see if that's doing that. Okay, so we're back up here. What are we doing up here? We are running this way. This is too much work. I'm going to put out all these frames and all these things out here, and then I'm just going to realize that I should have just ran it down there. Now, the one thing that this is going to make a bummer, and one thing we could do this for, is for our trains. But our train's actually going to be up even higher than this. They're going to be way up there. We can make trains where they go down. We can make really slight angles, which I did in my last playthrough. But I feel like this should all be taken out up here. I feel like that's not going to be worth it in the long run. It's just too much vertical building. And it's being built separately instead of in tandem. So if it's wrong, it's wrong. That's just the way it is. If your gut feeling says, hey, you're doing this too much, it's not worth it, then it's most likely correct. Most likely telling you it's correct. Now, I could do this whole rest of the thing, but it'd just take me hours and hours and hours to build this out. But I feel like the smarter move is to try it, see if you like it. If your instincts are saying don't do it, then just don't do it, bro. I leave no resources behind. Oh, another one dropped right there. Again, it could help us in the long run, maybe over there if we're collecting resources and whatnot. But I kind of feel like it's not going to. So, let's back up. Let's see if we can get all of this ramp out of here. Maybe a ramp underneath us here. We might get to a point where we can't take that ramp out, so let's see if we can just take it out as we go. If not, we can come back, go back down. Oh yeah, we gotta take all that extended part out there. I forgot about that extended part. No floating resources. No. All right, we got to go down here to the bottom part and take all this out. Again, this part right here is really tough when you have vertigo. Really tough. But despite my vertigo, this is not the way to do this. This is definitely going to be really time intensive to keep building in and counting those. It's better just to run it into a central location. Let's do that instead. Let's go smarter. And then we'll be able to run any resource from down here. We can run all the resources from down here up to that first level and then up our giant wall. We'll bring it up here to our factory level from anywhere in the entire world. We'll call this our lift area. I hate when that one is just a little too far out. Yeah, there's always that one that's just a little too far out there. That happens. Let's use our double ramp to go back down. There we go. Oh, there's another one. Didn't quite, went a little too far there. Okay, got it. Kismet, have you ever removed the ramp that was under you? Yes. Many a times. All right, now this will be our ramp wall. That's it. We've decided. This right here is going to be our wall for lifting. And so once we decide that, then it's time to build. Now we're going to build. We're going to build a big old platform out this way. And this is where we're going to pull all our resources from down below up to this upper level. Okie dokie. So now we need to decide where we're going to run this stuff to. Most likely right over here. And so we'll do this. And we'll say, okay, we're going to run one there. And one there. So let's say this one's copper, or that's iron. We'll say iron. Iron. You know, I could run a triple iron and a copper. That's what we're going to do. Run a triple iron and a copper. All right. Now, here's an even easier way to do this, by the way. It just dawned on me. I was like, oh, my gosh, I could have done this way easier. And this is what happens sometimes. Sometimes you're doing stuff and you're like, wow, I could have done that way better. Way better this next time. And that's how I love to do things. I love to get to that point where that could have been way better. Here's how we could have done it better. We could have taken this out and running a double wall. Instead of a single wall I'm running right now, I could have ran a double wall. And I kind of feel like maybe I should just run a triple wall. Just because if I need to add one more, I can add one more later on. But I could have been running a double wall. So for right now, actually, I'm just going to run a double wall. Like this. And then we're just actually going to take that out over there. And so what I could have been doing this entire time is running 2 of these up the wall instead of just 1, had I known I needed 2 in the long run. So down there, I can go ahead and take that out. There's a conveyor back there I can take out. And so now I can double run. And this is really going to be awesome. I can double run these. Right to there. So the reason why I want to double run those is so I don't have to run this one. Right? So this one can run on its own. I don't know why I took that out. I could just leave it there and use it later. But I could double run it there, or I could go, you know what, hey, hold on. I can go ahead now and move this over and take the spot of this one. And so I can double run my concrete on this side. I can triple run my iron right here. Now, see, one good idea will lead you to another one and another one. Had I not decided to come back and say, look, that was less efficient, I wouldn't have thought of the double run or the third run, or at least not right now. Maybe later I might have thought of it. But right now, I now think of it in terms of double and triple running. And that's way more efficient. Holy mackerel, is that more efficient. So now we're going to have our double concrete, right? We're going to have our triple iron, and we're going to have our copper, all in those spots. And that's it. Those are the only things we need to build. Now here's the cool news. 2 of those are already done. And 1 of them still needs to be done. Now, I don't know if I'm going to have any other copper nodes or whatnot. But the smart thing to do at this point is just make them all triples. Make them all triples, and then you got them in place. You know, they work all the way across. That's the thing to do, is to make it maximum efficient. So, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do for sure. We're going to make it even better. More better than before. So we're going to take that out, and we're going to go ahead and put our triple in there. And we need to actually take this out, and then take that lifter out of there. And then put our triple in. And since we're going to run it, we might as well run all 3. So we're going to go ahead and run the first one into there. So now later on, when we add more nodes, we just connect it to this and it runs it up. Right? So that's the way to do it. That's the smarter way. We're going to do it the smarter way now. And again, taking a moment to reevaluate what you're doing is vitally important. Now, did I do that on purpose? No. That actually was a spontaneous thing. I could tell that what I was doing was less efficient. Building those one by one to run those up was way less efficient than me running this 3 at a time up this wall. Much smarter way of doing it. All right, let's go back. Oh, let's be smart here. Speaking of building, let's go ahead and be smart by putting our stuff down. That allows us to bring a lot more of these resources forward because they're going to run a lot more lines. So there we go. So we just thought of something that made it a way better than it did before. Is this the Rocky Desert Start area? It is. You never used hypertubes? Oh, hypertubes are awesome, bro. They're really fun. Then you get people like me, yeah. I don't use jump pads either. I've used them before just to kind of fool around with them, but I feel jump pads are fairly useless, though they did retool it now where you can aim it, and it will actually be more consistent as to where you jump and how it gets you to place. But I feel like once you get hypertubes, why would you need jump pads? I don't really understand its purpose beyond the very beginning of the game, but I don't know. Somebody will figure it out, I'm sure. Me, I just do what I got to do. All right, now my whole entire production's off here, but I can tell you that box of concrete's probably full. Probably full by now. But let's go ahead and get this other resource. We should fix our thing while we're at it, too, here, to go down 1 level. Let's do it back here. Let's do it in the back here, where we could have it go down 1 level. Now, I feel like we're eventually going to move all of these out of here anyway. So, how can we do that? We'd have to go down there anyway to fix it, so. Let's put it right here. Let's take this one out. And then we're going to put this out of concrete. Let's just take this wall out for now. Sometimes just instead of running back and grabbing stuff, even though it's funny because I have tons of concrete right behind me, you just kind of pull something else out. Let's see. Oh, it ran out. It ran down the line. It didn't fill the box. The way I know it didn't fill the box is that there's no more on the conveyor. If there's no more on the conveyor, then it ran it all the way to the box because conveyors don't take any power. So if you pull the power from it, it'll still keep running along the conveyor. Yep. Oh my gosh, it was close though. Had 44 left there. Now let's grab a little bit of that. Because I put all my resources down. I could go grab my resources, but I'm just going to grab some more concrete. Now I really need to get my skates going. Your skates allow you to walk much faster, which I really like. I really like to be able to run from place to place much faster. On this wall, I've chosen that direction, but on that wall, I've chosen the other direction. Such is how it goes. All right, let's go ahead and go into our... Oh, we got to get, speaking of resources, we got to get our other resources back. I think I left behind, yeah. This is this other stuff. All right, let's deal with this stuff too. So we need our other resources. We left that behind. We'll have to do this first. So let's run over here and get rid of this extra stuff that we keep running around and micromanaging over and over again. Eventually, I'm going to make a mega sorter, which will sort all this stuff, so I don't have to sort it as much. But let's go ahead and store all this stuff in here that we don't need in the moment. Any more of that we can fit in there? Oh yeah, we can fit a bunch of that in there. If we can't fit it in there, it goes over here into the awesome sink. In fact, I got 3 of them over here. Oh, that's copper ore. Alright, I was wondering why I had control and it didn't do it. Okay, now way over there, there's a container. I'm going to grab it all out of there. Boom. Now it drops onto me. Speaking of ore we could get rid of, that's definitely one. Now another one. Boom. Now it drops all on my character. Nice. I don't have to run all the way over there. Put that in there. Take all these out. I told you we're going to need a lot of those. And that's why you see me spend a lot of time on steel. At that point, we can grab all our other stuff out. Maybe a little bit of this. And grab our concrete out of here. It ain't gonna do us no good in that box. There's more there. Probably gonna leave the concrete behind for this. And we probably have enough poles. Let's get a little bit of concrete just in case. Alright, that's what we need a lot of right now. We need a lot of that. Okay, and we want to fix this part here in the back so we don't have to keep running back and forth, though I don't think I have the resources for making that happen. No, I got all my resources elsewhere. Alright. Deal with that later. See, sometimes in the moment, you don't have the thing that you need to do the thing. Now, just to speed this up a little bit, we'll go ahead and use my little cart. I do like driving. It's really fun. If you see the yellow ones here, these are my roads. And I typically make these roads so I can get around. And you'll see that this road goes this way, and then I can go this way. Then I have an opening here, and it takes me to my hyper tubes. I find that it takes me longer sometimes to get in the vehicle. Oh, I can't pick it up now because I gotta have something in my tank. Here's the thing. You can throw stuff on the ground, by the way. Then you can pick up your vehicle. Take your vehicle, put that in your hands, and then pick the thing back up again. Works pretty good. All right. I feel like it's longer for me to screw around with that than to just walk over there. A lot of times. But then again, I usually have my skates, so that's why I typically am using that. Okay, so we got this. Let's go ahead and put in our stuff here, and we're going to have to retool all this all the way down. That's a much easier way of doing this. And then on the way down, we'll also add this one, which we know exactly where it should go. Peeking over the edges here. Make sure we line that up nicely. Oh, our iron plates. Need our iron plates. Back over here. Take all that off. Actually, let's take it all. Put all that back. This back. And then take as much of that as we can, leaving a few empty. That's nice. Okay. Now, this is the moment where you think, man, I wish I'd thought of that earlier. Wouldn't that have been nice? All right. Now, we're going to do this a little bit easier here, everybody. Now that I know this is going to be the area in which I'm working and I'm not going to be building a whole bunch of stuff out onto there, I will make this a bit easier to work with. And so we're going to go ahead and make ourselves some side ramps. Over here, we'll take that out. I'm going to build myself a nice little side ramp, a little switchback, which allows me to switch my way all the way down, but allows me to also work on this should I ever need to work on this again. It'll be like the kind of ramp we did earlier. I'm going to go away from it first, like this. And so what I'm going to do is go down to each level in which we are running those, so way down there. I'm going to run this way first. And then we'll create a landing. I don't have it on my thing. All right, so we're going to have to keep going in there. Speed up a little bit. There we go. All right. This way, and then switch back. Use my middle mouse button to pick that up. Okay, now right about here would be a good time to switch sides. So you want to go ahead and take this out. And we'll go ahead and actually switch sides going this way. Like this. And then that's going to allow us to work with all of this as well. We got to make sure that we're doing this side as well when we're working on it. I kind of feel like that needs to go back just a little bit. Just a little bit. And now our ramp, instead of being centralized over there, our ramp is now going to be centralized around the thing that we're actually building. I feel like that's a much better way to do it. Now, also what I can do to this is actually make this my primary ramp and take that entire ramp out now because this serves a better purpose than that other ramp does. It serves a purpose to allow us to not have to, look way up and way down when we're doing this. So this ramp is called switchback ramp. And that's what you want to do. We'll go a little bit lower than those. I feel like going lower is actually going to be a better idea. And then going out a bit. Run the thing. There we go. And let's say 3 out per side. And then we'll go ahead and go down. Give ourselves some room to be able to see what we're doing. Oh, yeah. That's way better. Way better. All right. Yes. Okay. Now we know what to do, right? Take out our lifters. Go to town on our new idea of a triple lift. Over here. Same thing over there with the triple lift. Take that conveyor lifter out on the other side. And if we do this right, it's going to help with our further expansion as well. And see, this is, again, like I said, I knew the second I started this would be a giant undertaking. But then again, why do it if you're not going to do it? Epic. Come on, you. There we go. The nice thing about these being at max distance is the fact that it makes it easier to run them. Because you just run them and then you just go all the way as far as you possibly can. And then you know they're going to snap into place there. Now we also need to extend this out. Oop, didn't get it. Extend that out for our other one that we have going. And I guess we'd fill in the walls too, just for funsies. I'm probably going to run out of plates. Have to go get some more. That is pretty industrial strength looking, doesn't it? That does look pretty cool. I could have put them all together into one. See, that's what I should have done. I should have put them all together into one, but that's okay. I kind of like it a little bit offset like that. I feel like we could always go in and add more if we wanted to do that later on. But, you know, we'll work with what we got. I do actually like it where it has the hypertube in between. It's kind of cool. Kind of feel like we should do this one first. All right, do the right side first because that's our viewing angle. Let's do the right side first and then work our way inwards. Dang, that's cool. That is really, really cool. All right, let's keep working our way down. That's why I brought lots of concrete. We're going to go way out from it. Now, this ramp obviously is not as good a ramp as my other ramp. And the reason why is it switches back too much. So you have to slow down and stop and slow down and stop as you go. Where, actually this needs to push out a little bit too. Where it's much better idea to have a straight ramp and as long as the span as you can. So that you can just go as straight and as fast as you can. But let's go out like this. Now this actually I could probably do from the ground level. But what the heck, we're going to go ahead and run another line all the way down here. Just built something way down there. I didn't mean to. Get out of there, you. But hey, while we're here, let's get it all fixed up nicely. Let's get our triple in. We're going to get this going, everybody. We're going to get this going. It's going to be awesome. Awesome. Okay, and then down here, we're going to go ahead and say, you know what? That's coming out of there. This is coming out of there. This is going to be a triple there now. And then over here, I'm going to go ahead and say, where's it at? Right there. So this one's going to be a triple. Take that out for now. Kind of feel like that should be up higher. Yeah, let's just go ahead and take this out. Revamp that a bit. Yeah, that's why we need that, because we need the offset of that too. Now I remember. Put that there. This one over there. Single input right there. So we're going to have a problem with that single input coming in and turning around into there later on. We'll deal with that when we get down there. And then boom. This is a way easier way of doing this. Oh, look at that. Yeah, see, that doesn't match. That doesn't match because we worked our way downwards. So we got to be careful. Nope. Want the middle one, thank you. Got to be careful on that snapping. I feel like we'll probably end up coming back on that one. But we got a really good angle to see it, though. See, we're up at that level where we can see whether it's going to go in there correctly or not. This one's a little bit harder because we're straight on view. But it does look pretty rock solid. We're also telling it to go in the correct direction. In the direction in which we want the conveyors to lift. And so we got to do the other side, too. We got to go around that other side and get that. But let's go ahead and get this in. And we'll put in our lifters. By the way, all this time, I've been making any steel at all. This is from the steel that we made the other day, from yesterday. Again, that's why I make a lot of a specific thing, because I know at some point this is going to happen, where I need to do a lot of that particular thing. And these are going to be in 3 separate chains now. So this is going to be the concrete chain, or the limestone. This is going to be my iron, and that's going to be my copper. And I like to keep them separate, even though I could combine them into one if I wanted to. Not where I wanted to put that. Oh, no, wrong thing. Wrong thing. It's making a bunch of wall things there. There we go. So I'm using the wall next to it to allow me to put that in. Oh, now we're out of dealio. Okay, let's go down. Let's go down all the way. Okay, now we're down here at the bottom level again. Okay, and we'll fix this right here. This is going to come across, go to that first one. We don't want to block the other one. See, that's the biggest problem with that, is blocking that one over there. And we'll go ahead and put this one up, out of plates. Plates. Need them plates. Plenty of them in here. Get them all. Sort them. All right. Okay, and then we're going to have this run out into there, but it's going to clip. Don't like it. If I don't like it, ain't doing it. All right, well, looks like we're pushing out. Dropping stuff again. Dropping dilutes. Let's put some of that back. What am I thinking of? This right here. Certainly going to town today, aren't we? We're really going into it, man. We are really working on the logistics of this. Good. We're going in. Let's do it. See, now to do these, you're going to have to straighten them out. If you don't straighten them out, they will start to clip, and I hate stuff to clip. I don't want it to clip at all. So we're going to go ahead and run this forward. Actually, we just leave that. Yeah, we'll leave that there, but we'll put a double in. What we're trying to do is we're trying to wrangle the walls, or the lines. So we want to wrangle the lines in such a way where they'll all run in tandem without clipping through each other. So I'm going to go ahead and do this one on the far side. Then I'm going to go ahead and take this. I'm going to push this forward. And then this one is going to be a 2, like this. This one is going to go ahead and raise up so it's not in my way. I'm going to turn it this way. This one is going to come out of here, across here, and perfectly line up to that one. This one's going to go into this one. And then to keep it from running into the other one, we can go like this. And like that. Except for, look what happens. Again, see that? So you got to do a lot of babysitting when it comes to your angles of your conveyors. Now, I'm going to try something here. Right there. And see if we get a nice angle. I don't think I've ever done that before. Oh yeah, much better. Much better on those turns. Like that a lot better. In fact, I could probably take this out and just run it over there. There we go. So now those are all in a better position to run. That other one got its concrete. These two just kicked up their concrete. Why is this one not running? I think it's my lifter. Yep, lifter's not up high enough. And also not plugged in. There we go. 3 lines. Running up there. Now here's the thing though. I don't really need to run 3 lines if I don't really want to, because then I'd have to run 3 lines up there. So instead of doing that, I can just, and I just wanted to see how that corner would work out there. But instead of doing that, what we can do is just go into a single line. But eventually I'll have to come back and do this kind of thing. But I'm just going to combine it into a single line because that's more efficient for right now. But later on we'll come back and add even more resources to it, I kind of feel. Single line. And so the smart thing to do is to run this single line here forward. Let's take that back out. Put all that back the way it was. because this is only a 120, and I'm running it at 270. So that's going to go across there. This is going to go ahead and merge. And let's say right there. Take this, run that into there. And then run that into two separate sides, leaving the middle one empty for now. All right, that's looking good. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. All right. Put that nicely down there. And now we've got our triple lifters going all the way up. And we should really test and see if those are actually lifting all the way up. Maybe I should have left that just to test it. Yeah, let's just go ahead and test it to make sure that it is coming in on all the lines. We'll split that out there. And we'll just go up to the top and test it. We'll come back. We'll take that out. All right, so we'll test our concrete lines first. Let's go. Up, up, and away. Look at this. This insanely tall thing I've built. We built that nice switchback, which allows us to work on the wall. We call it the lift wall. And it's way up here. Way, way up here. Now, how do we know if it's working? Well, we just go like this. Be awesome if it worked the first try. I seriously doubt it. Very rarely does this stuff ever work first try. I find that a lot of times it doesn't. All right, so that's not working, obviously. And so we got to figure out why it's not working. So let's go ahead and start going down the side here. Let's see if we see any. There's none there. There's none on any of that. I always feel like I got to come back. See, like I said, I always feel like I got to come back and take those all out. There is some there. See, I forgot to add the other connector. Oh, that's what I did. Aha. See, I got ahead of myself. I forgot to go add the other line. All right, cool. That was my bad. That should go out another one. This gives me an easier way to run it. Come out a little bit extra. Exactly what I did. Forgot to put in this side. Which means I forgot to put in that side. Which means I forgot to put in the other side. If you forget one thing, most likely you're going to forget it all. And that's good, though, because now we know what the solution to the problem is. Hopefully. So if we run that up there, we should see it start to come up. Okay, now we know the solution. Okay, cool. And if we did all the rest of those right, they should lift all the way up. And sometimes when you solve one problem, it solves all the problems. Nice. I'll catch up on chat here in just a second, everybody. I'm sure you guys saw it, and you're like, Kismet, you forgot the thing. Kismet, you forgot the thing. Let me catch up. Update. Oh, gotta do an update. Hold on, everybody. Gotta do an update. Yeah, this is Rocky Desert. This is one of the few ones that I have actually not played from the beginning. I've played through, I don't know, 10, 20 times. Many times through the game. Last one we got to nuclear power. That was a lot of fun. Sometimes I usually stop before nuclear power. It's kind of like I've already won, and then I stop. I stop playing and I start a new playthrough. I do that kind of often. I do restart pretty often in the game. And I've done all the other starter zones except for this one. I call it the Old Desert. But there we go. All right, update complete. Try to get our stream raiders going again here. We're in the middle of a battle, people. Shadow Side limited event. That's right. We're trying to get our event on up in here. We don't need no waiting around for no updates. All right, looks like it's working. All right, let's get this battle on. Let's get this battle fired up. All right, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Neo, also Mystery Person and T-Shop earlier. Thank you so much for those follows. Appreciate it. All right, let's try this again. Start battle. 126 to 83. Get that gold! Get it! Gold Rush! It's a Gold Rush, everybody. Did you know that the Hoffmans are coming back to Gold Rush? I love that show. I watched it from the very beginning, from the very first episode. I watched every single episode. It's the only thing I never miss on TV when it's live, when it's actually playing. And then they took the Hoffmans up there and I stopped watching it. I don't need to watch no spoiled kid, and I don't need to watch no rich guy. I wrote for the underdog, the everyday person. The everyday underdog who never seems to catch a break. Those are the people I root for, not the people who are like handed to them on a silver platter kind of thing. Though some of those people are a lot of self-made peeps, and they work very, very hard. But still, I feel like the other peeps just don't. I was like, they're already rich. It's easy when you already got the money. It's hard when you don't, right? You guys know that for sure. The Man of Steel Games getting some love, 50 gold. Subi getting some monk love there, and another 50 gold going to Smoking Taco. Ranfree coming in overall MVP with the 7 and 7, 7 kills and 7 assists. Nice job. Oof, going for that blue chest. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Slowing down our battles a little bit today, but that's okay. We're going to have to take it to them. Let's go. We're going to try to keep these battles going all day long. Now, again, don't get entitled if I don't do it every 30 minutes. Sometimes there's an update. Sometimes I'm busy playing a game. You know, I'm playing this game. That's a side thing that I do. And sometimes I'm taking care of my IRL, everybody. But look how industrial strength this looks. So awesome. So serious, bro. I feel like I might be kind of like a mix between the Matrix. I always do that from the bottom when you can actually just do it from the side of these like this. Look at the insane kind of building you can do in this game. Isn't that crazy? Man, imagine if we had a mega server with all of us playing together. What insane amount of stuff we could do, right? Imagine this kind of stuff. I feel like I'm making Zion or something out of the Matrix. I watched that the other day with my kids, by the way. Actually, months ago, I watched the first one. And then the other day, I watched number 2 with my kids as well. They were like, what is the Matrix? And I'm like, oh, okay. I happen to know the answer to that. For sure. Oh, we still got to take down all that stuff over there, too. And while we're at it, let's go ahead and just pop out a little extra one to go take this stuff out, too. Oh, this is going to be sweet. I can just pipe all the resources right to there and then have it up that lifting wall. And now we learned something. We learned something the way that I'm definitely going to do it in the future is through a lifting wall. And that's what we're making, a big mega lifting wall. Take all that out. Boom. Get all the straggler stuff that I missed. Look at that. Nice. All the way back down to there. Okay. Now we're looking good. And we built some scaffolding around our lifting wall here, which makes it way easier. Oh, I'm forgetting to take out my stuff here. Makes it way easier for us to work on the lifting wall, to lift all that stuff up to our much higher position. And now we have access to all of this lower level resources to lift them up to that higher level. And I feel like that's a great place to do the lifting wall. Though I could have ran it right over here. Now that I think about it, if I was going to do that, I could have literally ran it right underneath there and lifted it right underneath there and had it straight, right? To turn that wall the long ways and then lift it straight and then run it straight across. Could have done that as well. And then I could have done it from both sides, but I could still do all of that if I so desire. But we've already got that in place now. That was a lot of work. But now, see, the thing is once you get one down and then now you've got it copied all the way across, you're going to be lifting a lot of resources. Why am I going back up? Let's go down. Well, let's do this. I feel like I just want to jump down in the water. Now would be a great time for a jetpack. You just jump off and go. Use your jetpack before you hit the ground. But there we go. So in the future, we're building a nice little scaffolding around it first before we build it. So we kind of improved upon that way. And then we know, check that bottom one first. Check to make sure you got all the connectors in there. All right, we got in there. 1, 2, 3. Or 2 on this side. 2 levels there. And then we probably should just take this out and walk on the other side. Make sure we got our 2 levels on this side. Yep. All right, all that's looking good. So let's go up and test it. See if it's working. If we go up here and all 3 lines are filled with stuff, then we know it's working. Now, if we ever did run something other than limestone up here, we'd have to feed that stuff out of that line now because it's going to be on that particular line. So there's one. We can probably take that one out now and just double check it just to make sure. Run that nice and straight. What can I say? Kismet's on point today. We on point, everybody. Wow, that is awesome. Awesome, awesome. Okay, love it. Now, we're going to go ahead and just connect the ones that we know is what's what, and I can't remember which one was what now. I think the bottom one, because we actually did a production line based on the speed. Actually, I think it's the top one. Top one is the fastest line. So top line is going to be the one that's going at our 240, and this bottom one is going to be going at the 120. And then we go up here and we look, and if it's going down the line, then we did it right. Nice. Okay. That's looking good. Let's go down and fix our feed lines down at the bottom. Going down is fast, bro. Now, right when you get about here, almost to the last one, you hold down S, and it keeps you from firing all the way across there. Okay, we don't need this. Let's take this out. Take that out. Okay, so that's good. That's now back up and running. Now we got to get our iron right to there. We got all of our feed lines coming through here. Now, I feel like this thing is definitely, these are definitely in the way. So let's just kind of set these off to the side now. And we'll store all that in there. And then we'll grab all of this. And we'll just make it a couple more. Now, I always like to have a few boxes laying around to hold resources, so I don't have to run all the way back every single time. I find I end up doing that a lot. But now what we want to do... Oh, that actually was more than it could handle. Notice, by the way, that I put those 2 in a separate box and didn't mix them into this box, because this is the box of the stuff that I'm currently using. So I could probably take out a little bit of this stuff out of there and mix and match it into a separate box. Like that. And you can't actually take these out, too. Once those boxes are on the ground, you have to physically go pick them up. Look at that. That is awesome. I think that's one of my favorite things now. My new favorite thing. All right, so we want to go ahead and get this going on. And we got to do a nice 90-degree turn there on that. And we learned a little bit on how to fix that earlier. On how to go in and make this do what we want it to do. So we're going to go ahead and have this come in, end up right here, and run 3 lines right here. Yeah, see, that should work a lot better than that. That should realize that I'm going 3 into 3 and then make it come out a little bit further. But it doesn't. But we learned how to fix it. We just do this. Oh. Actually doesn't work as well with a 3 conveyor. Does not work as well. Ah. Works good with a 2. Not so much with a 3. I mean, I can fix that. You know how I can fix it? Is I can do this. I can go in and just say, okay, put in this, say the middle one. Line it up off the middle. Like this. Line up off the middle there. And move this back by 2. I'll show you. I mean, do that. There we go. So that's going to create a nice 90 there. That's a weird place to put that. That's going to create a nice 90 right there, utilizing my poles. And I can do the same thing here. The problem is that it's creating a little short. Oh, that's too close. Too far out. The problem is it's creating a bit of that overlap just a little bit. It's creating a small segment there in the corner. I don't like small segments in the corner. And then this one's going to need to go out further. Otherwise, it's going to clip through that. I don't like my stuff to clip. It'll still work just fine. You can go ahead and do it. But I don't like my stuff to clip for any reason. And so it's an offset by 2. So you go here, you line it up. You line it up in your other direction there. Let's say here. All right, so we'll line that up. And then we'll go 1, 2. And that's where you want to go. Just like we do with our other stuff. When we want stuff to be perfect. There we go. I know we can take this out. We don't need to have the standing poles there anymore. But again, it created 2 separate segments. I don't like them to be 2 separate segments because then I have to upgrade both segments. If I forget, then it's going to mess up the whole rest of my belts. But right now I'm only doing level 3, so it doesn't really matter. But later on when I upgrade that, there's a high chance that I will forget that there is a double thing there. Probably not at this point because I know I'm doing a whole bunch of stuff here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and number 6 right there. Take out our hyper tube. All right, everybody. Now we're going to go to town and finally to the point. Again, this is going to pay off in the long run, everybody. In the short run, not so much. In the long run, definitely. And now we're going to run 3 lines of iron to our upper level. Now, we could have just brought the copper down here, by the way. We could have just brought those 3 things of copper down here. In this lower level, and then we wouldn't have to run stuff up so high. But I really like my lift wall there. I'm really digging it, man. I think that's pretty cool. Digging the lift wall. It also acts, it looks like a support that's supporting that upper level. All around looks pretty cool. Now we're also going to put this up just a little bit higher. We're going to go into our hypertube mode here, which is 3. And we're just going to put this up a bit just so we can run our hypertube through here. And then same thing again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Call that 6. And now we're getting serious. We getting serious up in here. Nope. Hypertube up here. Oh, gotta put my wall hole in. So we're using our walls to run all of our hypertubes and our conveyors down the line here. We're running them 3 at a time. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Just thought of another idea. We'll take that out. We'll take all the hypertube out. And then what we'll do is, since we got to run a copper, we'll run our single line copper there too, on top of that. And then we can put our hypertube wall hole off to the side. Over here. So it's going to run on the outside of that conveyor. And this one's going to run actually right to here. And that begs the question. Should we run it as a 3 or should we run it as a 1? Let's just run it as a 3. Screw it. We already learned that lesson earlier, right? That the second we ran it as a 1, then we realized we should have ran it as a 3. And so we're just going to run it as a 3. This way, when we do run 3 resources in here, we can just tap it right into there and we're good. I wish this turned the corner better. That would be nice. That one does, but these do not. So again, let's use our stackers. 1, 2. Don't need our stackers anymore. Alright, I'm digging it. Alrighty, back to it. So, hypertube is going to need to run. Should I run it to the right or should I run it to the left? Now I feel like I should just run it to the right. Let's run it up a bit. Now we're just going to do this. Nope, can't do that. See that? When I just did it, the second I did it, I was like, nope, can't do it because it's going to block my lines. So, no hypertube wall over there. So it makes the decision for us to run it off to the side. I'm going to extend this out a little bit. That's kind of nice. It's going to run straight anyway. That'd be good. Hypertube wall support. Nice and straight. Over there. Why does it always change my direction? I've changed the direction of my stuff. Wall support. Oh, wait. I'm going to put these on the side of this. Now, we can't put them on the side. See, the way I'd want it to be is to stick out on the side of the edge of it, but it's actually connecting to the actual wall itself. So it's not, it can't pop out that way. No, well, we tried. Gonna use a wall support there to see if I could eliminate all of this and just use our wall supports across. I guess I could just turn the wall and use a wall support, but if I'm going to use a wall support, I might as well use a wall hole. That's not centered, by the way. I could just use a wall hole just as easy as I could use a wall support. And just run that straight through there. It's not straight. We gotta fix it. Alright, and this out. Man, we're running some industrial strength stuff now. Now we're thinking smarter. We're thinking more efficient. Alright. Let's get back to my conveyors. Let's run the one that's furthest away from us first. There's a lot of infrastructure we're building here. A lot of infrastructure that's going to help us out later. Doesn't do us that much good right now, but later on, this is already going to be in place. Allow us to add more resources. And right now, the whole point I'm doing this is so I can add more resources. I'm going to need a lot more, that's for sure. Coming up very, very soon. Alright, there's number one. Let's keep her going. I see Fred rambling around over there. I see you rambling around, Fred. I feel like I want to move my ramp, too. Move my ramp to this side. Messing up my counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 is right there. Well, like, actually, I don't need the ramp. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where does that leave us? Ah! Perfect! Alright, awesome. Alright, let's take all this out here. We don't need any of this anymore. Alright, all that's out of there. All of that extra stuff that we were doing before, all out of there. Entrance out. This out. That can go. Yeah, that's going to be perfect. What I did there is I figured out the distances of all of my objects so that they could sit perfectly on the edge. So when we're running this, it'll run perfectly from here to there and then also down below. Why did I do the bottom one first? I always do that, everybody. It drives me crazy. The second I realize I shouldn't have done the bottom one first, do the top ones first, everybody. Don't be like me. Don't do the bottom ones first and realize that's the moment in which you need to do the top ones. Hopefully I'm running these in the right direction. Seems like I am. Those all matched up and it went down the line. Okay. Same thing here. Now bottom ones. Okay. The stuff gets involved at this point. Very, very involved. Alright, I think we can move this over by 1. Here. Take all this hypertube stuff out. Remove all of our power. This line. Move all of this. Now we can optimize all of this stuff across here. So we're going to go ahead and put in more power connectors. Just because we have a nice little place to run them. Right, running my power lines along with my conveyors and my hypertubes. This is all getting streamlined today. Massive streamline action going on. I hope you guys are enjoying this. I'm having a great time. I hope you're having as great a time as I am. There's a lot of work, but very fun, and we're kind of, we're just kind of hedging our bets toward future expansion. And we're building very nicely across here, and we're trying to optimize our line runs right here. It's backwards. Backwards. Out you go. Now, see, I need to come in and rerun the power, because I was running the power from up above, but now I should just run it this way, which is a much smarter move. And it's just going to run along while we're running everything else. Run into there. Okay, looking good, looking good. Yeah. That's pretty nice, and we'll lift that up. And then this is where my ramp should be. Right along here to match up that way. And so we'll go ahead and take, let's say, this out. Oh, this is here because there's this edge down here. I'm gonna go down here and look. Yeah, see, there's an edge there, so I can't start before that edge goes. So let's see how far back we can get away with doing that edge. Oh yeah, right there. Perfect. Perfecto. Just happens to line right up with my current, my other thing over here. Okay, so that's nice there. We got all that working. Let's go ahead and bring this down. Again, we're going mega building today, everybody. Now, see, that one's not going to work out in the top there. That top one's not going to work out. We'll have to run it from the side into there. But this one we can run from down below and run up there. I don't like working at the bottom level. For it should at least be up by 1. By the way, I'm hitting F like I'm taking it out, but then I'm using the middle mouse button to pick up that particular thing to help me run it up there. Now, we got a bit of a problem. If we run it from this side, it's going to end up not going up this, right? So we have to run it up from behind, or we have to offset it. One or the other. I kind of feel like I could probably just run this from behind. Run this one around that way to attach here. These two come down here and they attach the other ones, and then they run up. Let's go ahead and go with that premise. God, it's so hard to see Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to run one down. It should already have the direction. It does. All right, cool. Already has my direction because I've already connected my lines up there, and again, ran out. Ran out. What a bummer. Walls. I'm gonna re-aim this hypertube in a different direction. That's gonna be a fun one. Gonna get fired right off the side there. Let's take care of that now. Oh, chainsaw. Not bring my chainsaw stuff. Yeah, it's gonna be in my way. Wall. Let's just put it in a wall. Get a wall in there. Nope, out of concrete. Alright, well, we can take all this out. No longer need this. This is now obsolete over here. Take all that out. Let's see. Take this out over here. All we really need is this platform over here. So we'll take this out. And that'll give us just our platform for that. Maybe I want to turn this. You know what? Let's put this back the way we had it. I feel like that's a better move. Then also I can continue to use my ramp. If I want to, it's not going to be blocked when I'm coming down. Use it that way. So like that's a much better way. Much more better. Come on, brain, work with me. Work with me, brain. Grab it from up there. Oh, time for a little break. All right, let's try to get this in here, and I gotta go and let the kids in here. Take me just a second. Oh, that actually powered up. All right, cool. So we actually ran all the power already down here. Hypertube's working. All right, so let's run it this way. It's going to be a bit easier because this is actually where I want to end up anyway. Is right here toward the node itself. But let's just put it in a little fail-safe in case we do something dumb and go flying off into a Barstow because they're going to be coming down really fast right there for sure. Now, actually, in my last playthrough, went through and built around the outside of my nodes here, especially in the harder zones. Because mobs have a tendency to try to get in here, and then you come down and bam, a bunch of mobs right there. I need to go back and get some of my stuff. Let's go. All right, I need to take a quick break while we're running back that way. I'm going to go Stealth Boy. I'll be right back. Told you I'd run back. There we go. Took care of business. Okay, so we got all that running. We got all that running into there. Looking good, looking good. That's going to there. The top one is got to go into here. We're using the top one or the bottom one? That's a good question. Using the bottom one. So that bottom one's going to come in. And that's going to go into there. So I guess we're using that for our iron and this for our copper. That's fine. That's fine. I'm good with that. All right, now let's hope this is going to not interfere with my lines here. Let's try. Oh, we're out of stuff. We got to get her. We got to get more stuff. That's why we ran back here in the first place. That one's empty. You're out of there, bro. Boom. All right. Getting tons of copper and random loots on me. Get that stuff off of me. Kind of work here. Again, remember, this is just from the steel that we made yesterday. We have not made any more steel or any more other resources other than concrete today. And again, that's how I view stuff in the amount of resources, time resources, and whatnot across to there. So we got that working. Let's go ahead and connect this in. And in theory, this should all just work, right? That's in theory. But it doesn't always work out that way. Sometimes it has a little bit of a problem. So we got that. We got to go back. Look at that. See, it's like a little side thing that holds your hypertube. That's cool. I like that. I like that. All right, I'm improvising some new stuff today. And then there's our connector here, and we know we can go ahead and just run this through this side around like that in one move. It's very cool. All right, now that's going to lift that up, run that along there, and let's hope that works out. Now, the cool thing is we've already got some other lines run here. This one right here, I believe, is our copper. The lower one and the upper one is our ore. Yeah, that's our upper ore one. All right, so now we got to get this one, our upper ore, to end up, let's say, how we want that to end up. We want that to end up, one above it could come down into there. And we're gonna have to fine tune that for sure. For sure. Let's make sure that we do leave a lot of room for our conveyor poles here. I find the conveyor poles are your best option into controlling the angle which this stuff's coming down. Let's try this to here. And then all I have to do is control the middle one. Yeah. So let's just think ahead and put it in for that other one that we're about to do here. Let's say right there. That's nice. Not as nice as it could be, but it's nice. I want it to be closer. I feel like we can do even better. Ah, it's clipping. No. No, no, no. Second it starts to clip, that's when it's got to back up. Oh, it's offset. Accidentally started offsetting it. Not bad. Now, it's got to be one more back. It starts to clip at that level. Just showing me, see if you put a whole bunch of them down, you can, see that's 2 back, so you count 1, 2. Just like you do when you're doing a 90-degree turn. You want that to be at least 2 back when you're coming from the level up above. Yep. All right. Nice. Okay, now here's the thing. I already got that iron already ready to go, so that's no biggie. The other thing I could do is I could put my copper in there, but I don't want to do that. My copper needs to go up there to that other line. And we're going to put this third line in before we forget. And now we're going to need to feed the copper up to the top. It means we're going to need to change the levels in which we're running our copper. And so we'll go ahead and put in a line here. And we're going to bring this down and switch these. Dang, that's perfect. That's pretty close, everybody. Dang. That's some good running right there. All right, so the bottom one is also going to be our iron, and we're going to switch the level at which our copper is. And we also got our hypertube running across here, which is why I normally put my hypertube separate, because I normally run more lines all the time. So let's go ahead and connect our lines, and we need to go back here and tell it, nah, we got to take all this out anyway. It's all level 1s, but really we can just upgrade it if we wanted to. But we want to take that out. Add this up 1. We got to upgrade all of our copper and all this stuff over here anyway. Okay, let's go ahead and upgrade our copper line here. Let's go ahead and get one of those on there. We're going to need 2 of those. Industrial beams. Okay, what do we need? We need more of our miners. Really only need 1 more each. Or actually, no, I need 1 and then 2. Probably 3. Just throw that away. Throw that away. Throw all this raw ore away. I hate wasting resources, but I'm going to have plenty of that. I'll be fine. And then we'll just physically take this one out. We're going to upgrade it. And I'm dropping stuff. Dropping it. Don't drop the loots. Consolidate all of that. And then we're going to make it a Mark II. Oh, we need a bit more encased industrial beams. A few more of those. Now, again, the whole point of what we're doing here is to run this in a more efficient way, but also to upgrade everything. Upgrade all of our lines. And I could have just left it at this level and ran it up like I ran it before. But our lift wall over there, that's awesome, bro. That's awesome. So I'm going to go with that for now. And then also we're going to start replacing our the way we run everything into wall runs. Instead of running it as a conveyor line, we're going to do wall runs. So let's go ahead and do walls. We'll start with this one. And then we're going to do this. We're just going to fix this all the way down. So that's going to go into a single wall run. I'll take all this out. Instead of it running vertically, it's going to run widthwise, right? I feel like that's a much better way to run it in the long run. Let's go ahead and put in our power connector right over here. Our wall looks like it's going the wrong way. All right, we'll run another battle here in just a sec. All right, and we'll connect this back into there. Look how clean that is. Nice. I think it'll be even cleaner. Watch this. We'll go ahead and lift that baby. We're going to run all these lines in Mark IIIs too. Let's see how many levels up is that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, actually. There's 1, 2, 3. In theory, it's right there. Let's see. Oh, that is not even close. Not even close. Alright, we're going to learn how to do this properly here. Hold on. We want to do a lifter. Is it 2 per thing? I forget what the math of this is. So I think it's 2 per thing once you get past the first one. So the first one is there. And then you go 1, 2. Which would get you to that one. 1, 2, 1, 2. So in theory, 6. So the first one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And in theory, it'd be that one. We're learning all sorts of math today, aren't we? Booyah, baby! Ha ha! Look at that nice straight run. Okay, so we learned a lot of stuff today. Groups of 6s and 12s. And then we also learned groups of 2s when you're going beyond the first wall. It's 2 to connect to the middle of the next wall. So yeah, pretty nice, pretty nice. Maybe go up just a little bit, but that worked out pretty well. All right, now we're going to go ahead and put our junction right here because we're going to basically combine a bunch of these together across here. Walls. And we're going to do a 3. Now let's go ahead and do a battle while I go ahead and run some more of these lines while you guys are battling it out. Go to it. All right, there we go. Open the capture chest. Boom! Some rewards for Rotisserie G, CW, Subikana, all getting love. Gnome Arbits coming in MVP with the 16 kills. What a beast. Kicking some booty. Oh, look at this. We got some Orc Slayer scrolls. Oh, we're getting our legendaries fired up today. Now we're talking. Come on, we got to get that blue chest. We got to get it going. Let's get the flying. Oh, this is going to be all out battle royale right here. Battle Royale mode, everybody. Gather up in these 2 center ones. We're just going to go to town on all of them. Now, again, remember, we're going to be doing mega battles all day long, or battle mode all day long. Running tons of battles all day long so you guys can get loot on that event. Let's see here. So let's get that there. And we're going to go ahead and take these out. We're going to run our walls now. We're going to run this all as walls. And since this is the main junction here, we're going to go ahead and do this. And just to kind of line this up. I wonder if I did a 2 here, if it would line up better into a 3. Let's go try it. Again, a lot of times I don't use these walls. I'm trying to use these in my last couple playthroughs. I've been trying to use these walls a lot better. And a lot more. I think it would work if I was going out like I did before. But that's okay. We're going to go ahead and do this. And right where this wall kind of connects there, like this. Then we'll go 1, 2. Yeah, right there. We'll line it up that way. Right off to this. And that should give us a nice 90 there. No. Gotta go 2 here. So here, that line, and that's lining up there. So there, 1, 2, right here. Nope, that is not it. It's got to go further forward. Not going to work there. All right, we'll get this fixed. Again, conveyor poles are a great way to fix your angles. When your angles don't work out. Yeah, there it is. The great way to fix it is use your conveyor poles when you're trying to get these angles to go the way you want them to go. We're taking all of this out. All of that over there. All the structure. Let's put our thing back in. All right. Very nice. Very nice. We also want to put our power in I ran a power right there, but I don't like it because it's hard to see with the conveyor. So let's go ahead and take this out over here. And let's move the power to this side. That's going to make it a little bit easier. I like this kind of pushing it out on the side of the standard support. Run that across. Is that running behind or in front? Let's run it up in front. Okay. That's looking good. Now, why do I have the line right there? I think I have the line right there because that lines up to this. I don't have to have the line there. In fact, it'd probably be better if I bring it up a little bit. Closer. All right, let's do that instead. Let's bring this up closer. Like this. Then we'll have this run out there. Way higher. I don't want it going through my conveyors. Yeah, that's better. All right. That's going into that one. This one out. All of this out. Power pole out. All right. Then we're going to get a nice sharp turn there. And then we'll do what we did again. I say just center it off of that. 90 there. Yeah, look at that. The twos center real nicely. The twos make it a lot easier to center it off to branch it into a 3. All right, like that. All right, let's go ahead and widen this out. Man, we get this done, man. We are going to be just styling 4 resources, that's for sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's what I suggest to do. When you get past tier 3 and 4, which is where I am. I didn't unlock the vehicles because it's not worth my time to do it right now. But when you get past that tier, you're really going to start to push forward on a lot of this. We definitely want to have the ability to come out here with a hyper tube. So I feel like we could go ahead. What did I do here? This is power. So I feel like that'd actually be better served. This, no, because that's going to run along there. That's going to run along there. And that's going to junction there. Go that way. I don't want my hyper tubes to run. Probably separately right here. Along that. Oh, that's why the thing's not wide enough. That's what it is. I need to widen that out. I've only got a 2 run. Ah, okay. Need more concrete. So let's go take care of that business. First, we'll take all this out. We figured that out, but I don't like it, so we're going to fix it. We're going to fix it and make it even more awesome than using these conveyors. Use our wall stuff. Ah, this is fun. God, this is fun. I found out that 2 conveyor walls apart is the same as 3. Just the center hole is missing. True. True. But getting into 90 degree that corner is sometimes tough. Dropping stuff on the ground. Stop dropping. Oh man, my whole game is starting to lag a little bit too. Look at that little touch of lag there. It's probably from the save lag, but we'll go with that. All right, what do I got too much of? Just about everything. Too much of that. Let's put a little bit of that back on me. There we go. Let's get my loots. Okay, so this thing, same thing. We're going to go ahead and do this. Like this. And this is going to end up being a 2 as well. And it's just easier to run a 2 around the corner than it is a 3. Let's take that out, run this here. Then we can center line this one. A little bit more over. That's 90 there. Straight into the center there. Yeah, like that, like that. Okay, liking that, all of that. And this one, I kind of feel like I should have moved it over, because then it would line up to this. Yeah, big time. Okay, we need some concrete. Oh, before I run up there, put it all in there. Well, let's go. Okay, now we have really optimized this baby. I find it looks very, very optimized. We are getting all this looking better. Look, we're replacing all of our stackers with wall runs and all of that. It's looking good. Now we don't have to run it up, you know, stack it all the way up on the side. I hate running it up at an angle because it doesn't angle with it. Anyway, so I'm digging it. I'm digging it big time. Yeah, I'm probably going to miss something else down here that I'm going to need to come back for here in a minute. Maybe a little of this. Where'd that thing go that we were going to do? I think it was out here. Come here, you. Kismet's coming for you. Take that, tree. I know you're in there. Okay, back we go. Not building a lot of walls right now, so I don't really need that. That I need, though. Okay, so let's go ahead and put in... Let's extend it this way. So I'm going to have to fix that junction down there. What that does, though, is it makes it so I don't have to run another line there. I can go ahead and just run my hypertube on this side. And so let's go ahead and say right here. That might be in the way. Might be in the way. Man, we innovating today, everybody. Innovating some stuff. Now, again, I don't like to know everything about a game. I like to go like this and say, okay, this is what I would normally do. But use your instincts. Your instinct's going to tell you whether you're doing something. You're like, I should have done the other thing and whatnot. Your instincts are going to tell you whether it's right or not. Let's see. Oh, I need some more of those. More of those little suckers. Now we can put a nice... That's a good spot for that, too. More of these guys. Now, in a minute, when I'm done doing all of this, everybody, we're going to basically have, like, 4 times the amount of every resource that we had from before. We definitely need to upgrade all of that at this Tier 4, because the next stuff that we're going to build requires a tremendous amount of resources. So we need to up all of our resources to a whole nother level. And we already have all of these nodes. And these aren't a lot of nodes, but these nodes are pure nodes. So instead of spending a lot of time and effort doing half nodes and coarse nodes and doing all of those, I could just take all this effort and put it into doing my pure nodes. And then I'm really going to have a lot of resources very, very quickly here as we go along. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 right there. And we'll run our double line there. Or no, we're running a triple line there. Triple line there. Because we're bringing our copper down as well. And then we're going to divert our copper at some point. Maybe right there where we have that opening. Let's say... Oh, yeah. It doesn't run into that. Now here's the thing. Does this match up Actually, that one's up by one more. Should I run it like that along the edge of this line and then have it run out into there? Or should I just divert those lines into there? Kind of feel like I should just divert those lines across there instead of running them around the edge or running them straight across. Yeah, I feel like that needs to be diverted, but we got our hypertube in the way now. So there's always something with these darn hypertubes. They're always in my way. But it's actually above the hypertube by one level. So I feel like we could probably bring that up across there. And then fix it on that side, or fix it and divert it around that way. Put these back and then angle them. So doing that up at that higher level is pretty tricky to get your lines to run the right ways and make it look nice. That's a good question. That's going to end up at 2 lines, but the other one actually needs to be 3. Oh, I actually need to run that as a 2-line and a 3-line. Oh, okay. Glad I took an extra time to figure that out. That needs to be a 2-line and a 3-line, because eventually if we run any more resources down those lines to the other ones up above, we're going to need the 3 lines. We're going to need 3 conveyors like that. Those are just going to go straight through. These are going to go up, but then they're going to be aiming in the wrong direction. We'll want them to aim in the other direction. So that's the trouble with bringing it in from different directions, is that will not be right. Go into that wall there. Not there though. Okay, so take this out. That out. Take this out. These lines are going to run to the back of this. And then those will lift up to that higher level. Up to here. Then when they come down, turn this corner into there. Then they'll be going this way. No, I want them to go around the back. Come in and go around the back of this. Goes this way. Go around into the back. And then, see, I want to solve it down here. I don't want to solve it way up in the sky. I want to solve it down here in the bottom so that it can just lift and go up there. That's the way to do that. It's just lift it from down here up into there. Like that. Okay, so we'll lift those 3 that way. We'll have them come around the back of this into here and then feed into there. All right, now we know what we're doing. Just like we did over on that side, except for we have to deal with 3 of them. Over here. It's involved today, right? We're getting into it. And we're going to use our stackers again. Nope, too far forward. Now, one cool thing about the stackers, you can put them right next to each other. So if you feel like you got one of them wrong, you go and do it again. Need some plates. Always need something. Get those plates in there. Take those poles out. You can leave your stackers right there where you had them, and then just put the other stackers next to them. Try to fine-tune it like that. Over there. Same thing over here. That needs to be right next to that one. I feel like it needs to be forward. Yeah, that's how to fix that. All right, now get off that ladder, boy. Get off that ladder. Yes, nice. Okay, I'm liking every bit of that. Okay. Now, we got this going up here. 2 coming in. This one on the top, so we don't have to run multiple lines. That's running there. That's running across to there. Should be fine to switch those. Yeah, it should be fine to go across like that. Okay, that's good. Then these lines going that way. Building toward the future, everybody. God, I can't even tell. Here's another little trick, by the way. Run one down. And not conveyor belt. Run one of these down, even though it's going the wrong direction. Like this. And then run another one up. Because you can't have them actually going 2 different directions. But now you know what the top part is. When you have multiple of them, that's a great way of finding where the top is. If you want to run it in a certain direction. I find that works pretty good. It doesn't work on a single one, obviously. But on multiples, it does work pretty well. And then now you got it all lined up there on the top. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. And then again, this one. Go there. This one's going to be a 2. And the reason why I'm doing this one as a 2 is because there's already one node. And so it doesn't really matter. It's not like I'm going to run another line on that one anyway. I can tell you I'm not going to. I would make another run for that one. That's going to run. That's going to run, and then we can take this out. All of this infrastructure that we did, all out of there. Let's just zap it all. All that out. And then this out. And this is actually going to go one higher. And put that back in. There's a way to just edit it, right? You just edit it and make it longer. That would be nice. And we'll just go for it. I'm not going to figure out the perfectness of it this time. I'm just going to guess. And let's say there. Close enough. Probably actually a little bit higher. It needs to be, oh well. Alright, and then this one's going to be a 3 up here. Nope, that wasn't a 3. There we go. And later on, that's going to allow me to add more resources to it. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go. Man, the mouse is crazy today. Crazy. And that's not going to work because that's going to do that. So let's get it right here when it's changing its direction. Not quite. One more forward. I'm a bit in the zone right now, everybody. Trying to get this done. How are we doing on time? Holy mackerel. Time goes by so fast when you're playing this game. All right, there we go. So we got our copper nodes in there. We got all of our other nodes in there. All right, now I probably should not run my third line here until I actually run something on it. So I'm just going to run this outer line for right now, just to remind me that I don't actually have anything running there. That's my copper line, and then I have my 2 iron lines here. Okay, now we got that done. Oh, power. We have passed through our power and also our hypertube. And so let's go ahead and go to our hypertube. I think I could probably get that all the way to the corner. Oh yeah. Okay. Run it on the left or run it on the right? Always an interesting question. Let's say right. That worked out. All right, there goes my copper firing back up down there. Okay, we got our hypertubes in. We got our lines in. Now we're really revamping all this. Again, I love to use the regular conveyors here, the wall conveyors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Again, the other way feels like it's just like beginner. It's like how you start doing stuff. Just how it seems to me anyway. Widen out our road. Our hypertube. And we'll just key off of what we've got. Every other one. Actually, we don't even need the bottom one. Put that right there. See, hypertubes go much further than conveyors, so you can just go ahead and go double distance on those. I like to do stuff as often as possible in a single line, in a single run line. Really does help a lot. All right, kind of feel like my main road is going to be maybe down the center, but I can go ahead and just put in. Maybe do something like this. Give it that industrial feel. But here I'd have to keep connecting that in smaller branches. But I like that better. I like it better, but I have to add an extra one there. And this is just to control that rotation or that corner. There we go. Like that a lot. Okay, now we need more ODs. Out of concrete again. Such is my life. Dee 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 dee. I think I grab all I had right here. Yeah. Take that out because we know we have used all that up. Okay, hypertube for going up right over here. Up we go. Look at this. Look at that cool stuff. It makes you want to enclose it and do all of that stuff too. I do that stuff much later, bro. Much later. There we go. We're really getting into it. For Honor, exactly. Fun to watch this build and how difficult each is. I also built in this location, super close to it. And it's fun to see the difference in where people get resources and transport. Yeah, exactly. Now, see, I always kind of center around where the power's at. Well, right now, I'm using my coal power as the center of my base. But at any point, I can go ahead and just change it. You don't have to do it. Like, I started 1,500 in that direction. That's where I started. And I started down in the desert. And I started, building a little base there. And I started making basic resources. And then I'm like, okay, where's my coal power? So I need coal and I need water. So then I made a big old ramp that took me all the way up there, way up there, when I found 3 coal pure nodes. And the second I saw those coal pure nodes, that's where my base is going to be, baby. So I tore that whole entire thing down and I ran all the resources back and forth. And I built this. Now, see this thing right here? I haven't built any resources today. I have not made any resources. This is just from what I did from before. And this is pretty industrial strength. This is just from what we did yesterday, only about 24 hours into the playthrough when we started this morning. I don't know how many hours we are now. Let's see. We are about 34 hours in. So really between yesterday and today, we added about another 10 hours or so so far, or maybe 12 hours so far, adding a bunch of all this resources. Now, let's see if we got any more over here. If we can just look in the box and see. I don't think we do. Oh, we do have a bunch more of these little guys. Let's get those in there. Sort those together. Plates. Man, why I got so many rods on me? Put those rods away. Put some of that away, too. Put some of this random stuff away. All right, we're going to need that in a minute. Okay, we gotta go back up. Now instead of running up this ramp and doing all of that every time, I have added a much more vertical way of getting up. Like this. I mean, this is hardcore vertical, and it follows my conveyors as well. If you missed me build this earlier, we call this the something wall, the lift wall. We call this the lift wall, and it is really far up here. If you have vertigo like me, that should be triggering your vertigo right now. Definitely could use some more of that. But all the rest of this, no. All right, well, we'll take some of it back. Because in a minute, we're going to be done. We're going to be done doing all of this. All I have to do is just run that extra line. And then it should be feeding its way all the way here to the end. And I'm going to be, as you can see, we've already got our concrete running. We got a ton of that. Look at that, all that. And it's backlogged into my other part of my base over there as well. We have that all running in here. And I can tell you that box is full over there now. It's super full. And so we're going to start building out even more stuff over here. Actually, I could just throw this stuff off to the side instead of walking it all the way back. Right here. And that's about as much of that as I need. And might need a little extra. Let's take that. But we definitely need a lot of concrete at this point to kind of finish out all of our stuff. And so let's grab a bunch of that, sort that, put that back. So, oh, no, I don't want to put it back in there. Put one of those back. There we go. And then off we go. We got anything else we can ditch? We can ditch some of this biofuel I've been strangely running around with. There we go. Probably clear some of this out of here now, too. Let's make another box. Let's clear some of this out of here. It's getting full of junk. Let's put all that in there temporarily. Let's get rid of all the stuff we don't need now. What's that? That's Caterium. We need that. Limestone we can get rid of. All that. What should we probably keep? Coal is something I typically will use later on. The rest of that stuff we can just get rid of. I kind of feel like I put my hub a little bit too far forward there. I feel like we should definitely move that at some point. But we're going to move it up eventually anyway, so. Alright, keep our awesome sink running. I mean, we're generating all this power, and we're really doing, only thing we're doing right now is concrete. Alright, doing a bunch of that. Let's grab all this out. And that concrete now is going to fire back up again, and just, actually it doesn't even need to fire up. Probably, because I have so many of these, I forget how many I got, 6, 7, 8 of them. 9 of them. 9 of them. That's 900 right there. So that 900 is going to go right back in there easy peasy. For sure. All right, which one of these I need? This one. I don't even need that ramp down there now. That ramp can be completely taken out if I so desire. Because I do have a switchback ramp over here. But I'll just leave it for now. Oh, the thing stops me. Rammed my head right into that. Okay, we got that going. We need some more concrete at the end. Let's go. So glad we built all these hypertubes. Oh, man, I love the hypertubes off by themselves like this. That is so cool to put them on the line like that. All right, looking good. We build another hypertube over here. Yeah, we can. All right. Glad we picked up our stuff. Let's hope we have a stopping point at the end. Woo! Look out! Although you can slow yourself down so you don't come out of there real fast. You can also even turn yourself around the opposite direction if you so desire. All right, let's do it. Get over here. There we go. All right, now right down here we have 2 pure nodes. We haven't even tapped into our second node. We were using this node here. But let's go ahead and tap into this node. That's actually a song. I can't sing the song because of reasons. All right, here we go. Battle! Keep accidentally turning my audio off, by the way, everybody. Pressing the wrong button. Gosh, my misclicking is on an epic level today. Let's see. Open the capture chest. This game looks kind of sick. Kind of looks like a Factorio-like objectives. Yeah. Every time I play this game, or almost every time someone comes in and tells me about Factorio, it is on my list to try out. This game is awesome. This is a 10 out of 10. This is an insta-buy. If you go and buy it, I don't get nothing. So that tells you I'm telling you legit. You don't have to use an affiliate link. Just go buy it on Steam or on Epic Game Store, or wherever you want to grab it. If you like building games, if you're a Factorio guy, oh bro, you gotta snatch up some Satisfactory. That's for sure. Rotisserie G, Subi, CW, and Lemon G's getting some love, and CW coming in overall MVP with the 9 kills and 9 assists on a little side game here. Stream Raiders. All right, we're almost there. How are we looking on time? I think we can get it done. I think we could get it done. All right, I say we go right over here where all the action's at, right here. I'm going to go way in the back, though, so you guys can run. Actually, I'll get right in the middle. How about that? You guys get in front of me here. We'll go where the action's at, where the big cluster of these are. Try to push through. These guys are going to have to run down anyway along this wall or come around this way. I feel like we got it. We got that one. Come and join us, everybody. Stream Captain, or StreamRaiders.com right there in the chat. Feel free to come and join me. All right, so I put down some foundations here. So I go ahead and put down another Mark II here. Now, all of these are not at the same level, so it may not let you put it down. You might have to go and lower it a little bit further. I can tell you that's exactly what has to be done there. So lower it a little bit further so we can put it down. Now, we're going to take out all of this stuff because this is no longer necessary. Because now what we're doing, instead of using stackers and all of that stuff, we are using our wall connectors. And I feel like at some point you definitely want to get into transitioning from your basic stuff, which is your... notice how I brought that down, see, using my my angled thing there. A little angled foundation. And I'll build it out around it, usually in a 3x3 grid, just to get an idea of how big it is. There we go. And then once I got exactly what I want, then I'll take out the excess. Like that. Very nice. Okay, so that is looking good. Now, I could combine these together if I wanted to. Being feisty. Turn the right way. There we go. I can combine these together, but I don't want to do that because these are pure nodes. These are going 240, both of them, which is the reason why we're not going to combine them. We're going to go ahead and combine them over here, though, but into a wall unit. They're still going to run their own separate lines. So let's go in and lift this up. And again, remember the first one is right there for that first level. And then we want to go ahead and say, okay, we want to go up by 2, roughly right there. And then we'll go ahead. Actually, I could just run it backwards, but we'll run it out that way. And connect it over to that one. All right, nice. And the same thing here. Lifter. And this one I'm going to send that way. So there's bottom 1, 2. So right there. Doesn't really matter. As long as it doesn't say it's too steep, then you're fine. And there we go. Now, we need some power back here. So I feel like we'll actually take our power... Yeah, I could have ran my hypertube entrance. I could have ran that up an extra one and just ran my hypertube entrance as the second one. Yeah, I could have. I feel like I'm just going to take all that out and put this over here. Ah, why you do me wrong like that? It kind of remembers. Like when you do it right the first time, then it does it depending on where you do it. But then you have to, you know, go back and fix it sometimes. All right, so I feel like that's pretty good little area there. And we'll go ahead and bring this up to this level. What I'm doing is hitting F, by the way, and then middle mouse button. Middle mouse button picks up, it's like an eyedropper. It picks up the item that you're trying to run or trying to make. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. I try to run my conveyor lines as maximum distance. So if I'm upgrading them later, which I definitely will be doing on a lot of this stuff, it is a lot of work to do this. That's why I don't do raw resources, everybody. I typically go in and build at the node. So I would typically just build a whole bunch of plates and whatever else it needs here instead of running the raw resources, which takes a lot more effort, especially at this stage where I don't have my highest level belts where I can't combine all this stuff together. But that's okay. We'll still get it going anyway. You know, I kind of feel like we could get away with that without getting sucked in there, but better safe than sorry. Let's back this up a little bit. Like that. Might as well continue with the theme. Hypertube cross. Over there. What's going on my walls? Oh, my walls are turned the wrong way. I get triggered, everybody. I get triggered. Darn walls. Work with me here. And I'd come in and make that go out and then 90 degree if I want. No real reason to do it. It still works. And it's not clipping through anything. That's always the number one thing for me. Is it clipping through my stuff? And I don't want it to clip through my stuff. Alright, we got to bring our power over. We run our power line down here. I think we stopped running our power line at some point. Let's back up. See where we got it running. It's running on the left side. All right. It's always something, everybody. Literally ran out of wire. Ran out of wire. I can't run it. Oh, boy. That's how it goes. Always something. I don't think I brought any more wire down, too. I have to go all the way back, but that's okay. That's okay. We're getting it fired up. Literally, that's all we need. Look, we just need that wire over to there, and then that's it. Looks like we're going for a little bit of a walk, though. At least back to over here. So close. So close. Yeah, I highly recommend this game again. I would snatch it up. Especially if you find it on sale. I've been finding it on sale on Humble Bundle and all of that. By the way, you guys want to see some epic deals? Some of them have expired, but there's still some other good ones in there. 4 awesome games. I go around every now and again when I see a deal for like 70% off, whatnot. I throw it on the Discord. Feel free to check it out. I'll go ahead and throw it in the chat there. It's the first link, that social media there. Also, feel free to go up there, read the rules. You hit that green check mark. You can then post in there, post your pets, your favorite memes, all that kind of stuff. Brighten someone's day as well. I really enjoy that part of my Discord, is that, you know, brighten everyone's day. It's something I added to it. It took me a lot of time and effort to put that in there. Someone's booming down my street. I can hear him going boom, 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 boom. All right, luckily we had some wire right there, so we didn't have to run all the way back up into our base. Now, in a minute, we don't have to come down here again. This will be it. This will be the last of our running, of our mega running today. Let's see, again, this is 7 hours worth of work right here to revamp all of this and make it on that next level. But then again, it's the part of the fun. Part of the fun is really gearing it up and saying, okay, this time I'm going to do this. I'm going to build a mega wall that takes it all the way up to the top. Right, or at least close to the top. Oh, I didn't put my thing in yet. Nice. And now it's starting to look like a factory, right? When you start adding your walls and stuff, I feel like it really gives it that factory feel. For sure. Okay, and let's say right here. And we're going to put wall outlet, say right there. Now, I could run it from way up there into those, but I kind of feel like I want to run it down here. And just run it across. There we go. Both of those firing back up again. Now that one I haven't even used yet. That's another 240 iron there. 240 iron there. Got another 240 iron. That's a lot of iron, bro. That's a lot of iron. So we're not going to be hurting for iron, that's for sure. There it goes. Whoop, whoop. All right, both lines working. Nice. Now we just got to get our hypertube entrance in here. Oh, we already got it in there. Got to connect it, though. That's going to be a real useful part of it. There we go. All right, let's chase that. Let's chase that iron back. There it goes. Let's go. Let's see if we can get back there before he gets there. Raisha! Later, bro! Oh, yeah, it's coming down the line. Coming down the line. Now, one of the things they did add is they actually added ladders in the latest experimental. But me, I just use these ladders on the side to watch my ore coming down the line. There it goes, bro. We should see it start to lift. There it goes, lifting up. And here comes our second line. Lifting nicely. Okay, the only other thing we need to see is that our copper is running up there on the top. So let's go ahead and add a little bit more. Let's get way up here and see that our copper, yep, our copper line is running into there. We can see it's lifting up into there. Everything looking good. We just got to do this cross connect over here. From this side to that side and tie it into all of that. And this be done. Get out of there. Get off of there. Crazy guy. Crazy guy. All right, that's some serious work there. I think that's the most of that kind of work I've ever done this early in the game. Usually that's a late game thing for me. That I'll go in and make all that happen. Oh, I could have just run up the ramp. That's what I should have done. Ran up the ramp. But now I'm going to go, oh, you know what? Let's just turn around. Let's just turn around. So, yeah, all that is cranking down the line. Yeah, I got to readjust that line. So I added this ramp over here, which I can use to make this even easier. Okay. So we got to tie our 3 lines across over to here. And probably a good idea, take out that tree. my God, we're gonna die. No, we didn't. Like, Kismet, what the heck? Why did you take out that tree? I know some of you are thinking it. Reason why I took out the tree because it's blocking where I'm about to build. If there's a tree in the way, it's got to go. We don't need no stinking trees around here. We want to get all the resources, cut all the stuff down. That's it. Progress. All right. Now, I feel like what we can do is we can angle and then angle again. We've already proved that we can angle without it clipping. So we're going to try to angle it and then angle it again. And we're going to take all this out. Right here. And it should work out just well. Just goody good. All right, like that. So we might be able to angle that across. It might be a little bit of a steep angle, but let's just try it out anyway. Really only need one line, but we're going to angle it and see if it clips. It should, in theory, not clip, based on what we did before. Nope. That's perfection. That's beauty. Beauty, everybody. That's it. GG. We win. We win. We did it, everybody. We did it. Wow. All right. Now we got to troubleshoot to make sure everything's running. So let's go ahead and get that going. We know all the power's running because we got our resources coming down. Again, another thing I would do is just go right here and make another one so you can see what the heck's going on up here. That is some serious work, everybody. That was like 6 hours of work. Look at that. That's awesome. And the fact that that's running tells you that it's actually going up the conveyor. Yeah, see, that's running all up the conveyor, all up to the top. I feel pretty proud. Feel proud of yourself, everybody. You hung in there and you saw it complete. The awesome mega lift wall. Ah, awesome. A new Kismet invention. Let's go. Yeah, see, the thing to do is just to build these all right next to each other. And just run all the resources in there. If you're going to make a giant lift wall like this, just run it all to a central point. Okay, sexy. Now, we know it works if we see stuff on the conveyors. And I'll have to test these other conveyors too. But let's pull out all the conveyors like this. That's a GG. Those are all working. At least we know those 4 are working. We could test these later, but we know they're working. That's it. Look at that. That's 240, 240, and 240. That's a lot of iron. We're going to be making iron stuff for days. Now, we've already got some lines run over here, and we could tap into these lines, or we can run separate lines on the other side. Now, since we've already gone in and reworked a bunch of our stuff and done a lot of this, we might as well go in and do the same thing here. We might as well run our lines properly instead of using our conveyor poles. So we're going to go ahead and revamp this side over here. And we're just going to go ahead and continue to bring our stuff in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right there. We might as well run all 3 lines. If we're going to run it, we might as well run it all. What do we got here? A little bit of loots. Okay, back to this. Oh my goodness. This is a lot of stuff. Oh, it's just out of range. I missed it by 1. Missed it by that much. Ah, you little. That's a great way to fall off your thing, by the way. Is to, all right, too much concrete now. Is to go like this and say, oh, I'm going to jump and grab the thing, and then woo, right off the side you go. Oh, God, that really activated my vertigo there. All right, nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right there. Now we running. Now we running. All right, now, since we're doing this, we might as well do this one over here as well. So let's go, baby. Let's run that triple run. And definitely what makes me tempted to test those too. I might go down there and do that with those lines later on, but right now, oh, this is cool, bro. This is cool. I'm liking everything about this. Nope. Yep. Oh man, I'm loving this. I feel like I'm gonna do this from now on. Just insane runs using your wall lifters. Slightly stepping it up. Slightly. Considering we've probably 4 or 5 times our resources now. Today alone. What? Different. Oh, screwed that up. When you screw something up, everybody just say, oops, my bad, and roll on with your life. Screwed that up. I used the hypertube thing as a reference. I should have used that side as a reference. I'm going in the direction I want to go just to be safe. So yeah, if I screwed up that side, then I screwed up this side too. That should be back by 1. The one furthest away from you first. Gonna save you lots of headache. Trying to go around the ones that are in your way. Ah, I'm out. What did I do with the rest of those? I don't remember. I think I put them down below. Let's go get them. Oh, no, I put them back in my main base. That's what I did with them. Hold on. Let's go put this stuff back in the main base. See, we're almost done with this. This is just running the lines now. Look how industrial strength that looks. This is just running the lines. So we're going to run the lines over here. I'm going to run them over on that side. That's where all those connectors are for. We're going to run them all over there, and then we're going to build that way like crazy. Because we are definitely not going to have enough room right here for all of that that we're about to make. Oh, man, we're about to make a crazy ton of resources. It's just going to go that way on until the horizon. But you can see we got our concrete firmly squared away over here. But we do need to throw our resources over here because we're going to be working on this side big time. And so we got a nice little random resource box right here. Throw another one down. Feeling this is going to get filled. Yeah. Actually, let's take all that out. Put all the stuff I don't need into there for now. Oh, I always end up with random stuff. That's probably pretty good. We got a whole bunch of our things. Luckily, we had some right over there. We definitely need to put in another hypertube along that edge as well. So we go all the way from over there at our base to all the way over here. And again, I like to put stops in. See, stop, check and do whatever I need to do here. Go in, stop, and then etc. Like just like you would with a train station or anything else. You want to put stops in along the way. That'll help you fix your stuff as you're working on it. Now, here we go. Actually, I could probably have left those. Yeah. Take it out for now. Alright, let's see if we can hit this without hitting our wall here or our power. There we go. Nice. Build and rebuild. That's the lot of this game. Ah. Stop dropping my resources. Stop it. Stop dropping it on the ground. I don't like it. Probably could have left a lot of that concrete back there. Oh well. Okay, same thing here. Boom. Turn the corner. We're gonna have to do some corner magic here. I feel like the thing to do is just to take this, run that 3 across, and then move it forward by about that much. And this one, same thing. Nope, one more forward. Nope, I was right. That's exactly what to do. Like that. Okay, that's nice looking. Love it. Okay, we got to run this out. Our hypertube is going to be in our way. That one will be fine on the outside edge. But this one needs to come past the hypertube onto the other side. So we should probably lift that one and use the hypertube stacker next to the hypertube here. Just go over top. Like so. All right. Looks good. Let's run it. Or not. Okay, whatever. There we go. Not run that through my hypertube. All right. Sometimes the actual hypertube itself or a wire or something like that is obstructing your ability to click on that thing. Sometimes you got to go in and, you know, do a little shum, get a little bit closer, do whatever you got to do. Make that happen. Oh man, I do need a bunch of concrete. For this side over here. This is going to be a really humongous base. This is going to be a big boy. This is certainly going to be a mega base for sure. Alright. We're going to have to move that way over. We're going to have to cut those trees down. Do I have my thing for cutting down trees? Yep. More resources just laying around. No. We got to cut down some trees, everybody. Gonna need some more concrete. I know where to get it. Right over here. Plenty over there. That's what that's making. We need to fix this too. We need to fix this. We need to transport from down there to up here. Ah. Kid's been misclicking. Down. Down, down, down. Alright, that's where we need that to end up. Oh no, we can't have it there. We gotta have it in the center. Did I already make one? I thought I already made one. I'm gonna say right there in the center. So that actually has to go over by one. This comes out. That goes center. This comes over. That goes down. This should be a... Huh. That's all the way up, and that'll be next... up to the next level from down here. And it's already got power. Yeah, it's already got power from over here this way. So that could just run as is. Fixing that up, because we got to come back and make that work later on anyway. See, the problem with it being in the center is it opens up a lot more stuff. We got to put in a catwalk or something in there. You don't want the safety inspector to come in. We don't want to get in trouble. Oh, I actually was right where I was going to build that. Huh. And we're going to go down because we're going to move these over. You know, if we're going to move those over, we can just center line it. You know what? That's what I'm going to do. I'll move all that over anyway. Let's just center line those so we're not wasting our stuff here. Not wasting or having a lot of open foundations. Okay, we're going to move that to there. Run it from down there to up. Well, that's not center. That's not center, bro. That's why I like to do it from this side so I can see where the center is. Alright, we're taking that out. We're taking this out. Can't even see it from up here. Okay. Got that. Let's just put one in between. Put our entrances in. Got to fix some of our transport here. There we go. And I like to run the lines from behind. The problem is knowing which one goes where, right? That's the hardest thing. You know, does it go to the first level, the second level, the third level? Because you can't label it. You can't put a 1, 2, 3, 4 on it, which would make it a lot easier for sure. There we go. Now we fixed that problem, at least temporarily. Okay. Now we need to keep going on this. Running this into here. Where is it from this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right here. Let's just bring 2 of these forward. Even though 3 of them have a line. Which ones did I actually run? I can't remember. Can't remember which one of these is the actual lines. I think it was the inside one and the outside one. So inside, so the middle one is the one that's not doing anything. So the outside one is my fastest one. So the outside one is the one that needs to end up here at the end. I feel like we're going to leave that as a 2. And then we'll go ahead and grab our outside one, our inside one, and then this one we could actually run up above and run it onto another thing later on. So we'll just run with that for now. And then this can just tie back in to what we already got set up. There we go. We probably should run that line to clear that line as well. That's probably a good idea. Let's go ahead and run that up above just to remind ourselves later on that that's something separate. Temporarily, what I'm going to do is take this one and bring it down. And then clear the line by running it into that box. Now it's going to clear that top line out too. And plus it's actually limestone, so all of it's going to run into the same box eventually. But the top one's going to be emptied out. So if I run something different on there and I run it to something, it's not going to have limestone on it. So you definitely want to clear out those extra ones if you're testing the lines. For sure. All right, back to cutting down some trees, and then we're going to do a battle. We're doing on time. Oop, running over. Running over today. All these foundations filled in. Oh, that's nice. See, and then you just have those two right there that are being used for that. All right, that's nice. And we got to get rid of this tree. Take this, evil tree. Boom. All right, we can't do anything with this thing, but we'll grab it anyway. Doesn't do anything. It's a work in progress. But at least it's not going to be sitting over here glowing, getting my attention. And now, time to build our way out a little bit. Ah, that sucks. Out of concrete again. I just want to sit here and build for like the next... Because I did all the hardest work. How many peeps can play Satisfactory together in Satisfactory? I forget, actually. I think it's like... actually, while I'm running back and forth, I guess we do our battle. I forget how many it is. I would think it'd be something like 8 players. I can't remember. Let's go look. I used to know. I go look. I can Google it. Four players. It's 4 players can play at the same time. Satisfactory can be played in multiplayer with up to 4 players officially supported, but with no hard player limit. It actually has no hard player limit. The game is co-op, and there will be no PvP elements. Yay! Thank you. How to have more than 4 people in multiplayer in Satisfactory. There's a Reddit post. Ah. Now I feel later on when they really open this up and they add private servers, then we're going to get some serious mega groups. And the second they do that, you know I'm going to have a mega server for sure. And then we'll all come in, we'll play together. It'll be awesome. Grazie Roars, Kana, Mikey's, Jimbo, Maiku, and Rotisserie G all coming in, getting some love. And who we got? Agent Orange coming in, rocking those 10 assists, becoming MVP. All right, this is the one, everybody. We're going to run a little long today. Let's run a little long. Maybe we get a little bit more done here in Satisfactory. And also, we'll get you guys this other battle. So we'll go about another 30 minutes or so. I feel like I run long. Now, mods, if you got to run, feel free to go ahead and bail. I think we're going to get it going on. So, yeah, 4. 4 is what it is. Yeah, no private servers yet. The second they drop private servers, I'll let you know. We'll, of course, hit up my buddies at Nitrado for a mega server. And then really get into it for sure. For sure, for sure. Okay, we're coming back here for some concrete, I think it was. Yeah, concrete. There we go. And we'll take all this random loot that we don't really need and put it back in here, and we'll get rid of it later probably. But for right now, we'll just offload it. What do we got hiding in there? Nothing. All right, let's take that out. Look at that concrete. Woo, mama, we're making a bunch of it. In a minute, we're going to be making crazy tons of other stuff. So we work really, really hard to get to this point. Which is basically optimizing everything that we're doing. Now, over here, you can see that I actually have a bunch of coal in here. And we got to optimize our coal as well and run all of our lines. Now, the smartest thing to do when you're starting to do this is to actually move all those boxes because we're going to have to revamp all of that. So we're going to go ahead and add some boxes over here. Let's see if we've got any more pipe. Really, no pipe there. Okay, no pipe. I put all my pipe down on the other side. Now, I could have sworn I had dropped some off. Oh, it's in the level down below. Definitely need to change where this hyper tube is, too. It's kind of hidden behind there. It's kind of hard to see. Put some down here. There we go. Boom. Plenty. Way too much, but we'll grab a bunch. I definitely want to move where that hyper tube is. Probably move it over there where that is. Or move it right here. So it's facing the other way. So it's facing my hub. All right, we got all that going. What are we doing? We're running back over this way. Because now we're working at the level of our hub. That's why I've been bringing all this stuff up here to work at the level of where I have my hub currently. We just need a bunch of the containers over here. These are just going to be resource containers over there. And this is going to be my random stuff container over there. And so I'm just going to do this the easy way by just hitting that from way over here. Boom. And then I can just turn it and just drop it. Next one. Boom. And the next one, drop it. Now you might want to get back your other resources here in case you actually do use this as a thing for that. But we'll go ahead and just take out these containers. And we're just moving the limestone resources, move all that stuff over there. And oh, we dropped a bit too. We dropped a bit extra that we couldn't hold in our inventory. No problemo. I had to end up running over there anyway. So that's just the way it goes. So right here, we go ahead and hold down control. Click on that. It's going to fill that up. Hold down control. It's going to fill that up. And again, right over there. Okay, now we have our 3 hyper tubes. We got one that goes forward. This one is down 1 level, and that's down 2 levels. Just because I happen to know, because I just built it. Now what we need to do is, now look how much room this is taking up, right? And we're essentially going to build this a whole bunch of times. What we got right here, right? Where we're running central lines of resources, and then the output of those resources may be less than what we're actually inputting. But if they're more, then you don't want to combine them in the middle because it won't actually work out. The math won't work out. In this case, the actual concrete makes less than it. The input is more than the output, right? So then we can recombine those together. Even though we had to run separate lines of the raw resource, we can go ahead and combine them together. Eventually, by the way, I'll be running as a single line. All those lines down there will all be single lines, and we'll be running just a single line of a crazy ton of stuff, and we'll just have it all in line, like we are right now. And you see I left a bit of an offset from where it's coming in to my actual item. And so the next item we want to work on is going to be our iron. So the first thing I work on is always concrete, because I run out of concrete because I'm building lots of stuff, as you saw. And let's go ahead here and let's build out. Oh, speaking of concrete, I put my concrete down. Got to go back and grab it. Boom. Probably don't need this many of these right now. I make a decision as to what I don't need a lot of right in that moment. All right, we'll go ahead and back over here. And we'll go ahead and just snag some of this out of here. Don't have to walk all the way back. And now we're going to start building. We're going to build like a crazy man. Let's go. Now, I could have built this up a little bit higher, but I'm just going to play through here. I'm going to build through it. That's why I'm always doing concrete, because I know I'm going to build it out. Am I going to actually build anything here? Probably not. That's just to make that nice and flat. Am I going to build this way? Oh, you know it. This part I'm really going to build. An interesting thing to note is that lower level, I'm not even going to need anymore. I can take that whole lower level out now. I was going to run all my conveyors down there, but I thought, I'll just do a lift wall. So again, sometimes you have an idea of what you want to do, and it can change in the middle of what you're doing. It's okay. You change your overall plan. That's perfectly fine. All right, that's looking good. Now, what I want to do is figure out what I want to do, right? Figure out what you want to do, what you want to do, what you're going to do. Now, the first thing we want to do, of course, is smelt down all of this iron. And it's going to be a lot, right? We're going to have a crazy ton of it right over here. And I feel like we should move this over to offset it on the other side of this, because this is going to be my main driveway. So we'll just call it that. And then we'll say, okay, we want to put these over here, right, on this side. What am I missing? Reinforced iron plates. Let's go work on some of those. Funny irony, That's what I'm working toward right now. Those plates. Where do we put all of that stuff? I can't remember. Let's go back and... now, see, I'm going to start working over here. So all of the resources that I left back over on the other side are not very useful over there. So we're going to run over there and grab it back up again. Now, we can see it from here. We don't have to run all the way back. Like right there, bam, we can just get it from way over here. And it's going to drop that into our resources. And then we can just take our hypertube back if we so want to. And we do here in a minute. I'll go ahead and build another one back here. All right, nice. Okay, drop that off. And we'll go back and collect any excess resources that we did and all that. Now, this is done. This whole part over here is done, except for these other lines over on that side. These lines over there and those lines there. But all the rest of that is pretty much done. So we can go ahead and just collect all of our resources. Not going to be building much down here for now. Bam. Bam. Oh, man. Tons of resources down there. Tons of resources. We've got to make a couple runs. Actually, better idea. Let's just move it closer. Let's move it closer. And grab what we got there. Okay. Drop that. One of these, one of these. It just dawned on me there's some stuff down on the other side, too. Gotta go get that, too. Let's go. Now, we just built all of this today. All of that gigantic lift wall there. All of these runs, all of these lines. Now, of course, I had them there before, but they were just using your conveyor poles. But now I went through and used walls to run them all a lot more nicely. I already took that out. A lot more nicely. So we just want to run along and look and see if we have any extra containers. Not really. We got a thing there. No, really. No real extra resources out here. Whee! That's a problem. So that's good. These are all running. No extra resources really there. Probably want to put a wall in there to stop myself, but I don't have any resources to do so, so oh well. We'll just have to slow down before we get too far there next time. This is all looking awesome. Awesome. I feel like I want to move that hypertube entrance over to where that one is, so when I come out, I can just go straight up into the other one. Another thing, see, there's always something you want to tinker with and optimize and make better in the next thing that you're going to do. All right, let's grab all that out of there. I'll grab all this out of here. There we go. I'll keep that nicely organized. Up we go. Look at this beautiful view. Our lift wall. Mega lift wall. That's some serious lift in there. Look at all those little greenies out there. We gotta get them. All those little glowy worms. Yeah, this one's right in front of the other one, so it's real easy to get into it. And you could run a separate line that takes you all the way down, and if you know which line goes to what, then you're good. But in my case, I'm just going to go ahead and run a bunch of these resources over here. Look at that middle one. That middle one's cleared out now. Yeah. Cleared that one out. I'm going to have to cut that line so I don't accidentally run it in the wrong spot. I just keep turning my thing off. Turn my light off. We also added in some future expansion down the road when we need more resources. turning my light off. Don't have a lot. See if I can run some more lines, but I don't have enough to run any more lines all the way to the end. So we'll come back. Take diaper 2. Oh, this is shaping up in here. Shaping up. Hope you guys are enjoying all this hard work I'm doing. I do that in every game. Yeah. I bet. I have a server already which has Conan and Ark on it. Well, awesome. Awesome, awesome. I played both of those games. Both of those very, very fun. For sure, for sure. All right. Let's go ahead and just get rid of some of this random stuff in here that I'm not really going to use. Actually, let's put it in this one. Let's see. Let's put all that back in there. Let's get rid of the stuff we don't want to deal with right now. Way over here. Take all that out. Don't want to deal with it. Don't want to deal with it. Too many plates. All right. Now we're looking good. Actually, I could have. I just go this way. Yeah, now I want to get my steel lines run. I got to bring up my coal lines. And then we should be good. I do have to run all the way over here anyway. I got that bottom one, so it's easy to get through there. Again, notice I'm just running just level 3s. I don't want to run no level 2s and come back and run level 3s and do all that stuff. No, thank you. Too much extra work. This is already too much work as it is. Again, that's why I do it at the thing. But in this case, we're going to centralize all of our resources. And we've learned some new stuff along the way. That's all part of the fun. Learning all that new stuff. And once again, did not bring enough concrete. I don't have enough concrete. What the heck? Oh, there we go. I had to pick it up first. Pick it up first. There we go. Okay, so we want to get this run. And now, right now, we've got... This is our iron. And so maybe we'll run our copper first. Because our iron is going to be pretty big. And so our copper is going to be pretty big as well. I feel like we'll have a central line of our copper line. We got to bring up our coal and our iron close to each other so we can run those in as well. So I feel like that's the move right here, is to go ahead and run our coal line first. Or I mean our copper line. Maybe we should run our copper line, then our coal line, because our coal line is down below. We got to bring that coal line up. So let's go down there, and actually we got to take all these out if we're going to bring it up from down below, which it's right there. It's running right to there, but we could run it here instead. Oh no, we got 2 coal lines to bring up. Ah, I'm glad I built it like that. That's exactly why I built it like that. I got 2 lines to bring up. So there's one. Huh. It actually makes a noise. I don't think I've ever noticed that before. Or I noticed it and forgot. One or the other. Alright, so there's where our coal line's going to come up. Right there. So we got that established. Where is our... How's our lines looking here? So coal lines coming up from there. Yeah, I feel like these are useless over here. Let's just take these out. Let's just say no to that. We actually have this as an opening. Feel like that's probably good. A little secondary road. Yeah, that's actually where our road goes. That's actually where our road goes right there. That just worked out. Awesome. That's actually our primary road, which I have running right there. That's just full of iron. So yeah, we bring those 2 up. And that should run here. Maybe we'll do our steel production right here. Kind of like that idea too. Bunch of steel production. Always decision. Because we got coal coming up right there. So we might as well run our iron right next to it. And then run that. And then we can run our other iron on the other side. Which means now I need to widen this out where I put these things. It's always something, everybody. Well, let's put them back over on this side. Now that we know this is not going to be a thing. Doesn't matter where I put those things, I swear. Wherever I put them, boom. That's when where I'm going to have to move them somewhere else. Like a sixth sense or something. That's my actual resources. Let's put it in with these. And that one out. Boom. This one's the one I don't need to worry about. Yeah, it's this one. What happened there? Something funky happened there. Whatever, we'll put it over here. Okay. So iron nodes it is. So we need our iron nodes. And we'll run this as steel. So we'll go ahead and run one line as steel. We're gonna have to build our foundries. We're gonna do all of that. All right, let's just run this as steel. Again, I improvise based on how I feel it runs best. If I feel it's not running really well, then I'll just go ahead and move stuff around. There's some more resources that are in my way. Just put them up here. I'm a little tempted to run this all the way over and run it in the awesome shop right now, but... Or awesome sink. We'll get them all up here first. I'm sure we can use the excess resource at some point. Into there as well. Oh, this is copper ore. Did I mix it? Ah, mixed it. Mix that copper with the iron. There we go. There we go. Okay. Other one's copper. Copper ore it is. Okay. Man, back down we go. I appreciate them fixing that animation, because that animation always threw me off. Okay, we're gonna have a lot of coal coming out of here, and a lot of iron as well. Get my resources back. So, God, two pure nodes. That's 2 pure nodes right there, everybody. Holy mackerel. That's a huge amount of steel. But we might need it later on. Let's see. We have one separate line already for power. And that's a 240. And right now, based on 60, we have 6 power plants, and that 240 will supply 24 coal plants. Just that one node. That one pure node will do 24 power plants. That's more than I built last time. That's so crazy. So, do I want to use this other node for power though? I kind of feel like we'll find oil by then and tap into our oil power. We can always divert it. We can always divert it later. So let's go in and do some math here. Hey, sorry. Actually, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Sorry. Hold on. We gotta figure something out first. We got to go in and figure out what we want to do on our foundry. Oh, God, I need my things. Always something I'm looking for. Where's my frames? Too many frames. Okay, stop control clicking. Alright, how we looking on this battle? Another 7 minutes. Jeez, that went by fast. Look out. Help. Well, I'm off to bed. Have a good rest of the stream. See ya. Thanks for hanging out, bro. Take it easy. Happy. Can you link the Stream Raiders thing? Sure. I think I can. The battle? You can just go to streamraiders.com and look for me, Kismet. That works. Where's my battle thing? I don't think I have it in this setup. I'll go over here and just do battle mode. There you go. Follow that link. That link will take you there. Just go to streamcaptain.com. Look for me, Kismet. K-S-M-E-T. Feel free to come join me. Alright, let's see. What am I doing? Foundry. Foundry. Okay, foundry down. Now, we're going to do a steel ingot. So, at 45 per minute. So, we're going to be putting in 480 coal and 480 iron into here. Because we don't need to make 240 worth of iron. Though, we will need it for plates later on. But if we have this much coal, we might as well gear up our steel in an insane way. This is a good question. A good question. All right, let's just try it. Hey, Siri. What's 480 divided by 45?
480 divided by 45 is about 10.6666.
There she goes again. The 666 stuff. So yeah, about 11. So that's about 11 foundries. And then this foundry is going to output at 45 per minute. And then your constructors... Oh God, it's always something I don't have on my character. Every time I go to make something, I got to get my stuff up and running again. See, look, it's right in there. It's the one thing it didn't grab out. All right. And steel beams are going to come in at 60. Yeah, steel beams are 60, and this is 30. Okay, so probably the better question is how many of these it's going to make across 11 of them, or 10 of them. 10 of them would be 450. It would be making. And this is going to be at 60. Hey, sorry, what's 450 divided by 60?
450 divided by 60 is 7.5.
7.5 of these to match up to those. To the amount of foundries I would have running at the same time. Right. Let's do that again. Hey, Siri. What's 450 divided by 60?
450
Yeah,
divided
7.5.
by 60 is 7.5.
7.5. So the first number was 10.666. The other one's 7.5. So that means 8 or whatnot. See, the ones when it goes 45, the numbers start acting funny. Especially early game. Later on, they actually, the 270 and the 45 actually works in your favor. We'll get into, being exact numbers later on. But for right now, I'm kind of playing a playthrough. I don't have to worry about the exact numbers. I don't really care about them right now. I just want to have this run into here. So first thing we need to do is readjust our storage. Let's go ahead and line it up. How do we want this to line up? We have that one pushed out by 2, so we'll push this one out by 2 as well. And we'll go ahead and line it up off the center. Okie dokie. Now, before that fills up, we need to run over here and grab this coal. You go. Oh, it doesn't have anything in it. Alright, you're out of there then. Where'd that coal go? There it is. Okay. So, before this runs in all this coal, we want to go ahead and take that one out right there. Boom. And move that over here into our actual where the coal goes. So we'll go ahead and store all that in there. Actually, probably the better idea is to grab a bunch of it and then come back and then hit it the second time. Later on, you have enough inventory. Your inventory over here does match or exceed these boxes. Later on, later game. Okay, so I need more resources from over here. Now, the reason why I bring them down is so I can see that they're working. So I can just glance at them and make sure that they're feeding in. So those two coal ones are good. We got to run power to those coal plants. We got to put the other coal plant in. We've got to run our steel lines here. And then we've got to probably leapfrog, and we'll put our copper way on the side. Probably come back for our copper production. So, how do we want to do this production? We have 2 lines of coal and 2 lines of iron. And so we'll want to tie all those in to run in simultaneously. But because they're 2 separate lines... Hey, Siri, what's 240 divided by 45?
240 divided by 45
should be
is
5.
about 5.3333.
And the output is the same as the input. So merging these together at the end would not be a good idea. But we're going to have 5 of them. So 5 of them is going to equal basically 45 on the output. So the belt needs to be the same speed, input and output. And that's going to combine into one belt. And that belt will then feed into all of these. Like we did before. So for each one of those, it's going to have... All right, so we should do it split. We should do a split run. Hey Siri, what's 240 divided by 45?
240 divided by 45 is about 5.3333.
All right, let's just say 5.3. And then, let's see, 5.3, and that's going to output, that's going to need a 60, it's going to need 60 input. Hey Siri, what's 60 times 6?
60 times 6 is 360.
That's 360. That's too fast. It's faster than our actual belts. But it's going to output at 15. So that's faster than our actual belts can go. Hey Siri, what's 270 divided by 60?
270 divided by 60 is 4.5.
So we can only run 4.5 of these on a single belt that we have right now anyway. So if we put a bunch of... See, and that's the math I'm trying to figure out. If I make these, and I need 60 per, I couldn't even make enough... I couldn't even put enough on the belts to actually fill these up. So it doesn't make any sense for me to do that. So I might have to split these into several different sections. Now, I don't have to use all of the resources, but it's always fun to do so to run it. So basically, it's going to be 4.5. So a total of 4.5 of these is what I need. But the speed at which it's going to be running is going to be faster than the belts can handle, I believe. Let's try that again. So 5.3. Hey, Siri. What's 5 times 45?
5 times 45 is 225.
It's 225. So if I make 5 of those, it's going to be 225. If I make 6 of those, hey Siri, What's 45 times 6?
45 times 6 is 270.
See how that math worked out? I knew it was going to work out. So even if it's running at maximum, it's actually 270. So it's going to run 270 down that line. So, that could work. But eventually it's going to go back down to 240 because that's as fast as I'm running it down the line right now. But since I will have excess, I can go ahead and burn that excess by adding that extra one. So we're going to add 6 of these foundries per coal line. And that's going to be some hardcore running right there. So let's go ahead and do this. And so maybe we'll run one side of... Now, if I run the other side just as beams, there'll be like 12 beams. Because it'll be twice as much. It'll be twice as much beams as I'm making poles. And I really just need to make more of those poles for right now. So, what do we want to start? We got to start with our foundry. And we want to run it out of here. So, let's first start with our thing. Oh, we got to do our battle, too. We're going to be running long, everybody. Running long. All right, battle time. Let's go. While I figure this out. Oh, and that's a win. You guys get a blue chest. You guys might get yourself some special skins. Let me know if you do get a skin. I always like to know. Whoa, someone getting 200 gold. Miko's getting it. OSP coming and getting some love. Bo overall getting some more love as well. And Archstanchion coming in with the massive numbers. 34 assists right there. Gnome Orbits, no slouch with the 35. We got CW coming in with 21 kills. Agent Orange coming in with 17, and Undine coming in at 5th place, rounding out the top 5 with 16, but Archstanchion overall MVP. All right, more battles, everybody. We're going to keep these battles going all day long, even if you don't see me. Wow, this is going to be an insane one. Make sure you put down those epics. We're going to need every unit we can get on this one. Look at this. Holy moly, that's a lot of units. Let's go to it. Come and join me, everybody. Streamcaptain.com. You can find me, Kismet. On there, you can have access to the battle board. 4.666. You like that? It's been a while since I've been here. Hey, Mikos, how you been, man? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. We're having a good time doing some serious mega building here in Satisfactory. We are firing it up. That is for sure. Okay, so I put down those 6 foundries I was talking about. There they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And now we're going to go to town, everybody. So the first row is, by the way, this is 6 per line. So there's actually going to be 12 of these suckers pumping out these steel ignites like crazy. Now, actually, it's not a good time to go and run. Actually, I'll do that later. Because sometimes you'll take them back out again. It's not always a great idea to do that right in the very beginning. Now, here's what's going to happen here. We're going to have a little bit of a problem lining this up. And it does have that problem quite often when you're working with your foundries. But what you do is you just kind of eyeball it. You stand in the back and you look through the item when it's transparent like this. And then sometimes it'll start kicking in. If you run it like this, sometimes the line will kick in, but not always. And so we're just going to eyeball that arrow. We're going to make sure it's going in the right direction, the same as this. Try not to fall to our doom behind us here if there was a cliff there, but luckily there's not. And so I just eyeball it straight. And we're just going to rinse and repeat all the way down the line. All right. So there we go. So we got our lower area going. Now we're just going to go ahead and put another one right next to it. And we're going to hope we moved it far enough out. Which it doesn't look like we did. Nope. Did not move it far enough out. That's why I always double check this. All right. That should go out even further. So let's go ahead and use what we've already got as a reference, and then 1, 2, 1, 2. We're trying to do it. Come on, mouse. 1, 2. Oh, there we go. Let's try that. Nope. Got to go back by 1 more. Sometimes I move the actual building itself. That works too. 1 more, 1 forward. There it is. All right, all the rest of these go. Now you know why I didn't want to put those all in there. Why I didn't want to go through and put all those in, because I have a tendency to move them every single time. Ah, dropping. Stop dropping my loot, brah. Always something I have too much of. Ah, too many plates. Too many plates. There we go. All right, we got that down. Now we're going to pick this up and try this again. 2, 3, 4, 5. Man, we have just enough for that too. All right, now all the rest of the stuff should still be lined up. And so now what we can do is we can use the side-by-side here to put in our top part here. Now, I highly recommend, once you have this figured out, to do all your directions, because this up here is going to be iron. We're going to run iron up to this top side up there. And so the every other one is going to be your iron. You can use your other one as a reference. And so we're going to run that up. So bottom one is going to be coal, and the top one's going to be raw iron. Okay, looking good, looking good. All right, nice. Let's go ahead and run. Let's run it from up here so we can walk underneath it. There's our coal coming in. All right, let's run all of our coal lines. That is going to be a tremendous amount of steel stuff. Now, I'm going to put one at the end, which I normally don't. I'm going to put one at the end because I'm going to probably expand this later when we get faster belts. All right, there goes our coal distribution. Very nice. And then now we got to get our iron from up above. Now, here's the tricky thing I'm going to do. I'm going to run this one down below so I can run this one up above across here. So I go ahead and just cut across like that. And then if I run this underneath, I can run it again in another line on the opposite side over here. And so we're going to have basically double these lines. This again, all that work that we did earlier, all that 6 hours of work or so, or 7 hours of work, or 8 hours of work now almost, all equals this. Means the factory is going to get really humongous. Now, the problem also is my power is going to jump too. I'm going to definitely need more power. But we're going industrial strength here. This is more for the long run of the game, where later on you're going to need a lot of concrete. You're going to need a lot of steel. You're going to need a lot of other stuff as well. And so we're going to get into it. So there we go. So we got that one running that way. Then we'll go ahead and put in our mergers. And all of whatever comes out of this is going to run in that direction. And then we'll just kind of line this up by eyeball. There's no green line coming out of there. I feel like they're going to fix all of that at some point. Remember, this is an early access game. Definitely going to fix that up. Let's try not to fall off the side here. Give ourselves some more expansion area. Again, we're running real long today, everybody, but we're trying to get this squared away. This game is so incredibly fun. So fun. Now, again, we're going to go ahead and utilize our power that we have on the wall over here and use it across the way. We'll go ahead and just try to center ourselves. 1, 2, let's say this one right here. Bring that straight across. Don't have my wire on me. Alright, that looks good. Alright, now we need to connect all of our stuff behind here, all of our lifters. We need to connect our long edges first. Stuff. I put all my stuff down? I must have put down all the good stuff. Apparently put down all the good stuff, everybody. One of the things that does get annoying about this game is that you constantly are missing stuff, but I'm doing some pretty hardcore stuff right now. I mean, with a lot of resources being burned here. Yeah, remember, this is just the resources I made in the first few days of playing the game. Still using the same resources to scale it all up here. Alright, now we can go ahead and put all that. Put all that in there. Where is our iron? Here it is. This iron is copper. Iron. Okay. Go ahead and put our iron in here. Again, we still got to go back and run that iron, but we're just going to see if it runs. Obviously, our coal is running. Well, you know if it runs all the way to the end. If it ends up in this one, then we know it's running. If not, there's something wrong. Yep, there it goes. There it goes, ready to go. All right, now before we add all of this, let's go in now that we've kind of decided this is where this is going to go. All right. Now these ones at the end should start up. No power? Oh, I forgot to connect the in-between power. And I put all my stuff down again. I might as well pick the rest of this out of here before I get that again. Put all that in there. Now we can take that one out. I think up here we've got more. And let's just go ahead and do this. What is this? This is copper. That's without your skates, by the way. You can drop about a canister without killing yourself. Or sometimes even injuring yourself on there. Take all that out. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. We're putting all our stuff away where it goes. Cleaning this up a bit. I don't like stuff to be floating, so I'll put one under there just so it will not be floating. Alright, then get our resources back. Too many plates with the excessive amount of plates. Concrete. Okay, and we see that's running, that's all running. We need to get our power going. So, 1, 2, we got those 3 going. 1, 2, 3, so let's say this one. Oh, we forgot to run that line too. Gotta run that line across. We'll run it down the back way here. And then we'll start that one. Yeah, this is just from the resource I did at the beginning. I really get into it, as you can see. I really get into it. Now, I'm going to just be focused here on this. Now, if you do have a comment or question, feel free to throw it in the chat. Got a bit married in the meantime. Well, look at you being busy and all that stuff. You got married. Congrats, bro. I hope you had a wonderful time in these troubling times. on your marriage? Did you go anywhere special, or did you just chill out in your local area? Murder, yeah. I was going to go up. Darn it. That's right. This thing's all messed up. Messed up. I got to eyeball it. I keep following that green line. That green line ain't doing me no favors. There we go. Out you go. Okay, it's cranking away on those things there. We're combining it all together into one gigantic line of that. So that's going to be basically 45. It's basically going to be whatever the input is. So it's basically going to be 240 because it's going in and out at the same speed. So that's definitely 240 there. Now, as it overflows into one, then this one's going to get full. Then the next one's going to get full, and so on. See, that one's full. And it's going to work that way down. And so the production's going to get more and more and more as it goes along. So that's 240 right there. Production of those. So now at the end, we want to have our constructors be able to go in and utilize all of this. And if we want to put it all in row, we can go ahead and do a bit of that, though we are getting a bit close to our base. But we only need, I think it was 5 of these, right? I wrote it down just in case. Yeah, about 5 of these. So we're going to go ahead and put 5 in. 2, 3, 4. That's 5. All right, so these are mergers here, but then I'm going to go ahead and now split it to splitters, which are going to then resplit all of that back into all of these. Now, these have a tendency to work a lot better than those other ones with multiple inputs. There we go. So now it's all combined it together on that one line. So it's not going to run it at, 60, 120 and all that ridiculous messing around with all that math. It's just going to run it at the maximum speed of the belt. And then we're just going to fill these and let them run. And if there's any excess, it'll burn off that excess, and then that one will stop. And that's really what we want it to do. We want to burn up all of our excess because we don't need a bunch of raw ignits. Unless you're doing it in the thing, the MAM. All right, start up. Start up, start up. Okay, we got to tell it what to do. Steel beams. Steel beams. A bit of a problem with the wall right here. Out the way, Walt. All right. And we're going to really encroach upon the back of our stuff here. But that's okay. We're going to turn this around and run it that way and run it into one of those boxes. And then on this side, we're now merging again. Now, we don't want to run that, obviously, over to here. That coal's going to run into there. But I will do the same offset, just to keep it consistent. Nice. Now, a great way to turn stuff to go the another direction is to use your lifter. The only problem is I've got stuff running up overhead. So I definitely want to have a way of lifting that and turning that going in the other direction. So I can't use my lifter, but again, see, there's something in the way of it. So what I'm going to probably do is end up just using a wall. Or what I can do is lift on the other side of it. If there wasn't a wall there, I could go ahead and lift that up and run it over. And another thing I can do is just take this wall out and say, you know what? Can we just get this to go as a single line out of there? Yep. Take that completely out. And then it's going straight over this, but it's not going over this. So we can go and use our lifter and say, you know what? Go that way. Right? But we'd have to change the direction of our final merger here. So let's go ahead and do that. Grab our merger. Change the direction so it's going us. Toward us. Like that. And then so it doesn't encroach on my road and doesn't encroach on my other stuff. I can just turn it around and run it over the top of that and run it back. I got to watch out that it doesn't impede the vertical direction of this as well. Let's see, we got one more. We might as well just run that last line to right over there. All right, we tell all this stuff what to do. Yes, we did. We got to run our cross connection. Get those powered up. And there they go. Oh wait, nope. We have 5 of them, and we only ran 4 lines up. We're gonna definitely need another. Definitely gonna need another power pole, or we can just make another power line, like this. And that over there. We'll get these last ones. That one. All right, that's gonna be some serious amount of them suckers. We're running them back now. I can't even remember which one of these boxes I told it to be in. It is this one right here. Just to help me remember, we'll go ahead and say this one. Put in this. Okay. Now, we need to get that to go over there. So, we do want to run another line, and I kind of feel like we'll end up probably here anyway with our other line. We'll probably end up with a double. So let's go ahead and do this. It's sending me a message. Okay. All right. That's definitely got to be up higher. Definitely got to be up higher. A little too high up. All right, again, let's try to use our numbers here that we learned earlier. So that's gonna be 2, 6, and 7. So it's gonna be 7 up. 7 up, everybody. So that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that'll be number 7 right there. All right, all the way across. Oh, that's still too high. Let's go try it from this side. See how many up that is. We need to figure out what these numbers, what these lines represent. Kind of feel like it's right there. 1, 2, 3, 4. A little too high. Let's go 3. Yep, 3. Maybe a little higher. Actually, a little lower. 2.5. Okay. Let's try that. It might actually run into that other thing, but we'll go ahead and see if we can get it to go across the top. There we go. So just trying to get it just over the top of it like that and run it back. Very nice. Run that into there. Feel that around like that and whatnot. Run that across into there. Meh. I don't like it. Make sure we're not gonna fall off here. How are we doing on time? Gosh, running over by an extra hour. Feel like I just want to get this thing done. Just want to do that one more thing. This is how you end up spending so many extra hours doing stuff. Feel like here's what we'll do. We'll just do the center line thing we did before. I feel like that'll make it nice. Yeah. That's better. But it's down by 1. Get up a little higher. There we go. Now this side over here is going to be for running the rest of these into here. When we do the other side, which we're going to run down the center the opposite way we're doing it right here. I could have done these the opposite way too, and then had them end up. See, that's right now, I'm tempted to take all that out. I'm tempted to take it all out and flip it. Flip this side facing the other way and flip this side this way so I can just run it and then run it up into the thing without having to go up and over. I can literally just run it up right there at the end. Yeah, that would have been good to figure out where I was going first and then done that. But there, you know, it still worked out. It's fine. It's fine for now. So yeah, we're going to do a whole nother line of that. We're going to do that whole entire thing again. And run that, and which is crazy because so some of them are going to go into here though, the ones that are going to be doing poles, but really this one's going to run all of that plus a second one I'm going to run down into the bottom. So maybe the next one, yeah, the next one will, no, we got to do it the same way we're doing it. So we got to do it the same way forward, and then that one we can run down the line. And then that can go into the bottom over there. Yeah, that's exactly what we'll do. And then some of them will actually be going off on their own. Probably do... Should I do them at the beginning or do them at the end? That's the question. Which will be our rods that we need to do as well. We probably don't need to do this many rods as well. But now that we already have it set on, you know, what our distances are and where all of our splitters go and all of that, we'll run a whole nother line down here. We'll run it exactly like we have it there, except for over by 1. And then when it gets to the end, it will actually be in the opposite direction where it ends down there. All right, that'll have to be next time, everybody. I got to run. God, just want to sit here and play this all night long. I got the IRL's things to do. Where's our cool tower? Let's put our tower here. Take a look at all of our hard work today. Man, we are just crushing it, man. This is actually becoming one of my favorite playthroughs now. Very, very fun. See, I do something different every single time. Look, we brought all of our resources over there. We redid everything over there. We're running a lot more resources. We doubled up. Oh, need another mid-patch update over there. With these uploads, or these updates. So we reran all of that. We have now coming in our raw resources, which I typically don't do. But we got tons of raw resources coming in. It's now pumping out tons and tons and tons of our concrete over there. We've got our steel production running along here, and it fits there perfectly. It's amazing how perfect that fits there. That's just luck. I didn't figure out the math and figure out how far that's going to go. It just happened to perfectly end up right there. And so that's a pretty good run. And so we can flip it the other way, and we can use some of them as poles. And I'll probably put the pole ones toward the end and lift those up and have the other ones run underneath as they're going out that other side. Or lift the pole ones up and let those run, yeah, right at the very end. And then run the other ones under. No, because they're going to run into the side. That's a good question. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out later on. But definitely want to run some more pole ones for sure. So yeah, maybe we'll run the last two as pole, and then this one will lift up and go over the pole one into the second level, and then down into the first level where the poles will go out and up and into there. Hopefully I remember that next time. Let's go ahead and remind ourselves. Let's see. Poles bottom. Beams. Lifted. There we go. I'll remind myself for next week when we get that going on. All right, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that. I had a fantastic time. I can sit here and keep playing and playing and playing for endless hours. But let's go to my overseer's office. Let's go. When you really get that going on, that is just a really, really fun game to just keep going and going and going. Like a lot of really great games. Hey, what's up, Saturus? Thanks for coming in. Have a wonderful evening. Yes, I'm going to go into battle mode, everybody. That's where Kismet goes ahead and disappears. You won't see or hear me, but the battles will continue for all my peeps who do love to get their battles in during these events. So I'm going to be running battles all day long. Now, if I miss it, if it's not right exactly at 30 minutes, don't get entitled in the chat. Remember, I'm doing this on top of my Noran streams. It does not replace any of my streams. It's on top of that as well. Now let's go ahead and see how we're looking here. How many more minutes left on this battle? We got 1 minute left. That's okay. We'll do it offline. I went over way too long. I got to go take care of the kids, go take care of the IRLs, everybody. I got to work on some videos and a whole bunch of other things behind the scenes. So those are never going to get done. I've already finished one. It took me like a year to get it done. A whole bunch of guides. And that's it for me, everybody. Now, I'll be back in the morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tomorrow, we're going to be playing, what is it? What's today? Today is Wednesday. Tomorrow, we'll be playing Fallout 76. We'll be playing half doing questing and then half running around, shooting off nukes, getting into all sorts of trouble as we do. Then I'll be back on Friday. We'll be playing some No Man's Sky and then Outer Worlds. And then on Saturday, we'll be playing, of course, some... that other game, 7 Days to Die. Lots and lots of stuff going on here in the stream as well, so feel free to stick around and battle with everybody. And that's it for me, everybody. I will see you all next time. Bye. Wait, hold on. Wait, whoa. Kismet, getting ahead of yourself. Hold on a second. I almost forgot. There's my schedule. There's the social media. I almost forget every time, everybody. I'm thinking, oh, God, I got to do this, that, and the other thing. Oh, and there's our battle, too. There's a whole bunch of love. I'm just going to assume that you guys hit those retweets and give you 2,000 more on top of that 5,000 I normally give out. We'll run that battle here in just a second. I'll run it offline or run it in battle mode. And again, that'll be it for me, everybody. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate each and every one of you. I'll see you in the morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bye, everybody. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.